Welcome, folks. We have a very special 3 hour show for you today. We have a interview with Comrade Torres, who has been a victim of the CPS and family court system and had her kids taken. Sorry about that, folks. I forgot to mute my phone volume. Anyway, so we will have that first, and then second hour we are going to be covering the Clark County School District out of Las Vegas, Nevada, and the corruption going on there and exposing that. We covered last Thursday's meeting live. They did not announce it to the public. They were trying to do it, on the sly, and we're going to expose them. So we got that coming up too, as well as during the third hour we have Jonathan Cross from Just Conspiracy going to show up and talk law with us. So with that being said, let me begin our intro sequence, and then we'll segue into Comrade Torres' story.
I've always wanted to share my story instead of keeping it all bottled, and I just want to be heard. Like, my side of the story is important to me. A lot of mothers and fathers, as they have been fighting the system, the government, for a while, I was targeted because of my my past and my mother. And because when I was 3 years old, I was taken into the foster care system from my mom. My advice to all parents who are going through family court cases is to study the family court rules and family court laws, as well as criminal justice law.
Yeah, what about that school? I understand you guys keep it on low key because, that's where the robotics is and where they send all the rich parents. But the truth actually does set most people free.
All right, welcome, folks. Today we have Comrade Torres on here to share her story and tell us what happened to her in the last several years. And so we're really excited to hear her story because she's a very, very strong and powerful fighter as far as fighting back and doing her due diligence and looking and learning the law and fighting this to get fighting on behalf of not only her kids but on behalf of everybody that's been affected by this. She's a real warrior, and I really commend her courage and her fortitude in her fight. So with that being said, we welcome you, and you want to go ahead and come on camera for us, Comrade Torres?
Sure. Hello. How are you?
Good.
Hi,
good.
how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Hi.
Hey.
So why don't we begin? So why don't we start with start at the beginning? Is when all this started happening, and kind of well, maybe start with what with what your mom's situation, and then how that led to your situation and how it's connected in that way, and then segue into when you first had your encounter with the CPS and family court system interfering with your life, taking your kids unlawfully.
So before my first daughter was taken, I really didn't know much about the foster care system and what ACS and CPS was until my second child was taken from me by CPS. It is a generational situation that is devastating, that continues to happen from childhood, because as soon as a child is born, they are automatically treated as adults. So after I was removed from my mom into the foster care system at 3 years old, that's when my journey started in the foster care system. And I was targeted pretty much from then, 24-hour supervision and surveillance and things like that. And then my first child was removed from me by his paternal grandmother. I was 18 years old when I had my first child. I had a boy, and then I didn't have to deal with CPS with that case. It was just like a family situation when my family thought I was too young to have a baby. And then 6 years later, I had my daughter. And my daughter was conceived through rape. So I kind of fell into a depression mode where I started drinking alcohol in order to numb the pain. And because of that, that's why my daughter was removed from me due to my addiction and having a hard time coming out with telling the police what happened to me.
Okay.
So
obviously that kind of trauma will it stands to reason one would block a lot of that out, and that's a hard thing to have to process, so that's totally understandable.
yes, it is. So it took me a while to stop drinking. I just recently been sober for the past 2 years now, and I was really addicted to alcohol.
I'd like to say congratulations on 2 years of sobriety.
Yes, definitely.
Thank
That's a
you.
huge achievement.
Yeah, that is.
Thank you. I thought I was never going to be able to do it because I was just drinking for so long. 7 years is a long time. But
It is a long time, it's hard. It's not easy obstacle to overcome, maintaining your sobriety. That's an everyday task, something you got to do, work at every day. But, look at you're doing it, I've been, I think I've been, since 2014, I've been sober. So.
wow, congratulations.
Well, oh, sorry, hon.
I'm
You
glad
say
I
that
have.
you've been sober for 7 years. Well, look at how much trauma that you endured. That 7, it's going to take longer, to heal.
Right. It's going to be a process to heal completely. Yeah, that takes even
Definitely.
longer than it took to get the trauma. Sometimes,
I can say that I'm better than I was before.
That's always good though. You got to look at the bright side, like the silver lining, because you
now
are better.
I'm able to,
Comrade, did you say you had 2 or 3 children?
I have 3 children in total now.
Okay.
Yes, I have 3 children in total now. And now that my head is more clear, I started studying law because when I had my newborn baby, he was born in January 17th of 2022. I started studying law. I started realizing everything that was going on with me, how the system is functioning, and how they operate in CPS. And from there, I haven't received my my law license, but in the state of New York, you don't necessarily need a law license to practice law. Because in your constitutional rights, it says that you have the rights to practice your constitutional rights in any kind of court, as long as you know your Bill of Rights, the Constitution, and things like that. So because of the knowledge that I haven't been able to finish school during the process dealing with the foster care system. So my son was removed again from me because I had, I wouldn't call it a relapse. It was just like one night I went to go visit friends and a friend. And I guess I had 2 shots. And then my child was removed from me that night because I was targeted by the police. They were following me. I had former police officer friends who I thought I could trust. And my brother, he's a police officer as well. I thought I could trust him, but they were plotting against me the whole time. And that's how my son was removed, because they were watching me while my son was in the car with me. I wasn't like outside drinking or anything like that. I was just sitting in the passenger seat. My son was sitting in the car seat, sleeping. And my friend was my former police officer friend. He was the one that was driving. And they removed my baby from me that same night when I went in Brooklyn to visit my child. So this was on April 27th of 2022. This same night, I got into, they said that I needed to go to the hospital. I told them, I'm fine. I really don't need to go to the hospital. I went to my former foster mom's house that same night to ask her if me and my baby could spend the night. She gave me cab money, and then she asked me to go to the supermarket to buy baby formula for the baby. My cousin from the police department, he showed up there to the house with the ambulance. He was like, my mom don't want you here. I said that we're just spending the night. I haven't seen them for over 12 years. So it was like, why did I even go there visiting anyways? I haven't seen them, but I've been speaking to them over the phone. And they still took me to the hospital. They escorted me to the ambulance. And then when I got to the hospital, the doctors sedated me with benzodiazepines, which is a narcotic. And then
while I was like dazing out in sleep. They were taking off my clothes and taking pictures of me naked. I feel like this night I was supposed to die because of the fact that I've never been given any type of sedative medication like that. I guess I was supposed to overdose on it or something.
Oh, wow.
Because
That's really like unethical and just such a gross violation of your rights and your medical information and stuff. Like that's unconscionable what they did. But like I can confirm that this is happening, folks. I've heard the same story a million times with a bunch of the different cases, including some of the medical fraud cases. Like with what's going on with the like I'm seeing it. So we can confirm they're doing this. They're not giving a shit about your medical freedoms or your medical rights. They do this shit. They have been doing this, and
I
it's
was
only got worse.
surprised
Could you
because they
tell
tried
me
to,
that because you were drinking, just because you were
yeah.
consuming some alcohol and you had your child not driving, not in a bar, in a secure
Just-
location, you're telling me because you were drinking, the ambulance got called, they took your baby and they sedated you because you were drinking
Yeah,
over the age as an adult of 21 that could make decisions for yourself, correct?
Right.
See, this
Correct.
is the problem, right? It's that there's the problem. Do people think that you're not capable of making choices or decisions on your own?
Right. Right. That's
I
what I mean. Like,
They've
what the hell's
been
going
treating
on?
me that my whole life. They've been treating me like that. They still treat me like I'm a child.
And that's crazy. To me, that's just craziness. The grown woman can make her own choices, her own decisions without her kids getting taken away.
It is craziness. It is
It-
craziness,
it is
Dottie. That's exactly what it
craziness.
is.
Craziness. Like that. I don't understand any of that.
They had tried to use that medical record that same night to bring it into court the next day, even though while I was sedated for 8 hours, the police got a court order from the judge to remand my baby in the care of my former foster mother, who's been doing this to me ever since I had my first child with the first 2 children that I had. But since I've been doing my study and my research on them, I've gotten a lot of intuition and evidence upon what they've been doing. It hasn't been only been doing it to me. They did it to my other family members and my family, like my cousins, and they did it to them as well, took their babies. And when they mentioned this in court, they tried to say that I do benzos, pills, and things like that. And I told my attorney that I had at the time that I've never done any type of narcotics or any kind of drugs or anything like that. I just had a drinking problem. I said, you could check my medical history and my toxicologies. I've been in treatment for about almost 8 years. It never showed any type of narcotics in my system. So when she did that research, she had to go back to court to tell the judge that was given to her in the hospital and that I deserve to have my baby back. And the judge still said no. I'm sorry, ma'am. You're
I'm
still on
muted. I'm
mute.
sorry. That's just insane. They try to do some of the similar things, say that I'm on all these drugs when I took their hair follicle test and it came back negative for all these
Yeah.
hard drugs. I mean, yes, there was marijuana in my system, but I told them that prior to going in. And then I had a medical card. So they didn't find anything else, but consistently want to say that I'm on all these hard drugs, that I'm using all this, consistently want to say it and used it against me because I didn't jump I didn't say how high when they said jump, when they
Right.
first ordered me to take a hair follicle, so I don't understand, like they should not be able to do this. And I heard something where they are changing that because if they are saying that if they're using your addictions against you, saying that, well, we'll think you'll use again, like DFS, CPS, whatever you want to call them, that's a violation of your HIPAA rights, that they can't do that, that you can file something with the DOJ.
Yes, you have to
paperwork.
file a
Yeah, that's what it was called. I couldn't remember HIPAA rights. That's right.
what's it called?
Yeah, that they're violating
You
your
have to
HIPAA
file
rights.
a complaint against the hospital. I had tried to do that. I
Well,
called
no,
every
CPS. If
single law
CPS is using
office.
your addiction against you in these cases, you can file with the DOJ against them to look into that. because it's a violation to your HIPAA rights. They cannot do this. I was just learning about this like yesterday. So I'm really new to the information. So I don't have much of the information, but I know this is happening, that you can do this. If they say that, well, we're not giving your kid back because we're afraid you're going to use again, that's a violation of your HIPAA rights.
Well,
But
also,
I don't use, that was just that night, you
No,
know.
I'm just saying if they try to use that against you,
because I feel
file
like
against them.
alcohol is
But-
legal. People
No,
drink alcohol
the fact that they use that to go
occasions.
after you, you can use that. You can go after them criminally, is what she's saying for that.
Yeah, that they're
as well
violating
as
your
Breaking the
HIPAA
law.
rights by
They're
doing
breaking the law
that. That's
after a
against the
HIPAA
law.
violation. So you can pursue a criminal investigation if you file with the DOJ on that, because they're breaking federal law doing that.
Yeah, it's a violation of
Along
HIPAA.
with that as well is that there's licensed doctors giving you this medication. One, you were
Yes.
not able to give them the consent to take it to you, so you were under
Exactly.
doctors, whatever they call it.
I would totally go after them criminally if I were you, considering what they did. I'd go after them hard for that, because that's bullshit. That's total bullshit.
I tried to call so many attorneys and law offices. They didn't want to take my case. They said, no, this is something that we don't want to participate with.
Yeah, because it's career suicide. You're gonna end up having to file, do the filing and everything on your own behalf. But I would file with the DOJ to put it on record, because what they do is gross violation of your human rights.
They're racketeering.
And
It's a
a HIPAA violation too.
It's not even career
Yep, the
suicide.
racketeering. That's proof of that.
It's racketeering. It's not even job suicide. Screw that. Who cares about their job? It's the fact that they're all racketeering.
No, but I'm saying that's why they're not going to take the case, because they know it would be suicide for them. They're not going to go against what they're part of, is what I was getting at.
Exactly. They're a part of that system. They're not going to go against their brothers, the good old boys. They're not going to go up against each other. They stick together to cover the crimes up together.
And I want to point out something, for those that don't know, the bar association, that all these lawyers are part of, it stands for British Accredited Registry. So think about that, folks. Think about that.
So, but my point that I was trying to make is the fact that how can they use something that the doctors gave her in the hospital that have the license to give a controlled substance such as benzopene, and then turn around and use it against her when she was in a hospital facility?
Right.
That makes me wonder if there's even fraud, with her medical records.
Now, didn't you say when we were talking?
There has been fraud with my medical records in the past before as well.
That's why they're doing it now, probably.
Of the year, they also tried to say that my toxicologies were positive when they weren't. I have my medical records. It says they all negative, but then in their computers, they would type up something in the hospital and it would just be for that date. And it says that my toxicology was positive, which it wasn't.
They're forging medical records is what they're doing, it sounds like.
Type of narcotic drug or something that I've never seen or heard of before, and it's just crazy that they're doing this. They've been doing this to me for a very, very long time. I'm just now realizing and studying that this is actually happening to me, and it's making other people in my community and people around me think and realize like, she's like crazy, or she takes drugs, she does this, when all in reality, I don't. This is things that they put in our hospital records and making up things about us, parents, just to keep our children. They do all this just to take our babies from us. They do all this just to take our children from us.
Alter your medical records, which is a HIPAA violation, and there's another violation. Probably the code of ethics or something, along with their policies. I definitely look into what their policies are and their HIPAA. Just the fact that they're trying to use something that was given to you in a facility where you weren't even able to give consent, that should be a red flag right there.
Yeah, they really target me hard. Like they follow me to work. They watch me just to find a way to plot against me. It's like a constant thing that I'm just trying to live a normal life, but they won't really allow me to, because They know that I'm married, and they know that I'm capable to still have children. And they know that I know the law, and they know that they can't keep forcing it on me, because I already know that you're already forcing these drugs in my body, and not knowing if I'm allergic to it, not knowing how it can affect me. But they don't really care about that. They always said that they want me gone, or they want me out. I've had threats from the police, things like that, that they want me out because they want to keep my children. They did the same thing to my mom when I was 7 years old. They've been doing it to her, and they finally murdered her in the hospital with some type of medication, but I don't really remember what kind it was because I was 7 years old. But they were able to get to her. And I'm just not going to allow them to do that to me, because I'm trying to be here as long as I can, so that when my children get older, I can be able to tell them what's going on in the system, because they need to know. They need to know that this is actually going on. They need to know that parental alienation is abuse, and that it's not our faults. But they're going to brainwash our children to try to make them believe that we are these criminals and bad people and drug addicts and things like that, when all in actuality, we're not. So my case been open for about 5 months now. And with my first daughter, they had CPR my rights for my daughter when they found out that I had my son in January. And my case for my daughter was open for 7 years. And they found out that I was pregnant in January, and they TPR my rights in March of this year, because they found out that I was pregnant. So if they never found out that I was pregnant, they would have never had the chance to TPR my rights, nor they would have never had the chance to target me and take my baby from me. So now I'm just representing my case in court, and filing these civil suits in civil court, so that I can be the one that's defending my children and myself, because I can't trust the lawyers, the advocates. They're all working together. So I have to represent myself. I don't think I'd ever be able to. I can't afford a lawyer, but I know they're not working on my side. They're going to be biased against me. So I can't plan with anyone who's going to be biased against me. So I feel like this is a case that I'm going to win for my newborn that's there now for 5 months. But because it's me and my husband fighting for him together. So we're going to be able to get him home. And like I said before, I am still sober. I haven't had a drink ever since that day. I haven't been around anyone to even have drinks. I'm not thinking about drinking alcohol because I've been so busy studying and work and things like that. So it's not something that I'm really thinking about doing. Plus, it's against my religion. I'm not even supposed to be drinking alcohol.
Well, this is something that is inspiring, and you amaze me because of the fact that you were a child and you saw it from a child's point of view. You saw it from an adolescent to an adult, and now you're here to speak in all of these areas. And what a wonderful perspective that you give us. Thank you for your courage. I really, this is, because you always wonder about it from the child's perspective.
Yeah.
We really. I'll come on camera for a second, just because I think it's kind of rude that if I'm going to say something, But thank you for being something that I can have a better perspective now, because you experienced it, and I can feel, that of empathy. It's like
the foster care system is not the best place for children. It wasn't the best place for me. I guess it's different for every children who are adopted by different races of foster parents. But for me, it wasn't the best, nor for my brother because me and my brother was in the foster care system together. We were never separated, but they treated my brother worse than they treated me. And like I said, they treat us like adults, and the abuse we have to go through and the molestation, you know, it's crazy that I'm still here. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe that I'm still alive. I'm just so, happy to be here, because there's so many situations me and my brother in that we could have died, but we still survived. And we're still surviving. I feel like my brother is more still brainwashed. He, because, they brainwash us from childhood. And now he's more brainwashed as a police officer, because now he's doing it to other children and not realizing that that's exactly what that was done to him as a child as well. And now he's doing it to children, but he can't see it because he's so neo-colonialized that and colonized in that group that he can't see it. And I tried to explain it to him, and he keeps saying that I'm crazy. And I'm like, bro, you always sound crazy when the truth comes out, like, and he will never see it, but that's what happens. Some of the foster some of the foster children, they do wake up from it, but some of them just stay automatically brainwashed into it. But I wasn't going to take their side. I wasn't going to join their gangs or their communities or anything like that. I just said that I have to fight for what happened to me in my past, because there are no statutes for limitations for suing for abuse. It is your civil right from a childhood. There's been plenty of foster care system cases where adults have grown up and they filed lawsuits against the foster care agencies, the foster care systems, and the judges and things like that. So, I still have a chance to fight for my rights growing up, even though nobody else did it. I'm going to do that for myself as well as my children. My goal is to become a civil rights lawyer for children, so that
wonderful.
Because I think it's so unfair that how can you be so abusive to someone that's so pure? They're just children. They're innocent. I can't see, even though they're not my children, I just don't understand, like, how can you just be so evil, like so narcissistic, abusive towards children? It's not fair. Somebody has to stand up for them.
Yeah, we should protect children even if they're not our own. We should protect all children.
Like they say, it takes a village to raise a child. So we must all do it together, find a way.
It's going to take a village to go and take our children back that were taken from us, right?
Yes.
And
Comrade,
get justice.
Community.
And get Comrade Valentine. There's so many of us that, it's like increasing in numbers by the minute. We're getting the truth out there, and nobody should have to be alone, because they make you feel like that, don't you? When you say, like, they alienate you, they keep you from family. That's good that they kept you and your brother together, so that way you had some familiarity to, like, your family of origin and that aspect.
But the crazy thing, when we were together, we were with our mother's family members. Like, we went from state to state to family member house to family member house, but they all treated us like shit because they hated our mother.
Okay.
They hated her so much, because at her funeral, I remember my uncle saying, "I'm so happy Geraldo is gone now. We don't have to deal with her bullshit anymore." I still remember exactly what he said. I remember everything they were saying about her. They were just so jealous of her and tired of the fact that she was so good at what she does.
What she did? What can you remember that
and she also filed lawsuits against them for the removal of me and my brother. So that made them even more mad, because my mother was a professional seamstress, and she used to sew for a lot of politicians in New York City and pastors and in churches and things like that. She did a lot of suits and stuff like that. She was very, very good at doing that.
So she tried to do better and good for humanity, and
Yeah.
got attacked for that. Okay.
Yeah. Even though she was an immigrant here, she still found a way to survive and maintain, to take care of me and my brother. But they were so jealous of her because so many of her other family members were back home. So many of them weren't able to come here, and she didn't really support them as much as they expected her to, because it's hard living in New York City. It's very expensive to live here. And because she didn't do what they expected, and they were so jealous of her, and the fact that she filed the civil lawsuits, they had to get her out. So they did it by taking her to a hospital. They tried to make it seem like she was sick or she was dying. And then they called me and my brother the next morning and said that she died in the hospital. When I know that they just gave her something to die, because my grandmother recently died 2 years ago and they did the same thing to her. And they were asking me to send the money to overseas, because in back home, medical hospital things you have to pay. So I feel like they used me to buy the medication that they wanted to sedate her with, and it killed her, when they could have just take care of her until she died on her own.
It sounds to me like it has been a generational thing. It went from your grandmother to your mother, an attempt to you.
Yeah, now it's but it's like I've been dodging them.
Right, but the thing is though,
I've been dodging them. The God is like, no, that's my child. No, she's not done yet.
Right. The Lord's like, I ain't ready for her to go yet. Okay. Can I, Dottie, can you, I think we can relate to this. I sure can.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like a generational curse that she's got to work through and heal through this lifetime and, deal with. I mean, I know that's kind of like what it looks like for me. That's what it's, what I've been discovering going through this, that this has been generational. This is deeper than that I need to heal, that I need to go in.
Especially if change. Dottie, especially if you have any lawsuits going on, they're definitely going to retaliate.
Oh, they've already retaliated against me. I've been
3 years
retaliated
now.
on.
I have this lawsuit going on for 3 years now, and they've been retaliating, and I just, ignore them, carry my pepper spray, and try to be the bigger person as much as I can to protect myself.
They kidnapped me and locked me up for a couple of weeks, and I'm out on a $75,000 cash only bond. So, if anything happens, I'm back in jail sitting till they decide to have this trial.
Tell them what they wanted to do. They wanted to give you they wanted you to waive your jury trial.
For a judge trial.
You think?
Yeah. But my charge is tampering with a judge. So why would I want a judge trial? I think I'll pass. So, but I think they have to ask that. I think that's something that they have to ask. By law. If you want to waive your right to a jury, I think that's a question they have to ask. But I mean,
you have a right to answer that if you want a jury there or not.
Right. Yeah, and then you have to file to demand one or something, don't you?
The judge automatically asks you.
Well, I've always seen those demand for a jury trial. I filed one in my family case, a demand for jury trial. I didn't get it, but I did do it. They should have gave me a jury trial, especially since the fact that I asked for one. But we're talking about.
Why would you ask a judge trial on the same judges that you're?
It's good to have a jury.
Yeah. Well,
it's good to have a jury.
I'll get a jury with this criminal trial. You want a jury, they can't. that's what's wrong with the family
Or
court. That's
mothers.
part of what's wrong with the family court, that there isn't a jury. There's no one to watch over. There's no one for these judges or anybody to have to answer to. They don't have a jury, so that, those, a jury keep a judge in check. They don't, they have no oversight. The discipline boards, they're all involved in this racketeering that they're doing, at the trauma of our children. Like, they traumatize them. It's all to generate money. And there's nobody to say what they're doing is wrong or not. So until we start getting some control back over our courtrooms, we're not gonna see any change in the family system with what they're doing. And one way to get, control back over our courtrooms is to have people in our courtrooms. Like, we need people in them. Like, people should not go to court. Like, you should never go to court by yourself. You should have 100 people with you. You guys are talking about that village. That's where the village, in my opinion, needs to be, is in these courtrooms, because then there's somebody there to check them. No, wait a minute, because then they work for us. We are the boss. We have to be there. So, like, nobody should go into these cases without 100 people. It reminds me of this video that I found of the AFCC at one of their lunch and learns when they were intimidating a client. They showed up at the courthouse, 30 of them in the courtroom to intimidate. That's what we need to do. That's how we should be going into all these court hearings that we go to.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're really
Hi.
pretty much. Hi, Desiree.
Oh,
Hi, Miss
it's so
Martin.
beautiful. Hi.
Hello.
Oh my God.
You're pretty much able to have anyone you want to have come with you to court. It is your right.
No, but I'm saying we need to team up as a village. Like when you guys were saying it takes a village to protect these children. That's how we're going to start being able to make some changes, as we start as a village going into these court hearings. Like, everybody, don't let any mom go into a court hearing alone, or any dad. Like that.
Yeah. When I go to court for family court and advocate for these parents in family court, the judge always asks them if they want me to leave, and then the parent would say no, and the judge would complain, and well, we don't need her presence here. And then the parents still have to argue back and forth with the judge and say, well, I want her here, your honor. It is my right. It is my constitutional right that I can have whoever I want in the courtroom. I tell my parents to say that when they're in court, and because the judge will always ask you, even though they are uncomfortable with you not having anyone there, you still have the right to argue back and forth with the judge and tell the judge that you want your people here, you want your advocate here, you want your organization here to represent you, because you will be arguing with the judge back and forth until she has no choice but to give up.
Yeah, but imagine if they got to do that 99 more times with 99 more people. Eventually they just start complying to the rules, because people are watching. Because he don't want you there because you're watching. He don't want to be watching. He don't want people knowing what they're doing. They don't want people to figure this out.
Yes. Because if the parent have witnesses there, then it compromises them. It's a interest of conflict for them.
Right, because then they can't do their back court. They're colluding. They're racketeering as well. They have to. Right now, they're so.
That is a witness that can come in court and testify in court for that parent in a trial or against a judge, and they don't want that.
No, they don't.
But the way we can go against them together is also suing the judges. There's many ways and forms to take control of the courts by suing these judges, because if one person does it, then it won't be enough. It has to be many of us doing it.
Right. No, I agree.
We have to go against them all at once so they can see that we're not playing. That's how I learned this from a woman that I know, Letitia Thompson. She sued 5 judges, and they retaliated against her, tried to kill her, but she survived it, and she was able to get her children back.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
it
that's
was just
awesome.
such an amazing story. And she's the
Yeah,
one that
that's
told me
awesome.
that that is the only way you will ever get your children back. You have to sue the judge.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do now. I'm trying to write papers to do that.
You have to sue the judge, and she's I'm trying to get more insight on her. I just do know that there's a certain court that's mainly for judges that we have to go to fight the judges.
In Washington,
There's one in
it's
there's
the five
three
of
of
them.
them.
3 of them. I thought it was 5. I think I know what you're speaking about.
There's one in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah,
I
and
believe.
there's one in Washington, or no, ours is in the Virgin Island, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I do know what you're speing of. And
Yeah,
there
yeah.
is only a few of them, and it's when they split the union. I don't know. I just found this information yesterday, so
Yeah.
but I do know what you're speaking about. And they're placed and they're kept quiet, so nobody knows about them.
Yeah, that's the only way we can take them down. We have to go to where they are and let them know and take them down that way. Go to their courts. Civil courts won't help us. Supreme Court won't help us. Higher courts won't help us. It has to be their specific court, judges' court territory, because they are in our territory. So we have to go in their territory to take them down as they come to our territory and try to take us down.
Can you explain that a little bit more about the territory court?
I haven't really been inside or been there, but I do know that the territorial court is where the you file the legal forms against the judges, like the legal complaints, the lawsuits, so many things you can complain about to the bar association in that courthouse, because that is the courthouse for the judges, because that is their territory. That's like their home.
So their secret courthouse that people don't know about, where they can file these complaints about them.
Exactly, because they think that we don't know. Only someone we would know, like a family member, would tell us about it. That is in law enforcement, that is in the court, with lawyers and things like that. Only those are the kind of people that would know. We wouldn't. Society, most of the people in society wouldn't know about it, because they're not connected to those people. This was kept a secret because I think something with Lincoln and his boys created this. I got to look into it. Created this courthouse.
Okay.
Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln, was it like
Abraham Lincoln,
at the Battle of Gettysburg, right there right before when he did the redo of the Declaration of Independence?
Yes.
Okay, yep, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember that detail. Yep.
Yes, exactly. And that's when they created that courthouse. But not many people know about that history, and they hid it from us. But it's there.
Wow. So maybe
it's there. And the other one for the civil lawsuits is in Washington, D.C. It's the red building next to the White House. I've seen it. Yeah. When I've been to D.C. That's another one we have to go to together. We support each other. We help each other out.
You're absolutely right. No, I can confirm that too, because when I went to DC for the May rally, for the family rights rally, my buddy, I initial plan, I was supposed to drop off some documents on my buddy's behalf, to one of those places for I think it was to one. I wasn't specifically the building you're talking about, but it was another area, and because he has he was part of a. Yeah. So I didn't ever end up getting to do that because my flight was delayed and I was late. I barely made it to the rally on time, but that was the plan. I was supposed to go drop off these documents for him to a certain person, and that where it works there, that he knew high up. So I was like, but it never ended up doing that. So because of the flight being delayed. But yeah, that's she's right about that. For the civil lawsuits, that building, you guys, I can confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, we gotta go there, guys. We gotta do this. like a village.
We'll call it
Like that saying, it takes a village, right? To raise
Yeah.
a kid, it takes a village. Yeah.
No,
Takes a
we're
village.
not. We're not quoting Miss Clinton, okay?
Yes, that's correct. We're quoting the other thing. It takes a village. This is a fight for kids, man. We're fighting for these kids. And it takes a village, doesn't it?
It's
Yes.
revolution for our children. This isn't let's take a village. No. It takes loving parents to raise a child. It takes a loving family. It takes nurturing. It takes.
Yeah, Hillary would say.
Yeah, I don't
"Let's take
think
a
it
village."
would be. I don't think it would be safe for us to travel to these places alone because we are being targeted and followed, and they could find ways to cause accidents and retaliate while in the process of doing so.
While
kind of-
hiding it.
Yeah, I kind of expected a retaliation over the next 2 weeks, and I believe it's happening. Because I went to that thing, the capacity building conference.
You went. How did
I
that go?
Well, I was successful in stirring shit up like usual. Quite well.
That's Desiree for us. She's great at that.
I am great at making everybody stop and think and question their reality. So yeah, that's what I did. And I had the upper management butt into another manager explaining stuff away to me and tell me that they were looking into my questions and will get back to me. And of course, after that, they made my account invalidated. They kicked me out. They have no idea how I got in, I guess.
Wow, so brave.
Oh, well, it's stuff that needs to be asked because it's so true. None of the definitions they use and teach are any of the general population definitions, number one. I mean, just the basics.
Right.
We have real quick. We have a new attendee on here. I'm not. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but why don't you come on camera and introduce yourself briefly? AOUCE. Anyways, go ahead. Continue. We'll wait.
Or if they're camera shy, if they just want to say hi.
They don't have to come on camera if they're not comfortable. That's fine. I just wanted to know who it was. That's all.
Okay, I believe it's my friend.
Okay, that's what I was asking. I was just trying to confirm that with you. I didn't know who it was. That's why because I know Johnny's got Jonathan coming on tonight too, and probably a couple other people from his group.
I think it's my person. Let me confirm.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, comrade.
So
I believe it was Miss Martins that was talking.
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys because you were having a conversation. Is what I meant.
Yeah,
I can
she
yap
went to
forever.
the-
You guys cut me off anytime you need to because I can just go on
Convention.
and on and on with this stuff. You guys, I can go on.
No,
and
it's
on.
good stuff. We love it. We love it.
But I am giving you stuff that nobody else will.
You're giving us valuable intel, Desiree.
Yeah. So the capacity building is where it stems. That was confirmed last week. It is exactly where I thought where the problem is and stems from. Now, these are the people that distribute training manuals and teach the social workers and the judges across the country. This is them. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's it. That's them. So it is sourced there that the issue happens that it's not Congress because Congress doesn't have time to translate definitions that are simple. I mean, when we all say at risk, we all believe that means a child will be harmed. It's really that simple. We think when you say at risk, a child will be harmed is the definition. That is not the definition.
Well, what is the definition then?
Well, it depends on who you talk to. If you talk to the LA City Council supervisor, it means at risk of being poor. But if you talk to the capacity building, risk is the determined statistical value based on those deemed to have abused, maltreated their children the prior year. And we all know that's based off of preponderance and hearsay from the social worker initially. So it's all just fictitious type of statistics. It's hard to explain shortly, but it's basically bullshit. It doesn't mean.
So basically, what is it? I mean, it sounds like to me it's similar to what they're doing with changing definitions, like with these other the CDC and stuff, and Like it sounds like it's part of the same problem. Like they're using different. It's weird. Like, but it just kind of seems fishy to me. Why are they doing that? Why isn't there now one clear set definition?
Because that's a Russian communist Nazi tactic. That's what they do.
Okay.
That's
Thank
just
you.
an easy
That's
route
good
to
for our
go.
viewers to know. They need to know that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
kind of like the situation then, what we have going on with the powers that be at the moment. I think with all the tyranny that they've been trying to implement, in my opinion.
It's exactly what we're dealing with, like we thought. It is China, it is Russia. It's exactly like they said. But
Yeah,
it's
no, that's what I figured, because that's what I was seeing too, just from the research and the and then the stuff I've been digging up. It definitely points to both.
yeah, but it's worse than we thought. So
Right. No, oh yeah, no, trust me. When I first got activated, like when I first discovered that documentary, man, yeah, it's so much worse than we imagined. But also the good side about that is now they're not hiding it anymore, which means we can prove it.
they're not hiding it at all.
No, exactly. It's right out there for everybody to find. They're not hiding it at all whatsoever, folks. That means we have the proof out there to fucking take them down.
That's right. It is out there. They are saying straight up, we want to touch every family. It doesn't matter if it's the child or the parent or the uncle or the sister, brother, or even a family that doesn't need us. We want to touch every family. They make it very clear.
So no
Definitely.
children, no child is safe at all. There's nothing in
That's right.
in all reality, in all technicality. Let's just set all the legalities and moralities aside. There's nothing that's put forth to protect our children but us. We are it.
Does anybody have anybody on the roundtable tonight have any questions they want to ask Comrade Torres? Anybody? Jessica, you have any questions you want to ask her about her story?
No, not really. I mean, I've seen it a million times. The drinking thing, it aggravates me that they're allowing drinking to be legal and then charging people for it.
Oh no,
A lot
that's
of people.
ridiculous.
And we're not the few, we're the many. It's like we used to think we were the few, but now I think we realize we're not the few.
We are the many.
Yeah. They're the ones that are the few now because they've done it to so many people that are innocent.
What's scary, I want to comment on the fact that they're making a plant that God made illegal. That's like saying that God made a mistake. But they've made all of these harmful things such as alcohol, the stuff that they put in food, the additives, the preservatives. That's okay though.
And it's so crazy. I'm not a violent person. I don't abuse people nor children. I don't have any record of it. I just used to like drinking at the time. They never reported anything about my behavior with drinking or me acting a certain way or anything in the reports. I read all the reports, all the DIRs, all that. Doesn't say anything. It just says intoxication. That's it. Alcohol level, and that's it.
And really, it's none of their business. I mean, come on.
That's all it says. That's not enough to take anybody's shot. I couldn't understand if you put something like, oh, I was acting belligerent or I was cursing and I got into a fight with someone, or I was being delusional or crazy, or I threatened myself or threatened to kill someone. None of that is in any of the reports.
But that's a reason to take anybody's kids. I don't think there's any really, I mean, you have to have a really messed up way of doing things, or you have to be really messed up to get your kids taken. I don't think any of those things, I mean, unless you're threatening to kill people.
Most people
even
think.
that, I don't think any of those things are valid reasons. There's no reason people should be getting their kids taken.
I have a question. What did they do to help you? What kind of resources do they give you? Did they give you counseling? Did they give you?
So now they just, after I completed the right before my son was taken, I already completed my drug treatment program. I did a 90-day assessment drug treatment program, and all my toxicologies were negative. And as soon as they came back in, because of that one day, I'm now back into a drug treatment program again. I just
No,
go
I'm
to
wondering,
groups
And
3
they're all
times
about
a
for
week.
your,
They
your
take toxicologies randomly, and that's about it. I'm just doing the same thing all over again that I just did.
okay. What I'm asking is for your mental health through like such as like some kind of treatment, like not, I'm not talking about drugging, alcohol.
I've had mental health treatment before, but I necessarily don't need it anymore. After I just seen the psychiatrist, I believe last week. I seen the psych last week Friday, actually. Yeah, last week Friday I saw her. She said I didn't need any treatment. I didn't need any medication. She realized that, she did my history of my treatments back from 2017. She noticed that some of my hospital records were tampered with, and she stated to me that you don't need any. You seem like you're clear-headed now. You seem smart. She said it doesn't seem like I need to prescribe you anything. And she couldn't diagnose me with anything because there was nothing to diagnose me with. And she said that she doesn't know the next time she's going to see me because there was necessarily nothing to, diagnose me with or any medication to give me.
I'm just concerned. What I'm wondering is if this seems like a pattern with the youth and the kids growing up in the foster care system. They provoke the certain behaviors, but they don't do anything to treat them, so they're untreated into adulthood, and then they want to capitalize on all of that. Which, if it takes a lot less money to to nurture our children like we were doing, and we have the constitutional right. We are the only ones that have the right to our children. We were doing just fine until their intervention, and it seemed like they didn't do anything to help you in those stages where it could have. I mean, the way that you've turned out, you're a miracle. You are an absolute. I mean, you are hope for me, and you're hope for other people.
Isn't she
That you are
great?
still standing.
She is. She's such a fighter. Such a fighter. I love that about her.
I've had mental issues. I don't call them mental issues. I just call it me grieving for my mom, because after 7 years old, after I lost my mom, it was kind of hard for me to take it all in and grieving with it. So I did have some suicidal attempts, but they never got me. My foster family never got me any treatment for it or anything like that up until 2015 was when I actually I was 23 years old. I started getting treatment for it. And I was seeing a psychiatrist. They were giving me meds that just made me very slow and tired all the time. Like I wasn't able to function normally like a person. And after a while, I just was like, I don't really need this stuff. I need to go back to school. Like, I don't need this stuff. But I found a report right here that the hospital records gave me. I just want to read it out real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
It says April 26, 2022, dispatched to residents for an intoxication. On arrival, the 61st and 33rd precinct on scene. 30-year-old female found sitting on couch, visibly upset. As per family, they have not seen patient in 10 years. Patient showed up at door with 3-month-old baby, attempted to leave the child on doorstep when family confronted. Patient stated they were going to get food. Patient came back under the influence of alcohol. As per family, has smelled alcohol on her breath. Patient has a history of psych and was acting irrational and off. Patient tried to take child. Family called 911 as patient did not seem capable to care for child. Family agreed to care for child, but did not want the patient in the home. Patient has been off psych meds, Seroquel, for 2 years. Patient was unable to answer questions when asked and exhibiting signs of paranoia and delusions. Refused to leave family member's house, refused vitals. The 61st precinct escorted the patient in walking to ambulance and to the hospital, monitored patient without change in status. On arrival to hospital, the patient walked into the bed, sat on the bed while waiting to give report, became verbally abusive to staff, and patient report given in care and transferred to the triage.
I didn't hear anything really illegal there. All I heard
Yeah,
was
Right.
bad behavior. You know what? Fuck you, communists. I mean,
Those are allegations.
really-
They're not even, substantiated claims.
I was
And
just
that's
sitting
the
there,
problem.
I was just sitting there on the couch, like, why is the police here? I'm sitting on the couch crying, like, why is the police here? I didn't even do anything. That's why I was visibly upset. I was sitting there quiet and crying. Like, I can't believe this is about to happen to me again. This is my third child,
When we were doing it, the first one we were talking before, didn't you say you didn't really want to go back to that house again?
Yeah, I never went. I don't even know why I went there. It has been 12 years. I don't even know why
something triggered that mental that you blocked, because we have our brain's amazing how it's wired.
It tends to block trauma.
We can have like dementia within our certain parts of our brains that are affected. Like that's why we have repressed memories. And, possibly you could have, and I have unresolved grief like twice. So, I'm having a hard time dealing with it. So I can imagine what it would be like being a child, not being able to grieve over a loss of a parent, because when somebody dies that we're close to, parts of us go with them.
Yeah,
So I feel in me, you can't just put your grievances on hold, and I'm working through that myself. And I just, I have all these different emotions that I'm experiencing because they kind of grow bigger.
Oh, you're cutting out there.
You're
breaking up. Would you go back to the last 10 seconds and repeat that for us, please?
Okay, what I was saying that a lot of times we have repressed memories, and that's similar to, we think that we could deal with the grievance when it's convenient for us, but that's not the case, because it could happen in different places where there's different parts that can trigger your brain, such as a smell or a taste or a touch of something. And it immediately takes you back to that moment. Where you hear a song, they say music is the best time machine. It takes you back 1980. Prince, Little Red Corvette. I can remember exactly what I was doing when I first heard that song. So anything that you have connections to, it re-triggers, and you don't even realize this.
Yeah. I was in that foster home since I was 3 years old. I didn't even know they were even going to be there. I was like, when they opened the door for me and the baby, I couldn't believe that they were still there. It's been over 30 years. They still live there.
Was it surreal, like you were walking into kind of like a dream kind of thing?
Yeah,
it was.
I didn't even think they were gonna be there, and for them to actually, I was in kind of shock. I was just almost so happy to see them. I hugged everybody. I started crying. I was just so emotional, to actually see that they were, still here. And then my foster mom, she's in her 80s now. She's so old, because she's walking in a walker now. And I was just I can't believe you guys are still here. That's why the report says it's been over 12 years. I ran away from there when I was 15 years old. I ran away from the foster care house, and the police escorted me to a youth shelter in Manhattan called the Covenant House. And I stayed there till I was able to leave, you know, because they wasn't allowing me to leave the foster house, but I still managed, because the police was so tired of me calling them for all the abuse, and they never took any police reports for the abuse. And they was just like, I begged them, like, I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay in this house anymore. Please just get me out of here. Y'all not doing nothing. Every time I call, y'all just come here and y'all telling me to calm down. After she done beat the shit out of me with an iron and broomstick and shoes, and y'all just gonna leave me here. And I just was like, they was just like, okay, we're just gonna take you to the View shelter. And that's where they took me to. I was finally able to get out of there, and I haven't went back ever since. I don't even know why I went back there with my baby. I should have known that I wouldn't even think that they were gonna do that. But I should have known, because they had me as a foster child, and they were the reason why my other two children were taken too. Because when I asked my foster mom to come pick up my daughter from the hospital, they gave me 72 hours for someone to come pick her up, which she was removed from me due to intoxication in the same hospital as well. She said she was coming to pick her up, but she never came to pick up my daughter at that time. So it's like the same thing, deja vu, happened again with my newborn baby.
It's because familiar is friendly. Yes, if that makes sense. Familiar is friendly, regardless of the manner we have it in. For example, and it's for all humans, anything alive. A dog, you could beat a dog every day, all day, but the minute it sees you after you've been gone, it'll still wag its tail for an abusive owner. Humans are very much like that too. Familiar becomes friendly. And when you have a child, you get back to your basics, and your hormones are all over the place and kicking. So it's going to bring you to where you're going to want familiar. You're going to want love. You're going to want familiar, because you're experiencing something important that is magical. And the only thing familiar for you is that place. So don't blame yourself. It's very natural. It's not anything crazy. It's very natural.
Yeah, it's the chemical imbalance from the hormones, like Desiree is saying. Yeah, she's absolutely right on that. It's, that's to be expected.
And also there may have been some time back in that house at one time that maybe things were good that you hold on to, but like there's so much more bad, but you hold on to that one good thing, and maybe that's also, I'm just speaking from experience myself, and or the connection. That's the only connection that you have, that you feel, even though. And I think that leaves a lot of children in the system. Once they get to a certain age, it's like they dump them out. Like, you're on your own now, bud. We didn't give you any life skills. We didn't teach you any kind of how to, interact with humans or be.
Yeah, none of that.
You know what I mean? Like, you learned all this on your own.
Exactly.
And look at you. I mean,
I wasn't one of those normal children where I come home from school and they help me with my homework or anything that,
And their parents like me, like Dottie, like Jessica, I can't remember, Goddess Crater or whatever, Craters or something. Sorry, your name.
Goddess Kratos, aka Desiree.
Not a gamer.
Okay, Crater, I call you Crater. Instead of, there's people like us fighting to read to our kids, to hug our kids one more time, to kiss our kids before they go to bed, that are fighting. There's videos that we find that our kids are singing "Oh Mother Hubbard" into the cupboard. They're doing their own news podcast on weather, and it's raining cats and dogs coming from the sky. Come and get one. We show our kids creativity and what it's like to be loved. For them to get thrown in the pits of hell.
Yes, absolutely.
And you climbed your way out. You are an example of a miracle. I mean, girl, your light is so bright that I bet you really scare these mothers.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, they're like, when they see me, they just stare, like they're shocked, like, oh my God, she's actually doing this. Like, I'm not scared to speak up. I'm fighting back. I'm not scared. Sorry.
I think we all have that in common.
Then,
she has no other option.
I was completely silent.
I drank when I was after my sister died. I drank and I had my kids. I drank for a little bit. I binge drank.
They used to tell parents to drink. They used to tell people to drink, so they need to shut up. Government really needs to shut up about
that. They do.
What do you mean you had your kids, Miss Durham?
I mean, I had, like, when I had my babies, I had them before my sister stole them, and I actually drank when I had them a couple times. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie or anything. I probably shouldn't have drank, but I had just lost my sister. It was a really hard time, and it helped me at the time. To be
honest, I don't see anything wrong with it, unless, you know, drinking gets you in a violent way,
right?
You know, and using. It's normal for adults to do that occasionally, as long as they're not abusing it. You know, there's plenty of parents who do it at family functions. There's kids running around, barbecues.
The thing I find wrong,
functions, family reunions, Thanksgiving, everybody's drinking.
Like, if you're rich at a family barbecue.
That's the only thing I find a problem is the fact that there's women on this panel trying to defend what they have done as an adult. Like, who do we?
Right? Who has to do that?
Why are we? What? You don't have to explain to me. You don't have to explain that shit to me. You know, you're a grown woman, and that's no reason to take your kids from them. That's where the programming has been put into society from them, that they get these people thinking, oh, it's me. Oh my God, they're being apologetic for being an adult and making decisions on their own. Yes.
Exactly. And
that is a huge problem.
It is a huge problem, absolutely. And like, just remember, folks, you know, our country was founded on our forefathers who had their own breweries and, you know, their own, you know, did you know the Constitution was written on hemp paper? Okay, folks, so think about that. They're freaking hypocrites.
But what gets me is that legal. And that there's more deaths from alcohol related.
You're breaking up, Jen. You're breaking up.
Yeah, go back to start over. Go back over and start over. There we go.
Okay, sorry. I'm like trying to hold my camera up and my phone up.
It's good now.
What gets me is the fact that they made alcohol legal, and there's more alcohol related deaths than marijuana. How many marijuana deaths have you read about?
None.
Not a single one.
It's actually legal in New York City now.
Well, you know what? That cannabis has been known as the beast.
It's legal here too. No, since 2017, it's been legal in Vegas.
It's legal in New York, but they're still taking people's kids for it. I found
out. Oh yeah. That doesn't make no sense.
They told me they just took his brother's kids because he popped positive on a marijuana test. I said, they can't even arrest you for that.
No, and it's been legal. It's been illegal throughout the world, but then once the big
that don't even make any sense.
Medicational people that that we go and get our pharmaceutical shit from, that make us sick and make us sicker, and then we got to take something to counteract the sickness, and then we got to take, before we know it, we're taking 15 medications, but then they don't treat any of the symptoms. They just make the other ones,
Right. So they don't ever treat the real issue. They just and that's the symptoms.
They manipulate it by enforcing it to make it worse. That's why it took me so long to get better from drinking alcohol, because they would constantly throw the rape of my daughter's case in my face in family court. The caseworkers would do it.
Oh my God.
And they also found the rapist to come to family court and threw it in my face by giving him custody of my daughter.
Wow.
Oh my God.
And they knew they knew that I was raped because they kept on calling my daughter a rape product. The attorneys were calling my daughter a rape product. They didn't even call her.
What? Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
They didn't try to help me. They didn't help me with no resources, no treatment for anything. They just found ways to manipulate me with it, which caused me to drink even more. It was so hard. I used to go to the visits with a pint of liquor in my hand, and the CPS worker would still let me do the visit with my daughter. She was just supervising us while I was drinking alcohol at the foster care agency. That's how bad my drinking was. And I didn't even notice.
But people need to realize that people don't do drinking, don't do drugs, and don't drink
because
they do it to escape the reality and the pain.
How the hell
and trauma, the trauma too.
How the hell y'all even find him? When he came to the agency to have a visit with my daughter, I just went up to him. I slapped him so hard he started bleeding from his face. They called the police on me. I ended up getting arrested. I was in prison for like 3 days only, but it's just like, how the hell y'all find him? I didn't even tell y'all anything. I just told you that I was raped. That was it. This is
they went out of their way to find him.
This is why I have a drinking problem, because they asked me, why can I not stop drinking? Why are you drinking? I had my daughter for 9 months drinking. She's fine until I got caught in the hospital. Hey, I was able to take care of my daughter for 9 months by myself. We live alone, and I just got caught. Hey,
that's a good question. How did they find him?
How the fuck did you guys find him? Because when I applied for welfare, I told welfare the same thing. They didn't even try to find him, because when you go apply for welfare, they ask you who's the child's father, so they could find the father to make him pay for child support. What I told them that I was raped. I don't know who he is. So how the fuck did family court find him?
21 paternity test. They're 21 and me and everybody without them knowing, aren't they?
I mean, they didn't do a paternity test because I thought that that's what was necessary, or a paternity affidavit in my state is necessary before they could look for the paternal father.
I was so pissed off. You guys don't even know. I couldn't control my emotions. I was just.
They did that to you intentionally. They made you under duress. Is what they did.
Beat the shit out of him. Like, why are you here? Why are you here? I couldn't even control myself. I did it inside the agency. My daughter was there. She saw everything. I didn't care in the moment. Like, why are you here? Why are you here?
So you never gave a name, right? You never gave a name or any of that for him?
No.
Okay, well, then there's only two options: that they did a DNA test on your child and were able to trace DNA on tech that they don't tell us about, the HHS, or
that's what somebody else told me.
Yeah.
Or they did it at the rape itself.
Yeah.
Oh man, it could be either, considering.
But I don't see any other options.
Right.
I don't see any other way.
I don't either.
I agree.
If you said that you didn't know, this sounds like they all conspired together.
Mm-hmm. They do that against these kids.
I think that cop friend of yours took you out purposely,
Yeah,
gave you a couple of drinks, and had you set up from the beginning.
I think so too. That's what it sounds like to me.
I definitely feel my intuition tells me that, because he's the one that took the baby's formula and my baby's coat and hid it in his trunk, and the police officers were asking me about it. I said it was in the car with me. I had all his stuff in the car with me. I said, and in my head, I said that he's the one that took the baby's coat and the baby's formula and put it in his trunk. That's why my aunt sent me to the supermarket to get the baby formula so they could have time to call the cops while I wasn't in the house around the baby. So when I went back with the baby formula, that's when the cops came. I'm walking in the house and the cops are in front of the house door. Like, I'm like, what's going on, Zach? Like, I'm talking to my cousin. I'm like, what's going on, Zach? It's like, I told the police officer, oh, hey, I'm Yasmin. I'm just about to leave. I'm just visiting my family. It was like, no, ma'am, you're not going anywhere. I was like, why? What's going on?
Can I ask you something? When you were growing up there, what did she have you address her as? Was it mom or aunt?
She had me address her as mom.
Mom, but then you're her aunt, and then that's the difference.
My grandmother said that was her sister, which is supposed to be my mother's aunt.
Okay, so how confusing to a child right there. I mean, just with that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
so everybody in the family really addressed her that way, because she was the mom of the family, like the old lady in the family that would cook for everybody and do all the family functions and things like that. everybody addressed her that way
She was the manipulator. She was the manipulator of the family.
She was
Yeah.
the ringleader.
Yeah, she was the ringleader. Yeah, everybody called her that. Even the other adopted kids that I was around that were my cousins that were taken from their moms as well. My other cousins had kids they were taken from, and they all came to the house that I was in. Or they went to another house that was my aunt's sister. It's like her sisters, they did it together. And they would
made a lot of money, I bet. I bet they made a lot of money.
Interesting.
Yeah, they
Interesting.
took us. I saw them take my cousins from their moms. I saw them do it, and they made my cousins turn against their moms, and their moms ended up doing crack. But I didn't, even though I was in the crack ring around crackheads and things like that, I never did it. I just sold it. Like I had to hustle and find a way to survive while I was in the shelter. So I just used to sell crack, but I never picked up a pipe and did it. So they knew I was also around that because, like I told you, my cousins are detectives and police officers. My brother is a police officer. So they always used to watch me and watch my surroundings and target me all the time. Right. They knew what areas I was in Brooklyn. They had friends in different precincts. The former police officer was also friends with my cousins because he would say things like, "Oh, well, Sean don't want you here." He didn't say it out loud. He just said it in a way that was like whispering, where I heard him say things like that. Like he would like say mean things to me.
Just loud enough to be quiet enough for like not a whole room to hear you, but loud enough for you to hear it. Right?
Yeah, loud enough for me to hear it. He would whisper things like that to me. Like, so that's how I knew he knew my family, because he was also a police officer in the precinct near my house. So he used, but I didn't really recognize him because he gained so much weight. And then after a while, after my son was taken, that's when I realized, oh shoot, I knew this guy. I knew this guy way before I met him again, you know? Because they look different when they're not in uniform, and they look different
well, you know,
when they're in their regular clothes.
Exactly. They get that badge and they're like, "Hey, I'm a badass." Who do you call when the criminals has the badge?
Yeah, that was definitely plotted against me. Like Steven said, that's what they plotted that against me. Right. They made me come to Brooklyn with the baby. That's why they agreed for me to come, and then that's what their plan was when I get there, to do the same exact tactic that they used with my daughter 7 years ago, again with me, with my newborn baby. And that's exactly what happened. And I fell for it because I was a little cloudy under their influence, but I wasn't that drunk. I really wasn't, because I wouldn't have been able to walk to the supermarket and get the baby formula and come back. Right. You know.
Comrade, so I know you said that you've been studying law as a result of this, of having to fight on your own behalf, you know, to hold these bastards accountable. Well, we have Jonathan Cross from Just Conspiracy on here. I think I'm going to let Dottie. Are you there? I'm going to let you guys go first because I want to get it while everybody's on right now, so we can get everybody to participate, and I don't want to risk like one of them losing battery or something if we wait till the third hour. So I'm going to let you guys go second, and then I'll do my segment in the last hour, if that's all right with you guys.
That's fine by me.
And you're welcome to stay on because you might learn some stuff from these guys. They got a lot of insight to provide.
Joni, are you ready to talk?
I am. Don't know how to get back on the screen though.
We see you.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't even.
Yeah, you're visible. We can see you.
Wow.
Yeah, I see you.
Okay, let's see. How's that? Oh, there we go. Hi. Now I can see me. Hey, I think JC and Monarch are on somewhere also, but I can't.
They're here. Yeah, they're here. You guys want to come on the line, JC and Monarch, and because we're going to let you guys go second so that you guys can get your portion out the way.
Thanks, Steven.
In case you guys, one of you might lose battery. I know how that goes. So let's just get you all while you're on here, while we can. So go ahead whenever you guys are ready.
Okay.
I figured it's a Journey's story, but I'm here.
It is Joni's story.
It's my story because 3 is a charm. I've been arrested 3 times already. So yeah, one of the things I'm really glad about the recent videos that John has done in sequence, which have been really good so that people could understand, what's really happening in the court. And one of the things I'm really glad about is he's taking apart the audio and explaining what's really happening in the court, because a lot of people really have had a hard time, at least people on my end, understanding what's going on. I've had some really bad remarks like, it's a good thing the judge arrested you. If I was the judge, I would arrest you. You should have just listened to him. You should have just went behind the bar and sat down.
So been complacent, huh?
Yeah, just been compliant.
Be a good girl while we steal your babies.
Right. Well, this is about her dad in a trust fund.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell him a little bit about the story, Joni?
Yeah, I can give you an elevator spiel on this one. It started back in April 1st of 2013, when at that point my mom, we call her JoJo because her handle or her email is, I found out recently, is called JoJo the Clown. So we call her JoJo. Every time I talk about my mom, I really think about you, Angie, because, you're such a good mom and you're fighting. And there's so many women out there that are fighting for their children and are not giving up. And I look at my mom and how she has been absolutely cruel and merciless and diabolical and nefarious and everything that she has done. And it's really I tell John, it's a painful experience every time I have to look through the paperwork to try to find papers that are needed. And I hear the audios, and I try to take myself and put myself aside and just kind of listen so I don't get too emotional. And I'm like, oh, I feel so sorry for that woman. What a terrible, she's gone through so much garbage. That's terrible. And then afterwards I'll sit down and cry, and I'm fine with it. Not that you'd ever be fine with it, but you got to find, a space where it doesn't devastate you to the point where you're not capable of, moving on or doing the next step. So backtracking a little bit, I really appreciate these videos that John did, because as audio or paperwork is coming out, John is going through it little by little, so people would really grasp and understand not only what is happening in my story with my dad, but also so people understand what's happening in the courts today. Because the truth is, what's ever happening to you, what's ever happening to me, people are just, they don't understand. They're next in line, because when your rights, my rights, Delilah's rights are taken, stolen, abused, everybody else's, their rights also. We don't have any rights. And John's been saying this for quite some time. And
exactly.
As we see what's happening in the courts, more and more becoming administrative, and they're becoming incredibly lawless, breaking the very law that they're supposed to uphold. It's a scary process. So here's the 101 elevator spiel. So back in April 1st of 2013, my mom did these various things. She left my dad, she emptied the house, emptied the bank accounts, took all the money that they had in hiding, all the jewels. She stole his identity, because almost 99% of papers were gone out of the house, as well as furniture and other things. And then she tried to get him an involuntary committal. And then she tried to get him arrested again. She had been funneling money out of a trust account. My dad was smart enough to create a trust, and in order to take care of my mom and my dad later in life. And we were the beneficiaries, myself and five brothers. So my mother stole the actual physical trust, and she also very nefariously set up the trustees, who happen to be ex-wives of my brothers, to go ahead and agree with her to continue to take all the finances away from my dad. So in other words, she left him in poverty. And so I took my dad in, been caring for him. My mom threatened to also throw him down a flight of stairs. She then had me arrested, saying that I threatened to kill her when I hadn't even seen her in 2 years. And it just goes on and on and on. And then what multiplies after that is the horrible problems we had with the attorneys, and how they collaborated together to continue to rob and steal property from my dad and all the money. So it's culminating up to what's happening now. Go ahead.
In total, how many lawyers did you have in total? How many have you, what?
I think we definitely had 5. Some of them were not attorney of record. So because, thank goodness, they didn't put that they were attorney of record, then they certainly were not the attorneys. And we borrowed hundreds of thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
And every last one of them colluded with the whole thing, right? With the courts, with everyone else, they kept colluding together.
Yeah, I think
lawyers.
My version of it, or my experience of this, is that it's not like they really are doing this to help JoJo. They're doing it to protect themselves, because they've broken the law so much, and they've given her ideas on what to do to arrest us, to send out through the sheriff's department, no trespassing, which means we were not allowed to go on our own trust property, including Dad, and we got arrested for it. Now, that's the second time we got arrested, but who's counting?
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Crazy. I found that because I was up to I think 8 lawyers. I found that each lawyer was still just continuing on with the narrative. Like they all knew, and they all kept colluding more and more and more, until finally it was just like, why even hire this lawyer? Why even hire a lawyer? I mean, there's no point in it.
Yeah, there's not only no point in it, but they absolutely get you in more trouble and wipe you of your finances and continue to get continuances. And all they're really doing is they make these deals. This has been my opinion, my experience, as well as helping I don't know how many people for years going through the court system, is that they make these deals behind closed doors, and then they come out in the public court and they perform.
Yes.
They pretend and perform, like a bad play of what's happening. And every time I go into court, I get more and more of an idea of seeing them as actors truly, because I know, JC always says, they're these actors, but now I can really see the performance of what they do, how they collaborate together, because really they're saving their own butt. They're perpetuating, it's called job security.
Right.
So, and they all work together. And I was speaking to a woman who used to be a prosecutor, who no longer, she couldn't take it anymore. She said that no longer would she ever call a judge your honor, after she saw so much corruption and the deals they were making and how they were letting the wrongdoers go free and innocent people, being prosecuted.
And then she said, if you're innocent, you better go get a good attorney.
Yeah, she says, I would never walk in court without an attorney, after saying everything that she did. So, there's that brainwashing still that you were talking about. That's intrinsic in our culture today. And when you walk in there without an attorney, you totally get persecuted. Like, how could you do that? You got what you deserved. And that's what I was told. You got what you deserve because you didn't get an attorney. And I said, well, you're welcome to loan me $40,000, or better yet, give me $40,000 if you have an attorney that you think that's going to help and get my dad's money and property back.
No, nobody's going to do that.
Nobody's but you weren't a criminal though until they messed with you, were you? You hadn't had any arrests or anything like that until after they messed with you, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, they
treated you like a criminal.
Exactly.
I'll show you, criminal.
Yeah, they falsely, well, they do create,
Yeah.
if we want to take that a step further in some ways, even though we
They
all
do.
have our own choice and our free will to do, they are creating in some ways criminals by getting people, and this is only the beginning because people are hopefully starting to wake up, where people are starting to think, okay, well, there's no point in going to court. This is going to happen. You're going to get screwed. I'm going to lose all my money. So
it's chaining a dog up versus letting it run free.
It's terrible. So we end up in court last month, and September 9th and 10th. And Dottie, you heard the audio, I assume, what led up to my arrest. So I'd like to hear your version of that.
Well, they wanted you to sit down and be quiet. Why didn't you listen to them, Joni? Why did you just sit down and be quiet? Why didn't you just do as you were told? Then there would be no problem. Quiet.
He said, shut up and sit down.
Yeah. Do as you're told. You're a grown woman. Why was he speaking to you like that? And you had every reason to be there as a beneficiary of the trust, there for your father to help him. It doesn't make sense, but yeah, do as you're told and there won't be any problems. But wasn't your arrest really just to get you out of the courtroom?
It was. Last time they arrested Dad, it was to get him out of the courtroom so that they could make steal, however you want to put it.
That's what they do. They made sure I was out of the courtroom when they stole my child.
Yeah, exactly.
They arrested me and had me out of the courtroom. So yes. Yeah, that's what they do. They get you with that contempt of court. They'll use that for anything, and that's how they got me. Was it contempt of court? Is what that's
criminal.
What they use. Yeah, mine too.
Criminal contempt.
Yeah, mine too. Whatever.
So John, why don't you tell us the difference between contempt of court and criminal contempt?
Civil contempt, and you just have to pay it off. Civil contempt's just a fine. Criminal contempt, and they're coercing a behavior out of you.
Mm.
So that's what criminal contempt is. Huh?
So do they decide whatever they want to give you, civil or criminal contempt? But you could be doing
criminal contempt
way,
has to be done in the presence of the court. Criminal contempt has to be done in the presence of the court.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so it's really not being a good kid and disobeying.
Not being a good slave.
Yeah.
Not being a good slave. But the good thing is the first day that we went, Tuesday, which was the September 9th, I was able to at least get enough on the record from the declarations and continuing to speak in a very calm way, because I kept telling myself, to stay calm and don't get emotional, don't respond to Fritz Mercer when he said, shut up and sit down, and you have a big mouth. And I finally said, this is the first time I'm speaking in 9 years and 4 months. It's the first time ever, been able to say anything. So I really had to, as a therapist, a lot of stuff's going through my brain, I won't repeat what, right. But I had to talk to myself to say, now, Joni, stay calm, stay on point. It's important that you say as much as you can right now, as calmly as you can, even if he drags you away in chains and shackles. Because I really thought that was going to happen on the Tuesday. I thought I was really going to get arrested that day because I wasn't going to shut up. And I continued to read, and I made sure that I said, this is under oath, that we're always under oath in what we're saying for myself and my dad. And it was clear that my dad is, he's a 91-year-old gentleman. He's hard of hearing and he can't see. He's blind. He's legally blind and he can't hear. And I made sure I had doctor's notes from the hospital and from the VA, which they gladly gave, because they knew he was arrested previously because he didn't hear what a judge was saying. and he got dragged out of court, and so did John. And John did something.
Make it a family affair, will ya?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? Your brother's been arrested too?
Yes, it was I think the first time. It was my brother Lone, my dad, and myself. That's an interesting story because we still had that first attorney, Massaging, before he passed away. As Dad says, God rest his soul. But anyway, he had told us it's okay to go to the other home, the one that my mother moved out of their beautiful post and beam home. She took everything and went into another home they had that was an investment property that had 3 rentals. She went and lived in the middle apartment. And by the way, for 9 years has been collecting the rents from the upper and the lower, and has never given Dad any money. You know, he's been thrown into poverty and homelessness. And so, you know, the attorney said, it's okay. I mean, Henry, you can go and get your personal belongings, his toothbrush, he had clothes there, his jewelry. So we wanted to make sure that my mom and dad, you know, didn't collide with one another. And we waited until Thanksgiving when I knew she was going to be in Florida visiting her, the relatives who don't speak to us because of Josephine, for 9 years. So we went there, and as we were leaving, I got a phone call from my brother because my 2 younger brothers are helping JoJo. And he called me up cursing, yelling at, he's my baby brother. My baby brother's yelling and cussing at me, telling me we broke into the house. He's going to arrest my arson, blah, 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 blah. F you, this and that. And so we got arrested 2 weeks later when they came, after they finished their vacation in sunny Florida, came back, and 2 weeks later, we got arrested, the 3 of us. So that was kind of interesting.
I think everybody on the panel has been arrested in court. I'm seeing the chats. They're like, I've been arrested.
Oh, I know I have, you know, but I was targeted for different reasons, but, you know, not family courts, but criminal court. You know, I was definitely targeted myself. So I know I've been arrested. I know it pretty much from what we're seeing, everybody else here. So yeah, they tried to do it to all of us, I think.
I have a criminal record for failing to pay the fine to register my dog on time in the state of Indiana. That's actually on my criminal record.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Criminal.
I have a confession.
They threatened to send somebody to extradite me to Massachusetts for exposing CPS for a girl.
This was a bench warrant given by a magistrate. So, and the 2 cops surrounded the trailer that I was in, like I'm some big criminal. But we had a neighbor that lived down a couple trailers down that would call the cops, and she'd get money, you know, like Crime Stoppers or something like that. So she called, and she must have found out I had a warrant for failing to register, for paying for the ticket to register my dog on time. Wow. I did. Yeah.
Oh my God, that is so petty.
Yeah, no, I mean, and then, but what was really sad was when I was sitting in the holding cell, and they were asking, you know, they were going around, well, what are you in here for? And I'm like, failing to register my dog on time. I failed to pay the contract that I made with them to pay the ticket. She's like, no. You lying bitch. You want crack. I'm like, I swear to God. And then we went around the thing, and this other girl, I was like, well, what are you in here for? She goes, I beat the shit out of the molester that molested my child. I was like, you need to be out of here.
You need to be given a medal.
You know, I was like, good for you. I said, good for you. Well, yeah, when I called the clerk house, they didn't know this. I called and I asked if the warrant could be lifted. She said, all you have to do is pay it. So they took my stuff, put it in a bag. I did the whole criminal thing, and it's even on my criminal record. I'm like,
oh my God, these people will stop at nothing.
You have to pay.
You know,
Hey,
exactly.
They want their pay.
I mean,
we're lucky they're not charging our children too.
Well, they probably are somewhere. You know, I mean, you know.
Well, if you think about it, they are. They're setting them up generationally for the same situation that they're putting all you guys through, so they can do it to them all over again. So they really are. They're like fixing the whole, or they're engineering the whole circumstances, generationally speaking.
Well, and they're getting paid by
That's even worse.
They're getting
They're
paid
getting
by
paid.
the state's getting. They're getting paid by the state.
Yeah, that's who that's how they're
Social
racketeering the grant money. Yeah.
With our
Hey, you guys,
social security numbers, every single court date.
Right.
With our social security numbers, they get paid that way every single court date for every child, every parent. Due to our social security numbers, they're getting
Yep, you nailed it.
What
go ahead.
State? I was trying to figure out what state that lady. I didn't catch your name. What state you're in? You're the one that was your family, your dad.
North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina.
Yeah, and John said JC had a confession. We always want to hear a confession.
Oh, confession.
I'm gonna leave it alone now. I was feeling poorly, but
Oh, Jonathan, you can't just leave it there. You have to say it. You have to tell us now. You kind of hinted at it. No, I'm just bullshitting. You don't have to. If you don't want to. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Like, I didn't have a criminal record until this or that. I didn't have a criminal record till this or that. Man, I've been arrested with more felonies than I can remember. Quite a bit of misdemeanors, and I didn't have a criminal record. I probably still don't have a criminal record. But the longest amount of time I have ever spent in jail before I got abducted in February was when I got abducted with Baba, Joni's dad. And even though I was only there for 48 hours, it was still over 3 times longer than I had ever spent in jail before. So it was quite an experience.
So this is kind of a funny story about jail, because here I am, never been arrested, took drugs once, didn't like it. You know, I'm like so out of the box with strange stuff. So anyway, John always kind of makes fun of me about that. But anyway, so here I am, and I'm an ordained minister. I'm a therapist.
Oh my God.
And, you know, I'm so out of the box about that. Like, to my liberal friends, I'm so conservative. To my conservative friends, I am like, they don't want to be with me sometimes because, you know, because there's certain people that I hang out with, you know, praise the Lord. So they wouldn't hang out with them. So I get arrested the first time, and I'm like, I was fine. You know, I was calm. I didn't panic. But then I get home. I want to take a shower, and you know, you
That's
just
the crying game, you know, like you cry in the shower. That movie, I remember that scene where she's just crying and the tears are coming down or something.
Yeah, I just let it all out. I'm like crying because, you know, I'm trying to put up a good front, and I wasn't nervous or afraid or anything. I really wasn't. But you know, your adrenaline's pumping, and there's so many things you're freaking want to say, but you're not gonna. You know, you got to really kind of, because I really didn't wish to stay there any longer than, you know, necessary. And so I'm in the shower and I'm just crying, like, oh my gosh. Oh, what happened? This is terrible, you know, and my mother arrested me. What kind of mother could do that? And she's always been abusive. And oh my God, I'm a therapist. I'm a pastor. If they find out I have a record, nobody's going to want to hear anything I have to say. You know, I'm just kind of, you know, releasing all this crapola, and I'm going on and on and on. You know, I'm talking to him, talking to God, and I'm, you know, I didn't give him any room to talk because I'm, you know, blah, 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 just releasing, you know. He likes to listen to me anyways. I'm releasing all this stuff and letting him know everything that happened. And if you want me to not counsel anymore, and I'm not going to call myself a minister anymore. I have a record, and it doesn't really look good for you, God. And I'm really genuine about this. And you know, I wasn't in my right mind. I was just, you know, it was just a release of all this junk.
Right. A lot of that's just the programming they've got you under, you know.
Exactly.
Like God, take your crap back. You can have this programming back. I don't need it.
And I'm a big believer in just letting it all don't let it.
So
You
your
know,
mom is a cop, Oracle?
what's that?
You said your mom arrested you. Is she a cop or?
Yeah, is she a cop? Oh my God.
She's a pig.
No, like, what do you mean she arrested you though? What does that mean?
She said that I threatened to kill her, even though I hadn't seen her in 2 years.
But under what authority did she arrest you?
She went down to the magistrate, and because she's a criminal,
okay.
the criminals let her say stuff on the record.
Yeah.
To go do criminal stuff.
Oh, I get it now. I thought like it was one of the bullshit called citizen's arrest or whatever. Because you coming up with this. Mm-hmm.
So
are you talking about the citizen's arrest out of the lady from New York?
Well, sometimes like, a Karen will be pissed off at you and she'll say you're under citizen's arrest. It's not that. I don't think that's how citizen's arrests work. Right? You can't just
this was
do
a
it to
magistrate.
anybody you're pissed off at.
Yeah, this was a judge that actually signed the arrest warrant for me.
Okay, so she swore out a warrant against you, not arrested you.
Yeah, she had me arrested.
Yeah, and because she was full of crap, they let her do it.
Exactly.
They don't ever let people do it when it's legitimate. Oh no.
Mm-hmm. So the ending to me is like a life changer. So after I release all this stuff and I'm detoxing and I'm blah 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 blah, I finally took a breather. I hear the voice of God. I literally hear him say this to me, and he said, when he calls my name, I know he was really paying attention to me, and he says, "Hey, Joni," and I stop and I'm like, "Yeah, what is it?" He always has my attention when he calls me by my name. I'm like, yeah, I'm listening. And he said, I just want you to know, I have a arrest warrant too. I was arrested also. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, I have a criminal record. Like, butt felt laughing, I was like, oh my gosh, that's right. You were arrested and flogged. And then, started crying like, oh, I'm so sorry what they did to you. It's nothing compared to me. I'm so sorry what they did to you, Lord. And from that moment on, it was like, there's
nothing.
Nothing.
I'm gangster like Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
I love this woman. I love her. Where's she been? Dottie. This woman's great. You're awesome.
Yeah, thank you. It happens when you go through a lot of shit, and then you take all that and you want to make sure that it forms into something that can help somebody else and continue to get you out of the drama and the trauma. Because an example of it is when Fritz Mercer said to me, "Shut up and sit down." He said the wrong thing to me.
Another thing I didn't like what the judge said to you was when you were thanking him in the last video I watched.
Yes.
And he told you, we'll see about that. What was his little smart ass comment? Mm-hmm. What did he say to you, Joni? What was it?
Yeah, so
he said, we'll see.
We'll see, yeah.
But it was like the way he said it. It was waiting for somebody new to come in here because they're all criminals around here. He's like, well, I might be a criminal too.
You know what the real motive was for me to say that?
What was that? To see where he was at?
Because I wanted to give him a chance to do the right thing.
Right. Yeah.
That
He's got to do that.
If there was any moment of a conscience that he had, I was giving him the opportunity to let him know, hey, I prayed for you. And lots of other people have been praying for 9 years for there to be justice, for somebody to come here, another judicial officer to do what was right. And this is your moment of truth. And either you're going to do it or you're not. He knew exactly what I meant by that. I was not kissing up to him, believe me. It was more of a warning.
Yeah, I didn't like his little sarcasm in there. It made me mad.
Yeah.
It made me feel some kind of way about it, like, you asshole.
Yep.
Because they're cocky. They say cocky shit. They do cocky stuff because why? Who's gonna make them do the right thing. Well, where's the oversight? Where's the oversight for these?
Exactly. That's what we're here for, because, you know, one of the things working with John is that we keep going to different levels of accountability. And in our case, and yours too, every check valve that is supposed to be operating in place has been absolutely no accountability, absolutely no response, absolutely no integrity. You know, I always said, Josephine, Jojo can, you know, she has her ideas, what she wants to do, the really diabolical, nefarious, greedy things that she does. But I hold the courts even more responsible for helping her not only to carry out those things, but to assist her in continuing to rob, steal, take away children. I hold
that's what I feel like I know exactly what you're talking about with her dad. Like, how do they just why are they helping them? Why are these people so evil? Like, how many people wake up every morning and say, okay, I mean, because it's like 10 people, you know, just in the courtroom that are all working against you, all working to help this one person take my kid. That's evil stuff. That's very evil.
It is evil. And I think it's
well, most of them don't even know what's going on. You know, like the judicial officers know what's going on. The high clerk knows what's going on. The actual sheriff knows what's going on. But the clerks that are in the courtroom, the sheriff's officers that are in the courtroom, they have no clue. They just know that they're doing what they're told.
Enough, they've got to know.
I think I have to disagree with that one, just based on what I witnessed. They allow the clerks to, if like, for instance, there was a somebody had done damage to a friend of mine's property, and they had to go file to you know, see if there would be judgment to be made, and she wasn't making the payment, so he petitioned the court, and he stood in front of a clerk, and the clerk like signed these orders or did something. So some of them are acting as though they are judicial officers, and some of the clerk, you know, in the settings, maybe it would be in the collections department possibly, or something. I don't know.
Well, you know, clerks have certain powers to sign as judicial officers. And of course, judicial officers are just glorified clerks. Like, the only thing a judicial officer is there to do is to witness you perform due process of law. That's it. That's their entire job. And nobody else really understands that except for the judicial officers, because every now and then they got to know it. And that's why I'm saying, like, in a lot of ways, like, yeah, sure, you know, I agree with you. There's almost no way that the clerks and the officers and the sheriff don't know that something is amiss, don't know that something's wrong. Okay. But they don't know how deliberate it is. They don't know how calculated, pre-planned, what's actually going on. For them, it's just they're doing their job. They're following orders. They have no clue the actual malice that's going on. Like the judge actually has to have malice. Okay, whoever's acting as the judicial officer or impersonating the judicial officer, for them to break the law like that, they can't do it without malice, because they know they can't claim that they're negligent.
Okay, good point. Good point.
You know, I think the other thing that John taught me, JC taught me, was whenever a judicial officer is doing something that is not, it's not lawful, he is acting or she is acting outside of the person, the role that they're supposed to be, whether it's a judge or a magistrate or a sheriff. So then they're acting in the capacity as themselves as a man, and they're not upholding the law. So because I deal with mostly 70% of people who are Christians, who do a really good, intense job of always trying to tell me to be respectful, listen to what the judge is saying. You know, in essence, they're saying, shut up and listen to what he has to say.
Obey.
Obey, right, exactly. Obey.
You're to obey me.
And that's exactly what they said to McAvoy Britton said to Dad a few times before he was arrested and after he arrested that my 90-year-old dad was not obeying the judicial officer, the judge. But my response to Christians or to those who tell me that I should just also have obeyed or that they would have arrested me also, I say to them, listen, I'm very respectful to everybody. But I do not have to obey unlawful or ungodly authority. So you can take your scriptures and you can convolute them any way you want. But for me, concerning myself and my dad, I am not going to obey anyone who calls himself a judge. I don't care who they are. If what they're saying to me is unlawful and it's against my own principles of what I have to live by. So that's why when the judicial officer held me in criminal contempt, I just stood up, put my hands behind my back, and knew he was going to throw me in jail. And I was ready to pay the price on that, knowing that that was not going to be the end of it.
Well, these judges are powerless, is why they get so angry. They, as I stated, are told from the top down that capacity, even the judges are trained by the capacity building, mind you. They're taught this way or the highway, pretty much. They're powerless to these administrations right now.
I don't think that's true.
Read the manuals, read the training manuals, and you'll see it.
I understand what's going on. I'm just saying, like, from my own personal experience, I had an experience pretty recently where I'm pretty sure that the judge was absolutely going to run over my rights. And then something happened and the judge absolutely broke, like, back down 100%. Okay. They would not do it.
Well, circumstances are always different for everybody. And sometimes they're told to do different things for different people for different reasons. So yours
I know how the system works. Like, one of the things that gives me a really, really key advantage is that when I was running a criminal enterprise, like for real, I was the guy in the back room making deals with the rest of them. You know what I mean? I know exactly how it works, and it's gotten infinitely worse than when I quit when my son was born, and that was only 10 years ago.
Maybe we misunderstood each other, because I wasn't talking about a criminal enterprise. It's talking about actual administrative orders.
Yeah, and what they're doing is they're using administrative orders to cover up their racketeering operation. Okay, what they're doing is absolutely criminal. It's like, with what happened, let me think of a good example.
The mob runs the country pretty much in New York. Like, they infiltrated, so it's pretty much criminals running it.
I agree. What they're doing is absolutely 100% against our basic constitutional laws. But if you want to argue law, a lot of times they just refer to the rules, which is the APA and down. But yeah, what they're doing is criminal, very much so. But they are just doing as ordered from the top down capacity building, because they will get removed by them.
The judicial officers?
Yeah. Are you talking about the judges?
Yes, you got that right. It is an actual steering committee and a sub-steering committee that makes sure the orders from the capacity building are commenced throughout the counties. And that is judges and your social workers. Now, even the parents' attorneys now will be removed if they don't follow along with this unwritten agenda that these steering committees are ordering people to do.
Congress is even involved. They just turned down a dark money ban.
Congress knows all about it, and they're slowly getting into it.
So I don't know who these steering committees are. You're not talking about the state bar. You're talking about another committee. Is that right?
I'm not talking about the state bar at all. No, there are actual steering committees and sub-steering committees that tell the counties, like the county council and the seats, how things will go within the agencies, steering committees. But it's pretty much an unwritten language that they use. It's a known language, if you know what I mean, an unspoken known that they're all doing. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think in essence, the judicial officers have a limited power. Of course, now that everything has gone through the administrative process where they're doing things that are unlawful, maybe legal, but unlawful, they have the support of the sheriff's department, the police officers there. And so they're carrying out a lot of unlawful arrests, I believe, like in my case and what they did to JC and others, because I think in some ways John is right. I've had this discussion with him for the last 5 years about who knows what and whether or not it's, who really knows what they're doing and not. And I think he's right. The judicial officers absolutely know what they're doing, especially when they're breaking the law. And I think that a number of lawyers do, maybe not attorneys, but I think that it's true that they don't know true law, and they've been taught things like the statute, going by statutes and thinking that that's lawful when in fact many of them it's not. So
Right.
I think the court, and I think sometimes the church, and I think Hollywood, it's a breeding ground for narcissists, people who really like to be in power and like to yield that power and control people.
Well, and look at the amount of streams of revenue that they have been able to drain from this. So who's going to want to stop it? Who's going to want to stop the money feeding machine? When everybody's profiting from it.
They don't even know how to exist without it now because of this stuff. All unemployed. Yeah, they've done.
So it would be difficult from somebody in the middle of it to step out and say, "Hey, stop paying me," when this is what keeps their family functioning.
That's
so
right.
all these, so when people say, "Hey, just take down the system," well, you can't, because everything will collapse. You have to take it apart systematically, part by part by part, because if you can't just take it down, it'll destroy everybody. So you got to find out all these little secret funds and streams of revenue that they're collecting off of whatever. I mean, who knows how many different alias names and how many numbers that they've been able to manipulate. I guess you could consider it the matrix if you really want to look at it at a technical.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's job security for each one of them. Like, I don't think most of them actually just want to do what they're doing to Dad and I think that it's very self-motivated. They're protecting themselves and they're protecting their job as attorneys, as judicial officers. They're protecting themselves because from the beginning, and Dad's case has been going on now 9.5 years. We'll be reaching the 10-year mark soon of going through this with the court system. But I think they're protecting themselves also, because they originally started out in helping JoJo and robbing my dad of his money and continually threatening or putting us in jail. And so when they do those unlawful things, they have to keep protecting themselves so that they don't get torn down with it when we finally, and we have been, doing our best in other ways to come after them and making them accountable. So we haven't given up yet. We don't give up and we don't give in. So
that's right.
I feel bad for my dad at the age of 91, a war veteran, a Korean war veteran who fought for, people's rights and who is a very kind gentleman, of what's happening to him in his later years of having so much loss and devastation.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I heard somebody attacking a veteran.
My dad has been arrested unlawfully by the courts. My dad's property was stolen, money was stolen from him. And for 9.5 years, we've been trying to fight this in court, and the court has participated and assisted in those that have been stealing from my dad. Yeah.
May I ask where you live?
North Carolina.
Really?
And JC is on, and he's done a wonderful job of following the story and putting out at least 12 videos on my dad's story on Just Conspiracy. It's a YouTube channel, Just Conspiracy. We'll put the link in the chat here.
Does Stephen have your information?
I can get it from Dottie if need be.
Reason why you are going to contact Steve Stenson about her.
Okay, Steve Sanson. Yeah, that's a good
Veterans
idea.
Politics.
That's a good idea.
People in the
Yeah.
AG and the veterans world to help her.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think that'll work. Yeah,
That's
because my buddy James is he's an investigator for veterans in politics. Steve Sanson
Steve will take care of that.
does a podcast on his on the kind of on this issue too. So yeah, I think that you guys might be able to help each other.
Yeah, we'd love to meet up with them because my dad.
Me and Mike will make that happen for you. Rapid Attack.
Thank you, appreciate that. Oh, my dad would absolutely love it. I've gone locally here to the veterans groups. I've gone to the motorcycle groups, the veterans, and I've not been able to mobilize any of them.
Well, let your dad know air support's coming.
What's that?
Let him know air support is on its way.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome. It's right.
Yeah,
That's
That
cool.
is.
Thank
Oh
you.
my gosh.
Thank you.
thank you.
Air support's coming. I love it.
Thank you. I love, man. My dad served for 20 years and I respect veterans. In fact, I respect them so much. I would go down to where they
I don't know as far as the respect part. We're all a bunch of scumbags.
Well, I mean,
You gotta love the humor there.
well, with that being said, I was trying to, be as, well, that may be true.
I understand what you mean as far as the respect factor, but
Yes.
the way
but
we look at each other, we're all scumbags.
Right. Well, yeah, and I remember my dad saying things that you would say, and he said never get into an argument over religion or politics, Jennifer.
Yeah,
And
you
I'm
stay away from those
thinking,
two things.
But those are the things we should be talking about to an extent, because
Yep.
That shit will ruin friendships and families.
You mean sex, religion, and politics?
yes.
Well, you can talk about sex as long as it's same sex, otherwise people get weird.
That was clever. That was clever, man. That was a good one. That was revolutionary, I think, because that's actually true. I mean, it actually makes it funny because of how true that is now.
Sex, it doesn't exist.
That's excellent.
My kid got kicked out of sex ed. I'm proud of him. He told him he don't sword fight.
Oh my.
Excuse me.
He's a 15-year-old sped student, mentally 5. The fact that he told his teacher he likes tacos and he don't sword fight, I bought him pizza. He's like, I thought this was talking about how you make babies. Like this, you can't put a baby in another dude. Yeah, they won't ask him to return back to that class.
Oh man.
I guess you'll never be asked to go on school field trips, huh?
Right?
That school wants no part of me, man. They avoid me like the plague.
That's so funny.
Yeah, just ask a 15-year-old.
Oh, it's bad when you have child services, the state, the DA, the AG, the police department's all afraid of you.
Yes, we're going to segue into the third segment, which we're going to be covering the more CCSD corruption in about maybe 17 minutes. So at 8:45 Pacific Standard. So it's 45 after. So but this is going to be good because I'm just briefly. I'm going to give you a little bit of intro here. We went and we live streamed the special CCSD board meeting that was not announced to the public. That was in fact Jara's review meeting. So we covered that shit live, and we're going to go over a lot of the evidence that Mr. Bayless has in that segment. So I'm looking forward to that.
They tried to do it without you, huh, Steven? They tried to do the meeting without you.
Pretty much, they tried to do it without everybody. Yeah, but we got to jump on them. So.
Are you familiar that Mr. Bayless is my father?
Well, when I say Mr. Bayless, I'm referring to you, man. You're my buddy, but when I refer
my father.
Okay, well then, should I just call you James?
No,
It's fine.
just Dr. Walls.
Dr. Laws, okay. Dr. Laws it is.
Is this the James that we're talking about?
The one and only.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it, brother. Okay, comedy time. Okay.
Well, me and Jen were having a good laugh last night on the Zoom, man. That's some funny as shit.
You know why I use comedy in those board meetings? It lightens the mood in there. What's your point about?
Exactly, lightens the mood.
At first, I'm like,
Let's let them finish up their segment, James, before we get into our deal. Go ahead, you guys continue. We didn't mean to cut you guys off. Go ahead.
That's fine.
No.
All truth is said in jest. So says Shakespeare. All truth is said in jest. So it is good to joke and jest. That's for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Well, you can't joke on somebody when you're looking at him and directly to his eyes and roasting the dog crap out of him.
Oh yeah. When do you guys see what we're gonna air in the last hour? It's gonna be epic, folks.
It's one of those arguments where you could stand right in front of me, and after I was done, you would have no words to say nothing back.
Oh God.
You got to remember, I was the king of the fire pit.
All right. Alrighty. Let them have their time back until we're ready to do our spokes.
So, Daddy, which video were you talking about? The last one? I can't hear you.
Hey,
Good morning, Daddy. You might want to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, do you have it on hand? We can play it real quick.
Yeah, Monarch, John, are you there? Are you able to put the video on?
You guys should be able to. Multiple participant sharing has been enabled, so you should be good to go.
Which part were you most interested in, Donnie?
I haven't seen the very last one that's been put out, so that would be cool. Yeah.
It's longer than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sure Monarch will post it up in the chat.
Okay,
If he'd be
yeah,
so
do that.
kind.
Well, the one before that was pretty short, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, they're all close to almost 30 minutes, so.
Yeah, the
Were they
last
that
couple
long?
have been about 30 minutes.
Hey,
Have
my
they been
mom
that long?
lives in North Carolina.
It's real hard to kind of like even just explaining things kind of point by point. It's pretty difficult to explain what's going on. I try and do it in less time than it's actually taking, because I've always had this game of responding in less words, quicker, sharper than whatever you're responding to. So I always try and do that with my videos, and I try and keep like a 1-to-1 for every minute of recording that I'm playing. Only explain it for about a minute, but for these last videos, it's been like 1 to 3.
Well, they didn't seem that long.
Well, and again, the reason why that was done also is because it's such a long story, what's happened in 9 years. And there were so many people who had questions still with the original videos that John did because they don't really know law. And so they would still misunderstand or make criticisms and judgments about stuff. So these last videos really are very clear to understand what's happening in the court and to tear apart, the paperwork. And we have proof on everything when it comes to the judicial officers, the attorneys and her side of the attorneys, and emails and audios and videos. I mean, we have proof on everything. And so it makes it easier when you're watching the 20 or 30 minute videos to see John is scrolling through a lot of the paperwork that has either been put in court, or especially some of the paperwork where we have JoJo's own confessions where she admits to doing certain things. And of course, the court still is totally ignoring and disregarding whatever she's saying. So there are more videos coming out. But John, did you want to talk about the next step we're doing with the feds?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, you do a better job. You can do it in less time.
Oh, no, you can tell them. Tell
Okay.
them what happened before we went to court for the night.
Oh Lord, this was a brilliant idea. Is because we were previously arrested, John said, let's go file with the feds, with the federal court in Asheville, North Carolina. just kind of like preemptively, he said, what do you think about this? And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Preemptively file paperwork to say, hey, listen, just want to let you know there's a possibility we could get arrested. We've been arrested before. And in case either one of us get arrested, whether it's myself, John, or my dad, my 91-year-old dad, we are going to file a habeas. And we have someone, we're not going to name who that person is. They're going to come in and they're going to file a habeas on us. So we want to just preemptively let you know this is what's happening.
That they have permission to do that, because that's why you turned us down the last couple times.
Yes. Yeah, because we've tried to get habeas before, like when John was in jail, tried to get a habeas before. So preemptively, we did that, which was really brilliant. And of course, you know, then we went on Monday the 8th, and of course, the 9th, we had that first day of court. Didn't know that Fritz Mercer would say to come the next day, which was Wednesday. And that was the day that I was arrested. And so the response from the feds was it frivolous? Was that their words?
It was meritless, baseless, and frivolous.
What?
Yeah.
All of those, huh?
All of them.
Did you want to
And
share
not
that video,
only-
Dottie, from your end?
Really?
We got the YouTube link in the chat for everybody. If you want to go ahead and do that for viewers, or would you rather have somebody else do it? It's up to you.
How long is that video, Monarch? I see what you posted in there. Is it the full video or an excerpt of it?
Yeah, it's the full one from YouTube.
And how, okay, so that's about 30 minutes then.
Well, where's the relevant portion that you guys are trying to watch so we can just skip right to it? Does anybody got a time code?
No,
Yeah.
I was just going to show it.
We can do. I suppose we could do that if Mr. Bailey doesn't mind waiting an extra 15 minutes. Yeah, we can do that. I don't see why not. I mean, we're planning on doing an extended show anyway, so we'll just push it to like 4. It'll be fine. Go for it.
Just the last show, the last one, Monarch.
Yeah, it's the most current one. It's 32 minutes.
The other thing you can do is instead of playing it in the actual speed, you can do 1.25, which is how we always play it, or 1.50.
Oh, that's smart. You know, I did a sped up video of one of my first episodes, because the first few, like 3 episodes I did of my tips techniques were only 15 minutes in length, so like I had to like speed up certain segments for to get through it, you know. But yeah, it's like saves time there a little bit.
And this is part 2. Okay, there it is. It's loading.
Thank you for joining us back here on Just Conspiracy, where we just wish to conspire to bring heaven down to earth. If you're not
Share a sound. Don't forget to share the
Oh,
sound.
sorry.
bring hell up here. But right now, we're conspiring to teach you, the common public, that the courts are corrupt, and it is beyond anything that they can.
Want to
fix
change the resolution
themselves.
to higher if it's available?
I don't know what's going on with it.
The setting on the gear
And
icon.
if
Look
we
at what the
don't get the
resolution.
general public involved, then nobody's gonna have rights because we're already there.
Okay, it's good enough now. It was just
Arrested
pixelated for a minute.
asking if they're a
Yeah.
slave, and Joe
Thank you, Stephen.
Tony can't go into a court to protect her interest in private trust. Anyways, if you haven't been watching the stories, I highly encourage you to go back and watch the past couple of episodes. That way, kind of stay up to date. And plus, it will help with the algorithm, and I'm trying to monetize the YouTube channel, and it would really help me out. It'll just take you a couple of minutes. Now, where we left off last time was Joni was in court on the 9th verifying about all this trust fraud that Josephine had done, and then the next day, the 10th, they locked Joni up right off the bat, immediately, because what she had to say was just that scary. And that's why we don't live in a civil society anymore. I'm not going to tell you the rest of the last video because it kind of be a spoiler for this video, but in the last video, we went over Josephine's testimony. In this video, we're going to go over Henry Ramo's testimony and listen to it. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to play what happened at the beginning of court after they took Joni away from Baba.
I want to go in there.
No, sir.
You can't go back.
And don't do that to her.
She did it to herself.
She did not. She's here at my daughter.
Sit
My flesh and blood.
down. Sit down. Let the record reflect that I've spent 2 days looking over the file.
He has spent 2 days looking over the file, 2 days, but apparently he can't read any of it because what he decided to do makes absolutely no sense when you've looked over the file and verified for yourself all the trust fraud that Josephine's been committing with all the documents that Joni and Baba gave him.
My daughter is my daughter here. I need her. She's been with me all this time.
She's not an attorney. I explained that to her at length the other day.
Who needs an attorney? I need God.
What Henry is saying there is I don't wish for somebody to charge me to turn me over to your gods, the states and the state statutes. I require the law of our sovereign creator in here. He doesn't get to find any. It's really sad. And what's going to happen coming up is I'm going to start playing right where it was left off in the last video. So if you don't understand what's going on, you should go check out the last video. I'll link it up here somewhere. But Josephine testified. Henry got to start asking her questions. I cut it off in the last video. Henry is still asking her questions. Keep in mind, this is a 91-year-old man trying to do the best that he can when he had his trusted person, the most trusted person he has in the world, his daughter, one of the children who have been taking care of him for the past 10 years, for the past decade, ripped away from him because the courts didn't want her putting facts upon the record of the court because she already laid them down the day before. Just keep that in mind. They already knew what Joni was going to say. She was going to say that Josephine committed trust fraud, and she was going to have all the documents to prove it, and they just couldn't let that be on the record, so they had to beat her up and throw her in a cage. And now Henry has to fend for himself at court.
Comfort was signing the checks constantly, but he signed the check for. What did he sign the checks for?
Objection, relevance.
Michael Probert was a trustee who was in charge of signing the checks. One of the things that he had to do was sign checks for a 295 Thomas Road Real Estate Enterprises Trust to keep that house from going into foreclosure, which he did, and now they're trying to blame Baba for it so that Josephine can rob him for the rest of his money.
What did he sign the checks for?
Objection, relevance.
That's a question, correct?
Yes.
Amendments.
What did he sign the checks for?
Well, you wrote the checks out, and all his duty was to sign it and look at it and see what it was for. That's all his duty was, to make sure that it was for that particular reason you wanted it.
No, those checks was for what? Expenses? Mortgage?
I don't know if you took care of it.
You have all the bills.
All my married life,
You have a,
excuse me, all my married life, you have been taking care of the monies and the bills. I was busy taking care of my children and my grandchildren.
You're really extending this too far over life. 60 years of marriage.
That's right.
My goodness.
Objection.
Let's stay on point. Go ahead, if you have another question, ask it. Or if you want to testify at this time, you're entitled to do that too.
I could testify with further question.
If you want to ask her questions, you may, you're also allowed to counter whatever she says by your testimony. You can take.
Oh, I could do that then, yes. Okay. So Michael Probert signed all the checks.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Going to be sworn in. Well,
I have no redirections.
Come on down if you will.
Now they're getting Josephine off the stand, and Henry doesn't understand what's going on. That's pretty clear. He was trying to answer Josephine's lies, like as he's asking the questions, but you can't really do that in their BS administrative proceeding. You can do that if you're a man or a woman in court. You can call somebody right out as a liar, and you can say what actually happened. But you can't do that with an attorney. An attorney can't do that for you because an attorney's voice isn't on the record. Only a man or a woman's voice testifying is on the record. And Henry's going to let you know how you know he was testifying. If you saw the video with Joni, she says everything she's saying is under the penalty of perjury. That means it's testimony. It should appear on the facts of the case for that court of record. But I'm sure it doesn't because they don't play fair and they got no law down there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this because the facts would have been different. That's kind of why they beat her up and threw her in a cage.
I have to be sworn in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And place your left hand on the Bible here. Oh, sorry. Okay, Mr. Raymond, just put your left hand on the Bible there.
See, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just kind of fumbling around. That's why they have to tell him what to do a couple of times.
My heart and my hands are clean. I pray to God. I'm going to tell the truth, nothing but the truth to help me God.
That's good.
See, that's why he doesn't have to swear in. He doesn't put his hand on the Bible. He says, I pray. I don't swear. He says, I pray to God. I'm going to tell the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Because he's following the Abrahamic law. Let your yea mean nay, yea, and your nay mean nay. See, when you get up and you swear to God, which he told you not to do, it's not lawful. That's not how the law works. They got you. They tricked you into the devil's work.
That's good enough.
See, Fritz Mercer says that's good enough.
I don't know what kind of Bible it is. I go for King James. I'm a Gideon. I've been giving those Bibles out for 40 years.
Mr. Raymond, if you would state your full name.
I can't see it. But I can't see it.
Just state the microphone, just state your full name.
Henry Raymond.
Okay. Well, what would you like to say about all this, Mr. Raymond?
I want to say that Michael Proby signed all the checks. I paid the bills that came in to pay for Michael Proby. But when it came time, we had a problem with the mortgage. I went to his house 3 times. I went to his house 3 times to get the checks back so I could pay the mortgage. And he said, Josephine has the checks. And I gave it to her. Whether he lied on that, I don't know. But 3 times. The 3rd time, he said, I'll call the police on you if you don't go. And I have 2 of my sons that witness it. That was the 3rd time. So, consequently, I could not pay the mortgage. Of course, Michael had the checkbook. He was signing all the checks. I never had any checks. The checks were only signed at the end of the month when the bills came in, and I stacked them up and made the checks out to pay the bills, to satisfy the bills. Now, another question.
Okay, what he's saying is Michael Probert, one of the people, and actually the only individual who actually answered Henry's lawsuit back in 2013. And when he answered, he said he was handing over the checkbook to Josephine's attorney, and Josephine's attorney signs receiving the checkbook on Josephine's behalf, not on the trust behalf, which is what Michael Probert was handing it over as, because he was a trustee who signed all of the checks. It was his responsibility to sign the checks to pay off the mortgage that they're trying to say Henry threw away, that he got rid of. And remember, we showed the document yesterday where Josephine's attorney signed for receipt of the checkbook.
That is what I remember about the question that was asked. At moment, thinking, April 2nd, I went to physical therapy, and I was gone from the morning. I left in the morning. Well, I will tell you about the night before when she called the police that I did nothing to her. And then, you know, she called the police and tried to push me down the stairs. And she usually bumps me with her body. And then I said, I'll call the police. And she said, oh, that's a good idea. I'll call the police. Police came, didn't find us with any argument or anything. But the next day, I went to PT. I left I did not sleep with her that night. I told the police officer, I'll sleep in the other room. So this way there won't be any dissension. So I left at 9 o'clock the next morning, April 2, 9 o'clock, came back, 1:30, 2 o'clock, she robbed my house. Assets were gone from the trust, 2 plastic containers that had jewelry and money change in there. She also had that were in the pantry this high with envelopes with our money in it that we was more or less, I'd say, stashing away. And I had 2 compartments, one over her dressing room and one over my closet. One over my closet that I had stored. All I had to do was put take off the fascia board on both of those. And we had a lot of jewelry, money, and expensive things, watches, smartwatches, and things of that nature. And I can't reiterate at present time what they were, but they were plentiful. And I want to know why Josephine confiscated all those things, left the house. When I came home at about 1:30, I didn't see any furniture. Pardon me, back up. I did not see any clothes in her closet. I looked under the bed, and the bed did not have those 2 drawers, pull-out drawers, in plastic containers. Oh gosh, a whole bunch of things. Now, if you would give me about a day to think about these things, I would reiterate everything that you did do.
I think you did pretty good. If you gave me about a day to think about this stuff, I could have a whole list and a lot of details ready for you. Or if you just brought my daughter back in here to ask me some questions, I could tell you really, really well if you just had her ask me some questions, because she would know what kind of questions to ask. Or if you just got one of my sons out in the crowd there, they're also a beneficiary. They also have trust in the trust. They have interest in the trust that I created. This affects them too, because all of the personal property in the trust, all of the loose cash, all the gold, all the silver, all the jewelry, all the diamonds, they were squirreled around in 2 little hiding spots. And I came home on April 2nd and they were all gone. Everything was emptied out. Everything. And he did a pretty good job remembering that stuff that happened 9, almost 10 years ago. But still, look at how much he kind of struggles, and then listen to Josephine tell her lie about dealing with the bank all those years ago.
What happened with that piece of property?
It went into foreclosure because Mr. Ramo did not pay the bank.
Okay.
And I got upset because, can I reiterate?
Okay.
Because I received a letter from the bank stating that it was going into foreclosure. So there was a phone number and everything, all of it was there. And so I called up and I said, how can you do that to me? I said, I don't have that property. And he said to me, I can't talk to you. Your signature is not on the note and Mr. Rimmer owes it. I said, yeah, but I own the property, so how can you do that? And he says, well, we can't, because he took a note, you're married to him. And everybody who's married to another person, they're liable for it.
This is why I don't believe her. She does not sound credible to me. I think that he did a really, really good job, and he's like, I'm sorry, I could do better if you just gave me like a day's notice where I could actually look at this stuff. But I thought Joni was going to be able to talk with you about this stuff and ask me questions. We had it all planned out. That's why we gave you notice that I can't hear. I can't really see. That Joni was going to take care of the interest of the trust. But I guess they couldn't let her do that. They couldn't let them get rights or law or justice. Just remember, this man's 91 years old. There's a reason they take judicial officers off the bench at like 70 or 75 in North Carolina. It's because you're not thinking the same when you're past 70 or 75 as you were when you were younger.
She took all those things out. Then she gave me a 50B. She wanted to put me in hospital for several days. And we went to the magistrate. And the magistrate said, my daughter Joni, who was helping me, went to the magistrate and said, no, I'm not going to file this. And she closed the case, so to speak, after my wife left, and she had never come back in my presence since that time. But she'd been in the house several times, stealing any properties that she could take. I could go on and on, Judge, but gosh, give me a chance to think about all of this. And for 9 years, I've been waiting, and we've had a couple of attorneys that were inept. They were inept. I'll tell you, because I asked the attorneys that we had, I want certain things done so I can get my property back. They never went through. I asked another attorney, I said, let's go and get my promissory note so that it could be, I want the bank to show me a promissory note and the deed of trust, both of those, because I had filed a QWR to the bank and asked for it. I sent out one notice.
Okay, I just cut it off because what Henry goes into is because he's confused and he doesn't know what's going on. And he did some type of sovereign citizen nonsense that's a lot like the direct treasury account where, you know, you can just write off this or write off that. He didn't know what else to do. If you watch the last video, he was trying to get rid of the house to where they could actually save some of the assets. They could save something from it. And because Josephine wouldn't agree to anything, it all got foreclosed on, and then Josephine stole the rest of the property and sold it, which makes it criminal fraud. But the courts don't care about criminal fraud, especially when they're helping you commit the criminal fraud. Anyways, so I kind of skipped over a couple of minutes. There were some things that he said that were really good, but for the sake of time, try and keep these short for y'all. I just skipped over about 2, maybe 3 minutes. And 2 of those minutes were actually pretty good, or about 1.5 minutes, and the other part was just, he was confused, obviously. But here's what he does next.
I want to ask her, Josephine, why did you leave the house and take all those,
Well, this is not the time you ask her questions.
yeah. Would that be all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Josephine, Coca, why did you leave the house?
Mr. Ramos. can't ask her questions at this time.
Okay. What can I?
The judicial officer tells Henry, this is not the time to ask her questions. Henry says, would that be okay? The judicial officer clearly says no. Fritz Mercer clearly says no, that's not okay. Henry, because he can't hear, even though he is sitting right next to the judicial officer, right next to him up on the witness stand, he starts asking Josephine questions. Because he put in a notice. I can't hear so well. I can't see so well. Which is why Joni's going to handle this for me. But that's okay because she has a full power of attorney because Josephine robbed us of every single penny we have and we don't have the money to pay an attorney. So if you think that this is okay, you're all for the robber getting away because they have the money to buy the legal advice to go rob more people. That just doesn't make any sense.
Mr. Ramos, you can't ask her questions at this time.
Okay. What can I?
You cannot.
What can I ask you?
I don't think it's relevant to the proceedings anyway.
Why not? It's what you did.
I don't think it's relevant to the proceedings that you ask the criminal over there why they did their crimes. And besides the fact I don't think it's relevant to the proceedings, she has the right to remain silent because what she did was criminal. Criminal.
Why not? It's what you did.
May or may not have been exactly what she did. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the division of property here.
We're talking about the real property here. Yes, we're talking about the real property that Josephine stole. You're just not willing to get that through your thick skull, Fritz Mercer. And you got all these people out here in society believing you are God because you wear a black dress to work every day. And if y'all actually think that he's God, then go ahead and hand the government all of your property, because I'm going to tell you, here's how it's going to go. If you don't have rights without an attorney, then the next financial crash, whenever it happens, and it's when it happens, not if it happens, if they just start raising the price of living, which they're already doing, and nobody can afford anything because they spend everything they get on food and trying to live, when they start coming for your house, you're not going to have any money, you're not going to have any rights, and the bank will have plenty of lawyers. Think about that. If you don't have rights without an attorney, you don't have rights.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir. No, sir.
He's not even going to ask him a question. The opposing attorney has no questions to ask him. He's like, whatever he would say would not be good. And everybody in the courtroom knows that Josephine's lying. Her attorney, who I believe helped prep her on the lie, the judicial officer, who I believe got with the attorney and came up with it behind closed doors. Remember Abe saying, I'm the only one kind of on your side.
Closest thing to someone on your side, and if you want to act like...
Which leads me to believe everybody else is conspiring against them. Everybody knows that what's going on in this courtroom right now is patently false, because everybody else who showed up because they wish to see Josephine get held accountable for what she's done. And Joni had like 12 people there. That's a jury. If you could ever tell them about it.
Mr. Ringo, come on down. Mr. Bradley, give me an order the attorney up in New York.
I object to that right now.
Yes, sir. I'll let you object.
Wholeheartedly. I reject. She's not getting a penny unless we discuss what's going on. Excuse me. I need my daughter to tell me a little bit more, because she has some of the documents that she has, preparation, from the attorneys.
Get in touch with the attorney in New York. That money should be transferred to his trust chip, your trust chip. Make an imminent distribution to your client hold the authority to see what's going to come about. I don't know that I'll be the one to hear the rest of the evidence.
I object. I want the record to know and object.
That's it. What do you think? Do you think that's trust fraud to you? You think that's trust fraud, sending a false instrument that looks like a court order across state lines up to the state of New York, telling them to send down a lot of money from a trust account that they couldn't get for the past 9 years? You think it was really just that easy? Let us know. Comment down below. Look, we don't have rights in courts right now, but it's not as bad as it could be. Okay? But I can tell you this right now. This problem that's going on in the courts with us not having rights, it's kind of like a water leak in your house. If you don't pay any attention to it, if you just ignore it, it has a habit of growing exponentially quickly without you looking. Even though it's going to be pretty difficult to stop the courts right now, it's going to be way easier to stop them today than it will be a year from now. And they've already told you by 2030, you'll own nothing and be happy. How do you think they could do that without getting rid of the law? Without getting rid of your rights? How do you think they could take all of the private property away from most of the people on the planet if they cannot dispense with their natural rights in law? Comment about that. I'd really love to hear about it. It'd give us something really good to talk about. Anyways, we're kind of doing a series of these, so hopefully you like it, you share, you subscribe. Hopefully people start getting friends and families to watch stuff like this, and then talking about the problems and talking about how we could solve them. I have some ideas. You can go back and look at the videos I was making around the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021. It goes through a lot of ideas about how to vote, how the legislature should work, how courts are supposed to work, what grand juries are actually for. There's a lot of information in there. Anyways, I hope this gave you a new view on Henry Ramos' perspective and the fact that Josephine stole everything from him and his family. And they can't get a court of law. They can't get rights. They can't have their rights upheld. And if you think that's okay, then you believe in doing wrong as long as somebody's getting paid for it. Don't try and hide it any other way. If you think what Josephine is doing is okay, then you believe it's okay for the robber to get away with robbing the bank because they own it and because they have better lawyers. That's how the bank got away with robbing society back in 2008. And if you agree with that, then great. You're just one of the individuals conspiring to bring hell up here to earth. But here at Just Conspiracy, we're conspiring trying to bring heaven down to earth. And in heaven, man and woman has rights. You and I have rights. And the banks are the dead fictional entities that we don't care what happens to them. Just a point of view. One world, love, peace.
So we accuse JoJo, which is Josephine Ramo, and the colluders in collusion with malice, intent, deceit, forethought, and with a plan. He has a trust. He has a contract between him and Josephine and the trustees. There's no equitable distribution.
That's what trust does.
No. And so they kept trying to pull us into equitable distribution. I can tell you the only thing that could be equitable distribution is Josephine is not giving Dad half the amount of money for a car and some other items. Everything else is in trust property. That is a contract, private contract between the two of them and the trustees. And then they went to this courthouse, to the Register of Deeds, took out 2 properties, forged, and they colluded, and through fraud, they took the property out of the name of the trust and sold. They sold the property.
Sold my property, yes.
All right. Well, that was great. So
That's some powerful stuff.
it was just you guys want to briefly just kind of give our viewers a little bit of background on what that video was about, and that was your latest video, correct? One of your latest?
Yeah, that was the latest one that I've done. Basically, here's what the story is about in a nutshell. I'm just going to break it down real quick and get back to work. But so Joni and her father and her mom separated 9 years ago. The really ugly separation. The mom took all of the trust, everything, left him with nothing, no resources. He had absolutely no resources to fight. Every attorney that they've ever gotten has just bled them dry, leaving them in more debt than having nothing. And and the legal society could not touch certain assets because it was locked up in a legal trust. And they recognize this. They have recognized this for the past 9 years. And now they just threw Joni into a cage, and we called them out on it. Like 2 days before they threw her in a cage, we went down to the federal court and said, hey, we think they're going to throw her in a cage.
Oh, wow.
It wouldn't be the craziest thing.
No, I know that we've seen it happen a lot with a lot of these cases and stuff. It's really, really criminal. It's what it is.
Can I ask 3 questions?
Go for it.
Okay, number 1. Whoever the person that's handling or helping her at this time and juncture has ever thought of the attorneys that have bled her dry, going to the local police station and hitting them for elder abuse, elder neglect, fraud by misrepresentation, and obstruction of justice.
No, we're not even. We're so far past that point. It's not even fun.
Well, if you don't have those in file, then you've never let nobody know. AKA, they can use ignorance.
No, we have written every single judicial officer in the entire state.
Yep.
They cannot claim ignorance.
Yeah,
well,
and I went to DD.
So.
We wrote the governor, we wrote the attorney general, we wrote everybody who is concerned, and we got letters back from most of them.
Yeah.
So you got a paper trail at least. That's good.
We have a huge.
That sounds like that global alliance, bro.
Wait.
Yeah, I know, because that ties into our article we're gonna cover on our end, but definitely. I agree with you there.
I'm gonna say this. I gotta get back to work. I hate to interrupt.
But, you're fine. Go ahead.
So we're telling this story 4 years ago when Oracle and I started working with each other. Okay, that's what I call Joni as Oracle. She calls me JC. And 4 years ago, when we started working with each other, I got arrested with her father for helping him stand up. Like literally, I didn't say anything. I just helped him stand up in court. Her father's the veteran, by the way, and they threw me in jail for 48 hours. And all right, wait just a second. I gotta change AirPods.
He physically helped my dad get up out of the chair, and they arrested John for it.
Wow.
They put him in jail, and they put my dad in jail and got him out of the courtroom to steal some of the initial money. And just in response, I originally called the DSS Adult Protective Services, and then Josephine called the Adult Protective Services, and they wouldn't do anything about it when I originally called and said that it's adult abuse. They wouldn't do anything about it. We've been all the way up to the appellate and Supreme Court. Wrote everybody letters.
Okay. 4 years ago, I got arrested with Baba, and we went to jail. And about 4 years ago in August, I made a little documentary about it. It was the first video I made in quite a long time, because I'd been walking through courts. Things were fun, things were easy because law worked. And then they started taking law away. And here's why I got arrested. I'd been messing around in that jurisdiction. They absolutely knew who I was. And they also knew by us putting in 4 pieces of paper that if they were to follow law going through there, Massey would have had to have cashed out his bond and paid her father for the wrong that he had done, for the bar tree that he had done. Okay. Because it was a false claim, it was very easily provable. And
Right.
Henry didn't have to remember a lot. It's only 4 little sentences, just taking care of each point of law. That's it. Boom. And they knew that I could do this. And so they arrested us, and to teach me a lesson, they locked me up for 48 hours. Anyways, we're going to go from there and that part of the story all the way through to where we're at right now. So I'm just going to tell everybody where we're at right now.
Okay,
and then I'm
go for it.
Okay, so Joni and I, when they sent us the order saying that our filing, our miscellaneous filing, was meritless, baseless, yeah, has no basis in law or fact. It was frivolous, meritless, all that.
The feds told you that?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I suspected they were in on this too.
And oh no, it gets better. It gets better. So anyways, I thought it was a little harsh, because not only did they say they were going to throw it out, they also said that they were going to sanction our right to access the court.
What?
Yep.
Literally, that's what the judgment is for.
When did this come down? When did you find this out?
Huh? What? That was August 16th. No, it was August 18th.
So just last month then?
Yeah.
Oh, like about a month ago. Yeah, just a little over a month ago. Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, because there was nobody on the other side, and because now we did have a cause of action, because Joni actually got arrested, and that cause of action is for the exact same set of facts that we alleged in our miscellaneous filings. So now we got all the facts and all the law. I don't think you could get no more law. I wrote this in a way to.
Well, I know that you got your bases covered, Jonathan, because I know I got a little more background on your story than I think some folks do. But yeah, no, I was obviously you guys have done your due diligence. I've seen your guys' work, and I think it's phenomenal. I've also put your link to your YouTube channel in our description as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, and I hope that everybody watches and kind of follows along with the story, because it's a really big story. It's going to take me about a month to break all of it down. Okay. All the audios, everything, showing you exactly how it works, the way it works, and why.
We look forward to hearing what you reveal in that as well. I can't wait for that to be dropped.
And hopefully, like, everybody starts learning, because it's pretty simple when you break it all down.
Right.
Anyways, so we wrote and amended everything, put the facts back in it. We went back up there. We filed it. We filed one motion just to answer their order. Okay, like, hey, there's your order. We're going to motion against that order. Okay, that's what we're doing. We are moving the court against the order that they issued. And they gave me like 4 pages of case law to go read, citing everything. And I went and I read everything that they sent, and I broke it down in 3 sentences. And then in the next 3 sentences, I gave them 3 more like laws that was written in their own case law that says I absolutely have the right to do what I'm doing. And then we created it to be a common law trust. So the way a common law trust works is that the beneficiaries, they select a trustee, right? Like, you're going to be my trustee. And so we said, hey, judicial officer and high clerk, you're going to be our trustee.
Okay.
This is a
What
trap,
advantage does that give you?
huh?
I said, what advantage will that give you? And what is it? How
Because
that?
then they can't do anything against you. They would be in breach of fiduciary duties. It's all
Okay.
about trust. This is the way it's supposed to work. We're
Gotcha.
just expressing it. Like when everybody talks about judges and judges' bonds, here's the thing. I'm entrusting you. Now you're a trustee. You have a obligation in law and fact to give me your bond before you start performing the duties of trustee.
Okay.
And all you got to do to perform the duties of trustee is your job. That's it.
What do you do when they're not doing their job though? Because like, I mean, I don't know if this is the same kind of trustee, but what we're about to segue into is like, see the Clark County School District Board of Trustees, and they're racketeering to spend money there, and they're ignoring the law, and they're covering shit up. So like, what do you do in that circumstance? I'm kind of curious. How do you ensure that they actually do their job?
Hey man, I ain't got that much time. I'm working on this right now, and I gotta get.
Well, I know. I'm just like, I'm just
hey,
putting the question out there for our viewers, because like, I know just from what I'm covering out here on my end, just like the trustee. I mean, when I think trustee, like I think of the corruption that's going on with the school boards out here, and like, so it's like, that's why I was asking: is there a difference between that kind of trustee and the trustee you're talking about, or is it pretty much the same kind of deal?
Oh yeah, no, there's a big difference. There's a
Okay, so
huge difference, especially when
explain
you
the
know
difference
law.
for our viewers briefly, just for a moment, please.
I don't have that much time. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh no, we can
set
do
up
that.
a
We can
time
totally
to-
do a follow up if you. No, I totally
Yeah,
get it. No,
we
you're
can
fine.
set up another time, but I got.
I'm curious to know the difference.
I'll explain
myself.
it for you, Mike.
Alrighty.
So the judicial officer, they didn't want to do anything to make them look like they're accepting the trustee. They're not trying to act on it in any way, and they let it go to the appellate court. Now, the reason I wrote all of the paperwork was so that the appellate court would do exactly what it did, but I didn't know if I'd ever see it happen. Anyways, the district court sent it to the appellate court on September 12th. This letter dated on September 12th of 2022 that was closed captioned to Oracle and myself says, review of the district court docket discloses that the district court is considering a motion under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 50B for judgment, 52B to amend or make additional findings, 59 to alter or amend judgment or for new trial, or 60 to vacate, filed within 28 days of entry of judgment under Federal Rule of Procedure, Appellate Procedure 4A4. A notice of appeal after entry of judgment, but before disposition of such a motion, becomes effective upon entry of an order disposing of the last such motion. This court will treat the notice of appeal as filed as of the date the district court disposes of such motion, and will docket the appeal following disposition of the motion. Please notify this court upon entry of an order disposing of the motion. If a party wishes to appeal the district court's disposition of the motion, a notice of appeal or amended appeal notice of appeal must be filed within the time prescribed for appeal measured from the entry of the order disposing of the last such motion.
Okay.
Okay. So they sent it back to the district court and said, we can't take this from you, because they can't do anything with it, because if it goes to the appellate court right now, there's nobody over there to argue against me. And my guess is that the federal court is going to just wait it out. That's what they love to do, is they love to just wait you out. You don't do anything, and then they just toss it out in law for failure to prosecute, which is why you have to go and prosecute. So around the end of October, beginning of November, I have to go prosecute. Okay, they play the waiting game, and I have to write a different writ to go to the appellate court to get the appellate court to issue a mandamus or something of that nature to order them to do their job. And it's never going to happen ever without public support.
Right. No, because that's the whole that goes into the whole putting, public pressure on them by having eyes on them. That's like, if you look at the original, and intent behind what the freedom of the press was supposed to be, it was supposed to keep those, those corrupt, keep them being watched in the light of day, and keep them on the defensive so that they follow the law and do their jobs, and that's part of the checks and balances. But then what we have now is this whole mockingbird media that was been hijacked basically by corporate and private interests, and now like what we're seeing is that's gone, like that's completely almost gone away altogether, except for the kind of work we're doing, in the new media or alternative media, as some might call it. And we got to keep putting the pressure on, like court watchers. We have to have people. We have to have public support. You're absolutely right.
Well, and if the public doesn't understand, like this is the reason we're in these problems right now, is because the public doesn't understand law, and they understand it in their heart. Everybody knows what's going on is wrong, but nobody knows how to articulate it.
How to get it, how to escape it, legally speaking.
Yeah. And so here's what I'm going to say is that the reason they can't stop me is because, and I was actually really interested because the first thing that the appellate court said, and of course we didn't name our motions, any of those rules they were talking about. We just wrote down a motion and, put the law behind it. And the reason they said, like, the first thing that they said the motion was for a judgment. So basically they were saying, the appellate court was saying that upon reviewing it, they saw that a motion for judgment as a matter of law, because the facts are already upon the record and they could not be changed, like, is in order.
Okay, so you have at least that much working for you then. That's good.
Oh yeah. I couldn't imagine them throwing this out unless just nobody's paying attention. And of course, before we actually go to start moving the federal court, you're going to see everything we wrote, word for word, and we're going to show you the documents and stuff, all of the presentation. Nice. And so, you'll have a really, really good understanding of exactly what's going on, exactly what's at stake. But the reason they can't stop me is because I can privately prosecute a civil nature and a civil nature RICO violation.
Yep, RICO. Okay? That's it, motherfucker. That's the key right there. Yep.
And that's why they cannot stop me in law from doing what I'm going to do. Okay, but they're not going to let me do it.
It's funny you should mention that, because we're seeing the same kind of racketeering shit going on there with the school boards, and we're calling the same thing. RICO.
Well, it's going on all over the country.
Yeah, no, it is totally, and in every industry too. Like it's almost permeated every aspect of our lives. It's like really like how it all happened. It's all the same. It was just, man, dude. But yeah, we're exposing it on the school board front for the next segment, dude. We go into that a little bit in the article we put together. So stay tuned for that. You're gonna enjoy that. I think if you're going down the same path, I think we might be able to get some insight from each other, just from a broader perspective.
Oh yeah. We gotta get something done.
Definitely. So we'd love to keep us updated for sure. We'd love to have you on again as things progresses. As you're ready to start releasing, your content, and things progress with your case. So for sure, keep us in the loop. We'd love to help you promote it and get your because this is huge. What you're doing is huge. What we're doing with the school board out here in Vegas, and what we're exposing here is huge. What's going on with the CCSD and family court corruption that we expose weekly is huge. We're seeing connections, like we really are seeing like money trail connections and stuff to big players, and this is not just locally. This is nationwide and even internationally, folks. Is what we're seeing. Like all the stuff put together, all the evidence. We're all the different fronts we're working on. We're all seeing connections to each other. So it's all tied in. I mean, I can confirm this. I've seen a lot of evidence to indicate that, folks, and he's right. It's permeated all aspects of our society.
Yeah, it's a systemic issue for sure.
And cleaning up the courts would be a guarantee solve to the problem.
Well, it'd be a good start, at least. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, as long as you get it started, as soon as you get it started, it's not going to take long to clean up.
Yeah, he's already been doing the family courts.
Yeah, I mean, it took us since the time of the Revolutionary War, 250 years to devolve back into this kind of reliance on government. you know, but when that reliance comes down, I mean, that reliance came down within 10 years for most of the people who were living during the time of the revolution. Like within 1 decade of their life, they went from, you know, very loyal, loving British subject to screw you, I can do this better on my own.
Right, and we're seeing a repeat
time.
of the same thing here in this, not only this country, but all around the world, but in all these different countries. We're seeing it on a global scale now, and it's like the people that, you know, just the everyday people, you know, we the people, you know, you, me, all of us that are afflicted by this. Not, you know, not these, you know, these big tech oligarchs or these ruling 1%, you know, because they're the bastards perpetrating this in a lot of circumstances. But yeah, it's like now it's on the global scale, and you know, and now it's a fight for the future of our planet and our, you know, and the future of future generations. You know, if we don't stand up and fight, there's not going to be any future generations to fight for.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's 100% secured because of how much technology and surveillance state they have.
That's,
you know, like
that's a big reason, part of it too. You're right.
Yeah, if people do not go and get a court of law back and start having rights and justice upheld, you know, if they can't get that back peacefully, then there's never going to be a time where they're going to be able to have another uprising revolution within a decade. You know, it's just the people who think different will be caught early and dealt with. That's what I think, at least. Anyways, I gotta get back to work. Angela, thanks for having me.
John, thank you for showing up.
having me on.
Thank you guys for jumping on and informing our viewers. We appreciate everything you guys bring to the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. John's working on some deadlines. We're doing some more videos. And just to let you know, Stephen, John and I will be interviewing someone for school board in our local area here next week, because we do interviews with various people. And we were very instrumental in helping to get rid of the last district attorney, and before that, the sheriff that was in this county. So we are always working behind the scenes and up front. And thank you so much for having us. Thank you, Dottie. I'm going to probably just put it on mute so I can listen to the rest of the show.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you for the invite. I really appreciate it. I look forward to whatever's going to be next for Dad for the veteran information. Thank you, Dottie. Thank you, Stephen.
I'll put you guys in touch with Steve Hansen. I'm connected with him on Facebook. I'll get you guys connected.
So much. I'll listen to the rest.
All right, awesome, thank you. And so we're just waiting. I think James went out for a cigarette, but I'm just gonna start screen sharing, and we're gonna start reading the article that I've put together for you guys, and we'll go from there until he gets back. Because during the latter half, where we go over his evidence, I'm gonna have him explain to you guys how and break it down exactly what he uncovered in his own words from his own discovery and investigation. So this is gonna be good, folks. All right, all right, here we go.
Hits 3. CCSD Board of Trustees Timeline. CCSD Board of Trustees Timeline.
Can everybody hear that okay?
2022. Here we have put together the timeline of events that have occurred regarding the CCSD Board of Trustees starting from October 2021 to the present. CCSD Board of Trustees Timeline of events. James and Ian Bayless screenshot.
All right, so we're going to play this video here from the article, and we're going to resume reading the article after that.
James Bayless, James Garcia, David.
This is from October of 2021, you guys, for context.
Direct, is that okay? I'm not sure if it's okay for me to speak to him directly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bayless, you would be addressing the board.
As you wish.
Thank you.
So I just want to address basically, as I was from our other agenda, basically, since at Fremont Middle School, when my son was arrested and everything else that happened with the bullying and everything else, I reached out to Mr. Jar's office and called multiple times and left voicemails to no avail. Brian Brill informed me that he spoke to Jar and that nothing was going to be done. I reached out to I guess you could say his pit bulls, and asked them for help. They wouldn't help. Called Metro. They won't help because the pit bulls won't help. And whenever you bring up any type of insurrections, You get child services at your door to make you decredible, so you have to worry. And you take your mind off of what you're trying to do and worry about saving your own butt. That's not fair. He's supposed to be protecting our kids, not himself. He has these guys not protecting kids, but protecting him. Because my kid was assaulted at Foothill. I pressed charges on the staff at that school. They would not file charges. Even though I had pictures, evidence, and witnesses, they didn't even speak to the witnesses. In court, I understand they're all under his jurisdiction. So that's child endangerment, child neglect, and child abandonment. Shouldn't I fall on him? If so, then he should be in cuffs. And Metro should come get him and not hide behind these guys. Because they won't touch him. That's their boss. Metro won't come to them unless they call him. So what do? This man shouldn't even be around a kid within 100 meters. Honestly, he should be set to a pedo standard. He should not be around a kid. It's dangerous. If he doesn't know how to protect him, he can't maintain him. He shouldn't have this job. Making $500,000 a year, he would think he'd buy an education. Go ahead.
Back when I was in elementary school in 4th grade, Mr. Jar said he would look into my sexual abuse. He never did. I'm in 10th grade now. We still haven't got no contact from him at all. Where's our contact? We want to know what's going on with my abuse. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to help us, or are you just going to let it be sad? We want to know. That's it.
Good job. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's resume the article.
Hits.
So then,
3. CCSD Board of Trustees timeline. Back in October 2020, in order to fully grasp the enormity, depth, and seriousness of this Kids for Cash racketeering scheme, we must go back to October 2021. Back in October 2021, just as the CCSD Board of Trustees meetings were heating up, with angry parents voicing their grievances, angry about neglect and lack of education their children are receiving, angry about the forced mask mandates on our children, and so much more. This is where our story begins. For a really good rundown on the events that occurred on October 28, 2021, we recommend this article by the Las Vegas Review-Journal. It is great coverage on this CCSD Board of Trustees meeting. In addition, it's short enough of an article yet still gives a thorough and accurate account of events according to the known facts.
we are going to go ahead and go to that article and then screen read that as well. And then we got one more like that down here. And then we are quoting the third article, which will be on ours. So let's do that real quick because I want everybody to understand the context of what's going on here.
Clark County Trustees oust Superintendent Jesus Hara. Review-Journal art. Clark County Trustees oust Superintendent Jesus Hara. CCSD Superintendent Jesus Hara's contract terminated. Superintendent Jesus Hara leaves the Clark County School Board meeting after the Board of Trustees voted to oust him from his position as Clark County School District Board of Trustees President. Linda Cavazos continues to preside at CCSD Greer Education Center.
Wait.
On Thursday, October 28, 2021.
Hold on. I think how in the heck did
Los
Hold on. The article's not wanting to cooperate. Hold up, folks. Sorry about that. I couldn't say, where was it reading from? What the heck? Anyway, let's try this again.
Clark County Trustees oust Superintendent Jesus Hara. CCSD Superintendent Jesus Hara's contract terminated. Superintendent Jesus Hara leaves the Clark County School Board meeting after the Board of Trustees voted to oust him from
Okay, hold on. This is not reading the right thing. Hold on. Let me just do it this way then. Okay, let's try it now.
The Clark County School Board on Thursday voted 4-3 to terminate Superintendent Jesus Hara's contract. After 2 hours of public comment and a contentious debate among school trustees, the board voted to end Hara's employment agreement, for convenience. Trustees Danielle Ford, Irene Cepeda, Linda Cavazos and Lisa Guzman voted for removal, while Lola Brooks, Katie Williams and Evelyn Garcia Morales voted no. Also Thursday, the board voted to table the agenda item about Cavazos' role as board president. Cavazos voted no, and Williams wasn't in attendance at that point. It essentially means Cavazos remains president, but the item could be brought back at a future meeting. Jara's employment agreement was slated to run through January 15, 2023. He had been on the job since 2018, and his annual salary was $320,000. After the vote, Jara said that since his arrival his focus has never wavered to improve the well-being and academic success of our students. He said some members of the board have micromanaged him and undermined his staff, but noted he was dedicated to protecting his staff from overreach and interference. Local News Your Way. Sign up for our free daily morning and afternoon update newsletters. My focus on student well-being and academic improvement has not wavered, Jara said. Unfortunately, a majority of the trustees did not share that vision, and this community and our children will suffer because of it. He asked to be excused for the evening and he left the meeting after the remarks. Some audience members began yelling. Williams made pointed remarks toward Cavazos, who told her she was out of order. Shortly thereafter, security guards and school district police headed into the lobby, where there was a reported disturbance. Cavazos asked for exit doors to be closed for safety. It quickly quieted down. This isn't working. During the discussion about Jara's contract, board attorney Mary Ann Miller said that with termination for convenience, the board doesn't have to cite any particular reason. Without making any comments, Ford made a motion to terminate Jara's contract. Guzman seconded the motion. Brooks said some trustees won't stop at anything until they get their way. She said part of her wants to encourage Jara to walk away because some of his bosses have made his job impossible. The situation reflects poorly on the board, Brooks said, noting she can't convince some of her peers that they're on the same team. The board has been largely ineffective this year, Brooks said. The one thing everyone can agree on is that this isn't working, and we should all do better, she added. Ford interrupted Brooks's remarks, saying there's a lot of speculation and she wanted to call for the vote. Cavazos told fellow board members not to interrupt one another and we need to be adults in the room. Brooks made a motion to table the agenda item until January 4, 2023. Miller said a motion to table the agenda item takes precedence over the original motion. Williams seconded the motion to table the item, but it failed 3-4, with Ford, Cepeda, Cavazos and Guzman opposed. It's the second time the board had considered terminating Jara's contract. He has faced criticism over his erroneous statements to the board and state legislators, as well as his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, including the decision to operate with 100% distance education for about a year starting in March 2020. In July 2020, trustees voted 4-3 to adjourn a special meeting before getting to an item seeking to end Jara's contract. Then in May, trustees voted 4-3 to extend his contract, with Cavazos, Guzman and Ford voting against the motion. It followed a dispute over contact terms, with Jara's representatives arguing it was in effect until 2023 and trustees saying it ended June 30 this year. Public comments about Jara. About 35 people signed up in advance to provide a public comment regarding Jara's contract and dozens more signed up at the meeting. Second-grade teacher and National Education Association of Southern Nevada President Vicki Kreidel said that under Jara, the school district has a toxic culture ruled by fear and that the district is losing educators as a result. High school teacher Sarah Comro said the district needs to find a superintendent who cultivates a better climate in classrooms. S.S. Rogers with the Ministers Alliance of Southern Nevada said that when Jara arrived on the job and he met him at an event, he told him, "I'm your friend if you do the right thing. But you have not been doing the right thing." Maria Nieto with the Mi Familia Voto organization said she wanted to urge the board to fire Jara. The culture of the school district has deteriorated and employees are under duress, she said. But Jose Solorio, who was a trustee in the early 1990s, said his viewpoint is that Jara has been receptive to ideas from day one. Hara has worked well with administrators, Solorio said, and when he talks about the superintendent to parents in the Latino community, they are super proud and see him as someone their children can look up to. There's a silent majority appreciative of what the superintendent has done, he said. A few people from Mission High School, a district campus for students who are recovering from substance abuse, said Hara has done a lot for the school and has shown compassion for students. Jim Frazee, a high school teacher and vice president of the Clark County Education Association Teachers Union, said Hara must be judged based on his performance, not politics. If the board terminates the superintendent's contract, it will set a chilling example and no one who sits in that chair will take bold action, he said. Walter Jones III said there's education expertise right here in Las Vegas, but the school district wants to go everywhere else to hire superintendents. The district needs someone who knows Nevada, he said. He said there's too much bickering on the board, noting trustees need to think about students and employees. Cavazos presidency. Immediately after the vote on Hara's contact, the board considered the item about Cavazos as president, a post she has held since January. The board voted to table the item. Cavazos was appointed to the board in 2017 and then elected in 2018 for a 4-year term. Many of the public commenters said they supported Cavazos, some saying she has maintained her composure and professionalism during difficult meetings. But some in the audience said they were disturbed by how they say Cavazos has treated some public commenters at recent meeting and in social media posts. During public comments about Cavazos' presidency, she asked a public commenter to leave after he yelled out an allegation about Brooks. Shortly thereafter, Williams, who wasn't wearing a mask, started arguing with Cavazos, who told her she was out of order. She said she didn't care about what Cavazos says and doesn't work for her. Some in the audience yelled, "Put your mask on," and others yelled, "Keep it off." Cavazos said she would note for the record that she asked Williams multiple times to put on a mask and that she refused. She said the board won't take a recess. Williams left shortly thereafter. Brooks released her letter to the Review-Journal on Saturday calling for a vote about Cavazos, in which she said Cavazos had reached out to principals to gain support for ousting Hara. She also alleged Cavazos leaked confidential information from a closed session to an employee union. In a Friday email, which is included with online school board meeting materials, Williams requested an agenda item to consider removing Cavazos, saying she has consistently and continuously undermined the will of the board by not collaborating with the superintendent and staff. Williams also alleged there's clear bias in Cavazos' motives, and that she has bullied other trustees and steamrolled them into submission. Online meeting materials include a thread of emails from February through this month, including a few requests from Cavazos to meet with Williams related to social media concerns. After arranging a time to meet in February, Williams emailed Cavazos later that month to express concerns with her performance as president. Williams declined meetings Cavazos requested in August and earlier this month regarding social media issues, the emails show. President says ouster move, retaliation. At a news conference Wednesday, Cavazos said the motion to oust her from her position was retaliation for her support for the item to consider ending Hara's contract. She also said that a set of circumstances precipitated the agenda item to end Hara's contract, but declined to discuss specifics ahead of Thursday's meeting so as not to violate state open meeting laws. Numerous interested parties weighed in prior to the meeting. In an undated letter, members of Hara's executive cabinet wrote to the trustees that the superintendent has its broad, unwavering support. The letter said the officials are committed to Hara's vision for student success and the district is finally making progress by implementing practices and processes that promote equity, access and achievement for our students. Chris Engelstad of the Engelstad Foundation also issued a statement supporting Hara, calling the trustees' priorities clearly and completely out of touch with the needs of the families and children throughout our community that depend on their decision-making. There hasn't been a single agenda item on student achievement in 2021, she said. What a miserable showcase of CCSD trustee priorities. Instead, precious hours are being wasted on things like a vote to fire Superintendent Hara, who has worked as diligently as possible within this current system. Others said the dueling agenda items demonstrate that the divided school board is more focused on politics than academic performance. What we're seeing played out is all the more reason why we support a governance model change for the school board, John Velardita, Executive Director of the Clark County Education Association Teachers Union, told the Review-Journal on Wednesday. In a statement late Wednesday, the Vegas Chamber urged the board not to move forward on these divisive agenda items. Stable and consistent leadership is essential for students to succeed, especially now as our local schools recover from the very adverse impacts of the pandemic on K-12 education, the business organization said. Some trustees have lost focus, and instead of concentrating on student achievement and significant staffing challenges, they're bringing forth agenda items that demonstrate the ongoing misguided focus and distractions that have consumed the school district, the chamber said. An ally to students members of the Youth Power Project and Make the Road Nevada issued a statement Thursday saying they're firmly opposed to removing Cavazos as board president. Kathia Sotelo, organizer of the Youth Power Project, said in the statement that Cavazos has been an ally to students and has taken personal accountability and initiative to create important changes at CCSD. Student voices are now being prioritized at school board meetings thanks to Cavazos, Sotelo said. Two members of the Youth Power Project, whose full names weren't included in the statement, said they don't feel heard or supported by Hara. The board had other less dramatic but important matters before it on Thursday, including hearing the recommendations of a committee tasked with developing a district anti-racism policy and reviewing and possibly approving collective bargaining agreements with 2 employee unions. Contact Julie Wooten Greener at J. Greener.
All right, so let's go back to the article we were at. Okay.
Hey, shoot me that article.
Oh, this one right here, the one we did?
The one you were just reading about from Julie.
Oh yeah, all the links are on the on there on our article.
Which article was that though?
Huh?
Which news article was that from Julie?
This was from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. The article they did on last.
Yeah, I know. But who? The one from Julie. Which one was that?
I think that was the first one. You mean the journalist, right? Who wrote the article?
Yeah. Reason why you're contacting.
Yeah, that one. It's that one right there, and then that's one of them. All right, yeah, I'll send them. I'll put them in the chat right now. There you go.
All right. Oh no, just give it to me privately. I'll talk to you later about it.
All right. Stay on because I need you. We're gonna go over your evidence here.
I know. Continue.
All right. All right, folks. All right. So here we go. Now we went over that article. So we're gonna do this one next. So let me just read this for it.
Following the October 28, 2021 CCSD board meeting, we segue into the November 18, 2021 CCSD board meeting, where Superintendent Hara weaseled his way back into the CCSD Board of Trustees. Again, the Las Vegas Review-Journal did another outstanding article on the meeting.
Right here, folks, the date is, that's this article right here. And the date on this one is November 18th, 2021. So let's go ahead and have that. Is by Julie Wooten.
Excuse me. I would
Greener.
like to do a little fact check real quick.
Go
In
for
the
it.
very first article of the Review Journal, that meeting did not get locked down. There was no police that ran through there. Nothing like that happened during that meeting.
Yes.
The video.
Yeah. So you explain to our audience because there's a lot. They're not even talking about the whole thing that happened with you because I know you were there on that video and you were covering.
No cops rushed in. There was no lockdowns. There was none of that even happened.
Okay, there you go. So I mean, they're trying to portray it like there was, correct? So I mean, obviously they're trying to make it look a certain way. Is that what you're getting at here?
Basically, they're trying to make the parents look sporadic and out of control.
Right, exactly. That's what you're pointing out. So no, okay. So I want our folks to take note of that. Okay. Okay. Mr. James Bayless was there. Okay, and he's been fighting this at least a year. Going to these board meetings. So at least since last October, minimum, probably earlier than that, I think even. So let's continue. All right, here we go.
The Clark County School Board voted late Thursday and early Friday to reconsider termination of Superintendent Jesus Hara's contract, essentially paving the road for a new vote on the topic, and then decided not to rescind his contract. Both motions passed 4-3, with Board President Linda Cavazos and trustees Danielle Ford and Lisa Guzman opposed. The vote reverses a split decision on October 28 to end Hara's contract, for convenience, meaning the board didn't need to provide a reason. The board previously decided in May to extend his contract until January 15, 2023. Hara, who has been on the job since 2018, was set to leave his post on December 1. Now, it's unclear whether he'll stay on the job. Cavazos said Hara wasn't in attendance at the meeting, which lasted past 1 a.m. Friday, nor had he designated any representatives to speak on his behalf. School Board Attorney Mary Ann Miller said no communication has been received as to whether Hara wants to be reinstated. The board voted 5-2, with Cavazos and Ford opposed, to postpone an agenda item about the interim superintendent search process until confirmation can be received from Hara about whether he too intends to stay on the job. Local News Your Way. Sign up for our free daily morning and afternoon update newsletters. If he doesn't, the motion calls for Hara providing 3 to 4 names to the board attorney for the board to consider as interim superintendent. In response to a question from Ford, Miller said Hara's contract isn't terminated until December 1. I feel like we need a different opinion, Ford said, such as from a private attorney. This is the most dysfunctional thing the board has participated in, she added. Vice President Irene Cepeda said she's begging for a proper transition plan with a proper search, so we don't have to throw things into chaos. She said she's not sure Hara is going to stick around. She expressed frustration, saying, "Who sets this agenda?" noting it's at the point where it takes 3 trustees to put anything on an agenda. And the board hasn't considered student outcomes this year, she said. It's so frustrating to be on this Titanic, and it seems like the board can't move forward, Cepeda said. Cavazos said there was a plan during a board meeting earlier this month. Trustees discussed about appointing an interim superintendent. But the meeting was adjourned and no vote was taken. "You are phony baloney," Ford told her. An argument broke out among some board members. 2 of the agenda items for Thursday's meeting, reconsidering Hara's contract and investigating hostile work environment allegations raised by the superintendent, were requested by Cepeda and trustees Lola Brooks and Evelyn Garcia Morales. Cepeda was the swing vote last month in deciding to terminate Hara's contract, while Brooks and Garcia Morales opposed the motion. On Thursday, Cepeda reversed her position by voting to not rescind Hara's contract termination. In a statement this month, Cepeda said she voted to terminate the contract in late October due to the toxic environment on the school board and noted more and more troubling information had come out since the vote. After the vote to reconsider the contract termination, a handful of public commenters said they were disappointed, saying the community had spoken about wanting Hara gone. They said they were disappointed. "I'm disgusted that you don't listen to the public," teacher Sarah Comro said, adding the school board doesn't care about its employees. Cepeda said she brought forward the item seeking to remedy open meeting law violations. Ford said she wanted to know what the violations are. She said the correct procedure is to file a complaint with the Nevada Attorney General's office. Cepeda said she got the okay from Miller for the agenda item, but hasn't filed a complaint. Cepeda said she knows 4 trustees communicated regarding Hara's contract, noting there were unethical communications. If no evidence is presented about an open meeting law violation, the agenda item should be dismissed, Ford said. But if the item moves forward, Ford said she wanted her open meeting law complaint, which she says is pending with the Nevada Attorney General's office, included with reference material. The complaint is regarding an item during a May meeting where the board decided in a split vote to extend Hara's contract. Ford said she's seeking to invalidate that vote. During a public comment period, S.S. Rogers of the Ministers Alliance of Southern Nevada said he doesn't support reconsidering Hara's contract termination. Hara has lost the confidence and trust of Las Vegas' historic West Side, Rogers said, noting he's requesting new leadership. Diana Batista also said she doesn't support reconsidering Hara's contract, adding the board has already voted and needs to move on. But Roger West, a school principal, said he wanted to encourage the board to rescind the contract termination. He said he wanted to share the positive impact of systems put into place by Hara, pointing to the superintendent's focus on the teaching and learning process. Dr. Hara is not perfect, West said, adding he has agreed with many of the decisions the superintendent has made and disagreed with some as well. West said he has never been afraid or discouraged from pushing back and asking questions, noting that's the opposite of a toxic and hostile work environment. District employee Hannah Comro said that when she saw news about the agenda item to reconsider the contract termination, she thought no one on the school board could be that careless. But, she said, nothing surprises her anymore. Comro asked how reconsidering Hara's contract termination will help the district heal. Noting many commenters have expressed concerns about the superintendent and talked about the environment he has created. Hostile work environment allegations. For the item about hostile work environment allegations, Garcia Morales made a motion to authorize up to 4 members who are not named in a demand letter from Hara's attorney to work with the school district to identify an outside firm, with a cost not to exceed $100,000, to investigate allegations at the executive and administrative levels of the school district. The board voted 4-3 to approve the motion, with Cavazos, Ford and Guzman opposed. Hara's attorney sent a letter to the board saying the superintendent is owed $2.6 million to pay out the rest of his contract and to settle other allegations, including a hostile work environment. Guzman said the motion would lead to further division on the board. Ford asked if the motion was intended to target 3 trustees, herself, Cavazos and Guzman, who were named in Hara's letter. When she didn't get a direct answer, Ford said the board often gaslights her, noting her question is reasonable. The purpose of the investigation would be to look at the whole board and how it functions with the superintendent, Cepeda said. Cavazos said she doesn't think the agenda item is clear enough to even make a motion, also noting it will be divisive for the board. She also thinks the cost would far exceed $100,000. Cavazos also said she's struggling with the connection between Cepeda's intention behind the agenda item and Garcia Morales' motion. Cepeda said the school district has cycled through 5 superintendents over the past 20 years. It's clear there's a relationship and culture problem, she said, noting, we still haven't done anything about it, and it's something that needs to be finally addressed. The school board sets the tone and its actions ripple across the community, Cepeda said. She said she wants to know if the board wants an investigation. Many of the public speakers said they're unclear what and who the school board would be investigating, and many opposed the item. Many also said there are hostile work environment issues district-wide, including at schools. Camila Bywaters with the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators said the wording of the agenda item was actually really confusing, and seemed consistent with retaliation. Also, the agenda item was only to investigate at the executive and administrative levels of the school district, which is a slap in the face to students and employees who share real-life personal experiences of a toxic culture and environment, Bywaters said. The community has been clear, she said, telling the school board they've failed. Hara not in attendance. Hara didn't attend the meeting Thursday. Cavazos said she was informed Thursday morning that Hara wouldn't be in attendance but wasn't told why. He has his own reasons. I really don't know, she said in a brief telephone interview hours before the meeting was scheduled to begin. A spokesman for the district said later that Hara had elected instead to attend the NIAA High School Football State Championship game at Allegiant Stadium to support and applaud CCSD's teams. Playing in an NFL stadium is the thrill of a lifetime for many of our student athletes who otherwise would not have this opportunity, the spokesman quoted Hara as saying. The generosity of the Las Vegas Raiders and Allegiant Stadium shows how a community can come together in support of education by focusing on our kids. With or without Hara's presence, Cavazos said she was expecting a challenging meeting, but added that, we'll get through it. During a public comment period at the meeting, school district employee Terry Schumann said she works in a preschool classroom and that 3 to 5-year-olds haven't acted out in the manner the school board has with its bickering. If the children had, they would have been placed in timeout and school employees would have talked with their parents, she said. Noting maybe there's not sufficient discipline across the school board. Quincy Williams said about the Hara situation, "Y'all need to get this stuff resolved." Other meeting items. During the first several hours of the meeting Thursday, trustees moved through a long list of business items. That included giving final approval for an anti-racism policy, appointing members to a sex education advisory committee for a 2-year term, and approving spending $2.8 million in federal money to continue using an EMOCA mobile health COVID-19 symptom screening tool in 2022. The board also approved calendars for the 2022-23 and 2023-24 school years. It also approved an amendment to this school year's calendar for staff to include the Juneteenth holiday. There was discussion about considering a full week off for Thanksgiving, but the board opted against it. There were concerns about the lack of pay for support staff and lack of access to school meals for students in need. The board was also slated to consider a tentative collective bargaining agreement with the Education Support Employees Association that runs through 2023. The agreement includes a 3.5% salary increase effective December 1st and yearly step increases. It also calls for the school district to increase health insurance contributions by 5% each contract year. The changes will cost the school district an estimated $42.4 million. There were open seats in the meeting room throughout Thursday night, unlike a full house and overflow room in late October when the board voted terminate Hara's contract. Public comment periods were interrupted a couple of times due to disturbances in the audience, including one woman who was yelling and was escorted out. Contact Julie Wooten Greener at J.
All right, now, is that the article you were referring to, James, or Mr. Lulls, that you were telling me about? Is that the one?
Same thing. Yeah, same thing. I just need her.
Okay, so this one, I sent them both in the chat. This one is dated November 18th, 2021. Okay, so let's continue
Fact about that November.
Yeah, go ahead.
You remember that arrest report I sent you from Florida?
Yes.
Look at the same date. He wasn't at no football game.
Interesting. Yeah, no, folks, we're finding a lot of interesting conflicts of interest with this kid, with this particular.
He wasn't at no football game. He was.
There's a lot of fishy going on here, folks. So let's continue. So next we have up this part, which is it's from an article by the Nevada Current. So just due to their publishing guidelines that you can publish under Creative Commons. So we did so as requested. We kind of formatted it a little bit for ourselves like they requested, but it's their article. We have a link to it also to go to their original one. So let's begin this the rest of this article, and then I think after this we're going to get into the evidence. So, all right.
The next relevant date for this story is December 8, 2021. From an article by Nevada Current. It's deja vu all over again at the Clark County School District, where Supt. Jesus Hara is still in charge, or maybe was never not in charge, after a protracted negotiation with CCSD trustees. Presumably, the negotiation included, "I can do anything I want and no one can stop me," because that is the gauntlet Hara laid down with this Thursday's agenda, which came out last week. Before he even announced that he was staying. The agenda item is 5.01. Hara is the only contact. It's about service level agreements, SLAs. The part of the reorg law, AB 469, that allows schools, with their organizational teams, to hire the contractors they see fit. Hara wants to take all of those service level agreements away from schools. Yes, the agenda item starts out giving schools more responsibility for L testing, and makes indeterminate determinations about landscaping and trash pickup. Then it ends with this. The transfer of responsibility for all remaining responsibilities currently transferred to schools under a service level agreement from schools back to central office, is recommended. The grammar in that sentence confirms for me why we are one of the worst school districts in the nation. Or perhaps the grammar is confusing and badly written on purpose, so board members' eyes would glaze over and they wouldn't really understand its meaning. This is the meaning: we are re-centralizing everything. We are ignoring the reorganization law. Schools can pound sand. The reorg law, and SLAs in particular, is the core issue of the recent meetings between CCSD and the State Board of Education, which has been overseeing the rollout of the reorganization. In the past, state board members have been pretty clear they are not happy with answers CCSD has given them about why they aren't following the law. We'll get to that in a minute. First, I want to point out here the similarity between the transfer of responsibility for all remaining responsibilities currently transferred to schools under a service level agreement from schools back to central office, and said placement is at the discretion of the superintendent. The latter sentence was used in this document to justify $431,500 in annual raises to HARA's top cabinet members that was announced just days after the vote to terminate HARA on October 28. This sum, which I wrote about before, surprised trustees, who were led to believe the raises for top admin, who do not have a union contract, would be in line with raises given to regular admin that negotiated with their union. Let's be clear. Trustees were all briefed on the new compensation policy earlier in the fall, in serial closed sessions which I believe violate open meeting law, and some asked HR Director Nadine Jones about the sole discretion line. As I reported before, Trustee Danielle Ford asked to have that sentence struck, as it was not in any other policy the trustees have seen. Jones told her it wasn't a substantial change. Jones came out with a $25,000 raise from that insubstantial change in policy. Trustee Lisa Guzman told me last week that trustees had been told that this week's agenda item on service level agreements was just to answer questions the State Board of Ed had put to them. The accompanying documentation to the agenda does that. The agenda item, with that horribly written sentence, goes much further. So, again, trustees were lied to. Why am I not surprised? Look at the birdie, look at the birdie. Grabs purse and runs. Maybe I've been watching too many Oceans movies. But it sure seems to me that CCSD leadership, Red Hara and Trustee Lola Brooks, are purposefully creating a series of diversions that makes it incredibly hard for people to follow what's really going on. Let's look at the last 2 months. October 6, Fakisha Miller, who had been holding the Clark County Education Association's feet to the fire regarding the future of the Teachers Health Trust, goes to the trustees and tells them that Hara undermined negotiations behind her back when she was on sick leave to give CCEA more favorable terms. She also tells trustees that Hara created a hostile environment for employees and was retaliatory. This is not the first time trustees have heard these kinds of stories. But it is the first time they have not been able to ignore them. The trustees decide to put Fakisha Miller under their purview so Hara can't fire her before her 30 days are up, and they start the proceedings to terminate Hara. October 22, after a few days of writing, rewriting, and haggling with board attorney Mary Ann Miller, the agenda item for Hara's termination goes up. October 22, hours later, an agenda item to remove Linda Cavazos as president goes up. Earlier in the day the TV stations were reporting, they're terminating Hara. By that night, the narrative had changed to, there's infighting amongst the board. Neat how that works, isn't it? Let's continue with our timeline. October 28, in a 4-3 vote, Hara's contract is terminated. Trustee Evelyn Garcia Morales cries. Trustee Katie Williams creates another diversion, then stomps out of the meeting, reportedly going to a bar with the CCSD cabinet members who had just left. Former Assemblywoman and County Commissioner Chris Giunchigliani, who had attended and spoke at the meeting, sends me a text after the vote. Check their procedures to make sure they can't come back and reconsider. November 2, an email detailing raises for 16 cabinet positions goes out to trustees. It starts making the rounds of principals and, that night, Channel 3 confirms with Ford that the email is legit. I need to cut into this narrative for a minute, cause in the email, CCSD said the raises added up to $408,000. Clearly the admin who put that list together weren't math teachers. The raises added up to $419,000 and change before the across-the-board 3% that the admin union had negotiated were added on. That brought the final total to over $431,500 per year. For eternity or when CCSD ceases to exist, whichever comes first. Again, back to our timeline. November 4th, Trustee Irene Cepeda abstains from the vote and, therefore, stops the process for finding an interim superintendent, on the pretense that Ford shouldn't have shared the email about the cabinet raises. Team Lola generates outrage about Ford sharing the cabinet raises, which was—
I just want to just point out that reasoning is a load of crap. The people have a right to know.
Sent in an email, which is a public record. Trustees Guzman, Cavazos and Ford get bombarded with public records requests from Trustees Brooks, Cepeda and Garcia Morales. Reality check. We are no longer talking about Fakisha Miller and the realities of CCSD's working environment she brought to the board. We are not talking about why Hara would want to undermine the negotiating position of CCSD in favor of CCEA. We are not talking about almost $500,000 in raises for 16 people. We aren't even talking about vaccine mandates, which were passed in August. We are talking about infighting amongst the board. Diversion at its finest. And it goes on. November 5th, Hara sends out a demand letter, asking for $2.65 million in small bills with no markings and he will go away quietly. Okay, maybe I exaggerated about the small bills. November 5th, Cepeda puts out an agenda item to rehire Hara on the grounds that he has faced a hostile work environment from his board. Well, really just Guzman, Cavazos and Ford. Well, really just Ford. Because Hara sees women who challenge him as hostile. Now we are talking about what constitutes harassment under the law, and whether Hara qualifies as a member of a protected class. He does not. November 18th, Hara's termination is rescinded. Nobody on the Board of Trustees actually knows what that means. Has he been fired and rehired, or is he just still on the job? Hara does not return emails and texts from Cavazos to clarify. Let me repeat that. The superintendent has not returned any emails or texts from the president of the board that oversees him. According to Cavazos, he had stopped meeting one-on-one with her months ago. Now he won't even answer her emails. December 1st, before his status is even decided, Hara puts out an agenda item in which he gives himself broad powers to ignore AB 469. And the trustees get a non-public briefing telling them that the agenda item is just answering questions that the state board put to them, exactly what Hara did with at the discretion of the superintendent for the raises. We are now leagues away from Fakisha Miller, Hara's interference with CCEA negotiations, morale among teachers, admin and staff, who are leaving mid-year in rates never seen before, and the raises that were given to top admin. We are also not talking about what is happening with ARP COVID funding from the federal government. Who is getting it? Who is deciding? Will that information be made public before the money is handed out? Nowhere are we talking about real student mental health, which means hiring more mental health professionals. And looking at district practices which are contributing to the mental health issues of educators and students. Teachers are still complaining about not being able to get medical treatment with Teachers Health Trust, which has still not paid off doctors. Now, we're hearing that teachers are having trouble getting medications. But we're not hearing that from the Board of Trustees, which putatively oversees the district. There are seemingly daily reports of students, and parents, found with guns on campus. Trustees have not addressed that. Maybe they've talked about that in the numerous closed sessions they've held in the last couple of weeks.
I doubt that.
Judging by Ford's tweet this week that she's been kicked out of those closed sessions, we can be pretty sure they're not talking about actual issues. Nevada Current article, Chaos is the Point, accessed October 2, 2022.
And this is the tweet that's in that article as well. I'm just going to read that real quick.
Hits 3. CCSD.
Nope, that's not it. Hold up. I'll just read it aloud myself because it's not going to let me. Receiving a lot of questions about an agreement made. I'll say more at a later time, but for now, here's my statement. There are current issues related to me, an elected official, being excluded from board attorney meetings purportedly for violating confidentiality. So this is from her Twitter conversation. This was December 5th, 2021, folks. You can go ahead and check that out on our article from that. Okay, so now here is something we passed out at the surprise special board meeting the other day, which shows the raises to the 16 cabinet members. So let's go ahead and look at that, and then we'll continue the rest of our article, the rest of the Nevada Current article, and then segue into the rest of ours because we're about not even halfway through, but this is all relevant, folks. It's important. So we got 431,500 and annual raises to JARA's top cabinet members, which is what they were referring to in that email and in that article. Okay. And we got all the numbers here. So these are the 16 folks that got raises. Okay. So we got, I'm not going to go through all the, I mean, obviously there's a lot of money here being going around, but I'm going to let our viewers go ahead and check that out on their time. I'll let James explain it a little further, but I wanted to put that in there because we did kind of hand that out when we covered that surprise meeting on the 29th. So let's continue here. And then there we go.
If past is prologue, Team Lola is spending all of their time and energy trying to figure out how to get Ford off the board. As Trustee Cepeda has pointed out to me, board policies are so lax, they weren't able to kick Kevin Child off the board, despite principals being so concerned about inappropriate behavior. They barred him from their campuses. But mark my words, Team Lola will do everything in its power to get Ford off the board before the November 2022 election. They will also work to get Cavazos and Guzman off the board. They have already started that, voting on November 18th to hire an outside investigator to, as Linda Cavazos put it, target her, Guzman and Ford. This is the board's focus at the moment. Make sure the people who disagree with Lola Brooks and ask Jesus Hara tough questions are gone. Make sure there are no naysayers, that there are no people standing up for teachers and admin and staff, that there's no one who points out the diversions and smoke bombs. Chaos is the point. Diversionary tactics are the point. Getting journalists to chase the birdie is the point, whether they do that by creating sensation or by whispering that sensationalism leaves a bad taste. We have no idea what is going to happen with the reorg. The Board of Ed is in a holding pattern, waiting to see if trustees even pass the broad language Hara has proposed on Thursday. Ultimately, this will end up with the legislature. I have confidence that State Supt. Joan Ebert will keep her team's eye on the ball leading up to the 2023 session. But what diversions will we enjoy between now and then in the Hara Brooks universe? Nevada Current article, Chaos is the Point, accessed October 2nd, 2022.
This next part is is our article, folks. Just want to clarify that here.
Let's fast forward to the present. Where last Thursday, September 29, 2022, a special meeting of the CCSD Board of Trustees was held and was not announced to the public. Mr. James Bayless notified me of the meeting just hours before it was to commence. It should be noted that this special, unannounced meeting was the review meeting for Hara's annual review. The question needs to be asked, why was the public not informed of this special meeting? After all, it is our tax
Sorry, that was a
dollars
typo, folks. That should have been
fund these
public.
folks'
Oh my
salary.
God, I just noticed that.
What are they trying to hide?
That was fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, folks. That was not planned. That was not intentional. That was a total typo by mistake. It should have been public, not informed. Oh my God, I should have caught that. Anyways, below is the full live streaming coverage of the CCSD Board of Trustees special unannounced meeting. We covered that live, and we have the link there for you. It's also embedded in the page, so you can check it out. The whole thing in full context, folks. We kind of got the jump on them there. And so it's also embedded here, but for some reason the article's not wanting to render. I think it's probably because we got a lot of people on the article, maybe. I don't know. For the purposes of this article, I will specifically be focusing on Mr. James Bayless's evidence. Okay, so let's go down right here and look at this. There we go.
Mr. Bayless has done his due diligence and has uncovered what appears to be a racketeering scheme between several local government agencies and institutions, and he has the evidence to prove it. First, let's begin with the video footage of Mr. Bayless' son incident, which occurred on January 10, 2022.
All right, so here's some video footage, okay, folks. Okay, that's his son. That was January 10th, I believe. Correct, James? That fight. That was the video footage of the fight.
Yeah.
And then this right here is the video footage of afterwards.
Bro, that wasn't even a fighting. That was a massacre.
No, dude, they fucking totally ganged up on him, dude. That's bullshit.
Damn, Pooh City, they fucked you up. Damn, Pooh City. You finna go back to school like that? Yo shit leaking. That motherfucker leaking a whole lot. God damn. Yeah, I know you regret talking all that. I'm gonna keep it a whole man. Don't do that.
It should be noted that Mr. Bayless pulled his son out of school following this incident. Which leads me to our next piece of evidence. Below is evidence of Mr. Bayless' son as being shown as enrolled in school. Even though his father pulled him out of school altogether following the January 10, 2022 incident. Notice how the end status section for the first two entries are missing.
Okay, so as we can see, we want to briefly just explain what the relevance is of this for our viewers. James, briefly.
Well, this is not so much about the fact that because I didn't enroll, he was still enrolled. But this is more of the fact if you would scroll down a little more,
Okay.
you'll notice there are two detention centers as schools.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So this is about the angle about the tie-in between the justice
Right,
system,
which
correct?
means they're getting paid for the kids while they put them in jail.
Gotcha. Okay.
That pupil
Okay.
money.
That's racketeering. Kids for cash, right? Basically.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And from a different angle, though. Wow. Okay. So
And
that was what I was
parents
not
don't
too clear on the evidence, but that's what I
Parents don't normally
figured.
see that. That comes from
Right.
the back end. You don't see that.
Gotcha.
And a
Okay.
teacher photoed that and gave it to me.
Interesting. That's why it's in red, right?
Huh?
That's why it's in red, right?
Yeah. That was the day he was arrested for the terroristic threat that he never made.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that bullshit scenario. That was fucked up, dude. They colluded
So
with that.
he lost a scholarship over it.
Yeah, the fucking within the CCPD collude with the courts on that one.
Look on the
And
bottom.
the
It
school
says right
system,
there.
yeah. Because I remember you telling me about that back when that was happening.
Yeah, it's right there on the bottom. If you read, you see on the bottom, right there on the bottom of it.
Yeah.
On 11.5, it says right there, CCSD.
Yep, I see that.
This is the pipeline to the juvenile system.
Yes, I believe so.
They're setting him up to make it look like he was held in a juvenile facility when this young man, surely, to my knowledge of what I've seen and witnessed here so far.
And charges were dismissed.
Okay, and so this is nothing less than child trafficking through our school systems, right?
Exactly. Let's continue the article. We got more to go.
Here is evidence of Mr. Bayless' son as being shown as enrolled in school. Even though his father pulled him out of school altogether following the
I'm
January
gonna
10,
update that part after
2022
the show, you
incident.
guys.
Yeah, you have to modify that.
Notice how the end status section for the first two entries are missing. Next we have the violent acts at schools reported to CCSD PD, in which Mr. James Bayless has clearly pointed out that no report for his son's incident exists whatsoever.
Oh, that's why I'm glad we got you here, James, because I need you to clarify the context for our viewers. That's why I've been wanting to get you on to kind of give them the rundown, because nobody knows this better than you.
Basically, when I went there, I pressed Control F. I found 97 fights in 97 instances on Basics campus.
Yeah, I did the same thing. Yeah.
Right. So October, when that one report when the kids surrounded him, and January, neither one of those reports are on that list.
Yeah, no, I noticed that. I did the same thing. I typed in basic and went through all of them. The first listing comes up as, let me zoom in here. Better. There we go. So we're going to go through. Okay, so this is the first entry, one of 87 matches. Okay, the date on here is 2/7/2022.
And
Okay,
if
so
you please notice, all the handles say either internal or complete.
right,
Complete is where they close it and just say "fuck you."
right. Well, there's no record of his fight at all in this. I've already looked at all, because the first entry right here is the 22nd of the 7th of
It would have been 10/10.
February.
Right, it would have been Gen 10.
Yeah, it would have been Gen 10. So they're to completely left that out. And the only other ones go further on past February.
It would be Jan 10th at 4:21 p.m.
Oh, would it have been? Let's not. Okay, let's go down and see what we got here. Let me zoom out because I can't see the date when I'm going through. There we go. No, I don't see any Jan 10th one. It's not there. They're January 24th and no January 10th.
And remember, January 28th is when they had that major lockdown.
Interesting.
I had the video for that. It was exactly 18 days after my son was jumped, and it was an all-out brawl. And why it was funny? Because that was his lunch. So if he'd have been at school, he'd have been right dead smack in the middle of that.
Oh wow! But you pulled him out, so of school, and so he got to avoid that whole scenario. Wow! Yeah. So that's this fight right here, then. Okay. Interesting. So as you can see, folks, really the entry for the January 10th incident does not exist. Okay. So let's go back to our article and continue from there.
Shoot, if you even go through his school records, it doesn't mention nowhere that he was arrested.
Right, I'm noticing that too. Like I've seen with what you've showed me so far.
Yeah.
So let's continue.
Can you say RICO? Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, Statute, Implications for Organized Labor. Below is a visual diagram Mr. Bayless has drawn to show the hierarchy of the RICO scheme based on what he uncovered while doing his own investigation over the last several years.
So go ahead and explain this for our viewers. This little this diagram you drew and how this little Ponzi scheme works.
The top of the world is the CCSD. The reason why a school system cannot get money for putting your kid in jail unless the governor gives the okay.
Yes, he runs the oversight board for the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance.
Bingo.
Is that not a conflict of interest? And that's later on in the article, folks. We got the proof of that as well. So.
And Child Services, CCPD, and Help Southern Nevada, which is Shannon West.
Don't forget CCSD above Help.
Right, and then there's the Help of Southern Nevada, which is your Shannon West. Then there's your family court system. Then there's the harbors, and then there's all your referrals that sends you to all the other programs that pretty much circle you around into one big money circle.
So it's one big racketeering scheme they got going on then.
They pass the kids around and send you to all the programs. They don't do crap, but they get a lot of government funding for having your
kids. Wow. Cash for kids, kids for cash, folks. That's exactly what's going on here in Las Vegas right now, you guys. That's
AK,
what's
why were
occurring.
you there busting, sniping the harbor those 3 times?
Oh, I remember that. They walked out with their tail between their legs and their heads down.
Now you understand why.
Yeah, dude, the director was sitting right in front of me. You told me that day.
But now you understand why.
I do. I was wondering the relevance of that, but I see I see the angle now, how it all operates. It makes sense now that you put it into context. Okay.
Because if you look, go down to the bottom. I already exposed all the resources of what they use.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Right. So now, if you go up, I expose the harbor. If you go up further than that, I expose the court system with my son's stuff.
Right.
I've been going up the tier and
yeah.
getting it all.
Following money, dude. Following money. Okay, so let's get on to the next part, because this next part we're going to go into the campaign contributions portion where we show the financial conflict of interest going on.
Teachers union.
Okay. So what?
That's from the teachers union.
This one right here?
All that right there is from paying out from the teachers union.
Okay, and that's towards what? What contributions towards what?
Jara's piggy bank.
Okay.
Remember he said that. Remember he voted for him
Yeah.
my reference? That's
All right,
the same people's.
All right, cool. We're gonna go over this here. Let me go ahead and.
Mr. Bayless' visual diagram of the RICO scheme based on his investigation.
That's
Next,
what we just
have
looked
the
at, folks.
PDF document which pertains to campaign contributions. These are contributions received by parties involved in other positions of influence which reflect a clear conflict of interest.
And so, as you can see, folks, we have all these the links in the PDF take you right to the links on the NevadaSOS.gov.
Where I got my info.
Yeah, reporting system they got. So the links are right there, folks. So then we're gonna go to. Okay, so we got that. There's several links in there you can go over if you'd like, folks. There's a few of them, a few different ones, but I recommend going over them and checking them out because they're relevant to tie everything together money-wise, folks. Okay, there's a couple different
If it's
ones.
happening here, it happens everywhere else.
I want to point out, and I think we covered this on one of our previous shows regarding this issue on the last time we covered it.
Yeah.
There was one that says something about advanced micro-targeting. Let me bring that up. I think that's the one of these. Hold on one second.
Right. It is. That's exactly what it was. It was on the top of the list.
Okay, it was the first one then. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
It's under Kind Law Firm.
Okay, so this right here, folks. Well, that wasn't it. It's got to be. Mass micro-targeting was on here somewhere. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Advanced micro-targeting right here, folks. Okay, what is that? What does that mean, anyways? What I mean, isn't to me that says they're targeting people? I don't know. What do you think? What could that
Do me
be?
a favor, sir. Why don't we highlight that? Highlight it. Right click. Let's ask Google.
Good idea.
And that's what I was doing.
Oh, damn. Okay, so it's a political. This ties it into the elections. Okay, gotcha.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
All right. So. Oh wait, what the hell? No, that's a different. Let's go to the other.
Would you say the voting corruption we've been dealing with in Nevada? What?
Yeah, wow.
What the GOP couldn't uncover and they spent billions? What?
Wow. Okay. All
Isn't
right.
it the very people that deals with our voting machines?
Pretty much. Yep. Damn. All right, here we go. So let's go to the next piece of evidence. And you can download all these sources, folks, from our article if you'd like. They're all the evidence is right there.
My court hearing is going to be "Hit me, baby, one more time."
Chain of evidence is regarding the Las Vegas global economic.
Say that one more time.
I said when I go to court, all they're going to be hearing with my evidence is "Hit me, baby, one more time."
Right.
According to a recent discussion Mr. Bayless had regarding his son's case and the results of his own investigation, Mr. Bayless had the following to say. The Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance and the Achievement and Professional Development Task Force controls the legal system and has their fingers in the election community. Attorney General offices, CCSD in the Nevada State Bar and Ethics community, which is why 15 reports I have filed have not touched Hara.
Oh, sorry, sir. I filed one, but there are other people that have filed other reports. There's 15 in total.
Okay, well that's how you put. I'll update that after the show to make it clear.
Copy.
All right. I just quoted from what you sent me in Messenger earlier.
Right, but there's 15 other.
Because there's 15 reports that haven't been filed, that have been filed on DAR that haven't even had no result out of them. One of those is Mr. Bayless's.
Channel 13 actually covered that.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll have a link to that article as well. I'll put that up there after the show.
After some further digging, I came across this page which lists the LVGEA Board of Directors. Well, look what we have here. Below the list of directors under people we see Dr. Jesus Hara.
Look, Cox pays him.
Yeah, look, so that's okay. So we have that, folks. Let me
remember that 1.3 million that they asked for when he got fired?
Right.
For media software and advertising?
Yeah.
That was for the website, but that's WordPress. It's free.
Right. Well, we proved that. Yeah, we proved that with our politically incorrectness site. We did. We proved it, didn't we?
Yeah, Cox pays them.
So check this out. There he is, right there, folks. You can see that all clearly. All right. Now this is the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. This is their board of directors site URL. They also have it's lvga.org. So this is their main website, and this is their investment page, folks. But let me just go to their main page because I want to show. We do have a link to it. But yeah, so look at this shit, you guys, because obviously this is they're all working together. Conflicts of interest. So here we go. We got to the investment portion of it. So let's go and go here.
If you look on the investors page of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance website, you will see second largest investor on the list right below Cox Cable is the Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development.
Okay. Now, folks, it says LVGEA has been designated as one of the 8 regional development authorities, that's RDAs, in Nevada by the Governor's Office of Economic Development, GOED, for 2021 through 2022. Each RDA, Regional Development Authorities, receives oversight and major financial support from GOED. So they're admitting it, folks. They're not hiding it at all. They're proud of the fact that they're racketeering here, is what it looks like.
No, not many people even know about this place.
No, because most people don't look at the details, but they're not hiding it at all. It's pretty obvious. I mean, okay, so if they're an investment, they're investing. Okay, so the Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development is the second largest investor in the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, which they also provide oversight for. Tell me that's in any way legal. That's complete conflict of interest. They're clearly freaking racketeering, are they not?
Well, if you go to the very bottom,
look at this one right here under presidential investors. There's another connection. Switch, hey, Mike, right? That's also who's on the board.
Mike.
This lady right here. That's right. Well, go ahead.
Focus down. Go back down to where you just were. I would like you to zoom in, please.
Okay.
Scroll down. Scroll down. Look at the seal right there, and you'll wonder why we went to the bar and nothing got done.
Interesting.
You don't see the seal right in the center?
Oh, no, I see it right. This one right here?
That's the bar, homie.
Oh, shit. No wonder.
I wanted you to come with me to watch that. That's why I brought you with me.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, that you're talking about this right here, right? That's the
Nevada State Bar seal.
Wow, okay, got you. Okay, that's what I did not know that. But yeah, okay, got you now. Okay, wow. That is now that you mention it, now I remember. I was like, where did I see that before? But you're right, it was right on the freaking building.
Right.
And yeah, I remember that. I didn't recognize it at first until you pointed it out. But yeah, I do remember that. Wow.
Right. And there's Clark County. Remember economic development? Remember I told you about child services? There's your funding right there.
Which one?
The Clark County. There you go.
Right, Nevada Energy. There. Oh my God, dude, this is it. See, look at this shit, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Honor,
see, there's CCSD right there. Wow. How many RICO violations do you think we got in just this whole 5? Okay, cool.
Hey, I'm questioning there's Caesars Entertainment. Wait, go back up.
Well, that's a casino. That's a casino here in Vegas, the Caesars Palace.
Oh, okay. Oh, the casino. Okay.
It's a casino, yeah. It's a casino. No, it's just entertainment. It's a place where people go for tourists go to have and be entertained. It's just a casino.
Remember, that's also our unions for culinary and everything for the casinos.
Right.
So which means that's why our workers get screwed.
All right, let's continue the article real quick, and then we'll go over some of this other evidence. This next part is actually we're at the end of the article. This last piece is good though; it's irrelevant because they're going to be covering it. They're trying to sneak this in, behind the scenes, last minute, on this upcoming meeting on the 5th. So that's relevant.
Investors page of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance website screenshot from the web. Isn't this a clear conflict of interest? If the Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development is responsible for oversight of the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, then how can they be trusted, let alone impartial to their own special interests? Remember, folks, this is clear evidence of racketeering by several local government agencies, including Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak, as well as several private sector corporations. There is one last piece of evidence I want to include in this article regarding the upcoming CCSD Board of Trustees meeting being held on Thursday, October 5, 2022. It is titled Hara Contract. From what the document shows, it is clear that they are trying to orchestrate the continuing reign of tyrant Hara outside of the purview of the public or the law. Based on the fact that they held last Thursday, September 29, 2022 in secret with no public announcement says everything.
We're going to go through and read some of this, the relevant parts. But clearly, look, they're trying to renew the contract here for 2020. What, 26? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here we go. The term of this agreement will shall commence on June 19th, 2018, and conclude on June 30th, 2026. So they're trying to pass this, on the fly, before anybody has any say in it. So I'm going to put that out there for everybody to know. Daniel Ford
Definitely have to go to that meeting.
is the one who actually dropped this on Twitter a couple days ago. So we're covering it as such. And there's another article by Channel 8 News that covered it. I think their article is a bit biased, considering they're trying to portray it some type of way. But we have the actual footage to go over. After we go over this article, we're gonna show you the content we took. We streamed live, and we're gonna show everybody's public comment sections on all the coverage we did for last.
I'm at the moment to go
Thursday.
get a cig while you're covering this, because I know the shit by heart.
Oh no, I'm sure. Well, can you stick around to explain?
I'll be right back.
All right, cool. So we're just gonna screen read this, go through it, and then.
Well, that's what I figured. While you're reading this shit to the people.
It's a relatively short article, anyways, folks. So it shouldn't be too long.
Lay bye.
LAS Vegas, Class, a $76,000 raise for Superintendent Dr. Jesus Hara will be reviewed next week by the Clark County School Board. Details of the new employment agreement came out after Thursday's Board of Trustees meeting, where the board rated Hara as highly effective in his job evaluation. The events of the past year have been full of contradictions, as Hara's support on the board vanished and then returned in a series of political squabbles between board members. The public exchanges on Twitter began again following Hara's evaluation. CCSD trustees, Superintendent Dr. Jesus Hara reached settlement over harassment claims. A contract amendment to be reviewed at next week's work session would increase Hara's pay to $395,000 and includes additional perks for travel expenses and bonuses. Hara would be allowed reimbursement for travel expenses for work-related trips, and he would be eligible for 5% bonuses each year.
Do you think he deserves all that extra money and bonuses? I don't freaking think he does. I think we need to call him out and freaking hold him accountable. I don't want this motherfucker running our schools anymore. He's racketeering the school money, the grant money. Fuck him. He's not taking care of our kids. I'm sorry. I'm pretty pissed about this.
Right.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and read the last part of this for you guys. Just not much longer, and then finish. And then we're going to play those segments from the public that we recorded during last Thursday's live stream.
The contract would run through June 30th, 2026. A large part of the agreement deals with payment in the event of termination, and it specifies that Hara would be paid in full if he were fired, for convenience, by the board. If he is fired, for cause, the contract wouldn't be paid in full. CCSD raises starting teacher pay to $50,115, bonuses for returning staff. Hara is required to give 90 days notice if he resigns, and pay would accrue to the date he leaves the position. The agreement would take effect January 16, 2023, if it wins approval from the school board.
Okay, folks, I want to make a call to action for everybody in the Las Vegas area that is viewing this this broadcast. Show up to the board meeting on Thursday. We need to call this bastard out. I do not want him as our superintendent anymore, and I'm sure there's a whole shitload of us that would agree. Let's force this motherfucker's hand, because he's clearly racketeering, which would be eligible to be fired for cause in that circumstance, which he would be screwed. We're proving it right now, folks. We need to call it out. We need your support, public. We need your freaking support. So, that being said, one more They're attempting to do it again. We, the people, cannot allow this. For further context, you can check out this article on Channel 8. There is so much more to cover on this topic, and as a result, we will be doing a follow-up to this article as things progress. So let's segue into the public comment segments. So we got maybe good maybe 15 minutes.
Notice they don't cover the racketeering of the children.
No, they don't ever cover that. We are though. We are.
So first for public comment, we have Anna Biner. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Jara. So, like really everything that I just heard is just kind of really silly because on Tuesday we got like a really great presentation about open meeting law at our meeting. And so what we all just listened to, there's two really big highlights in this. And sometimes I just don't even know if we're doing it because there's so much that goes on and happens that it really does lead the public to believe that people are taking sides, people are leaning, people don't care. I mean, we get board members who roll their eyes at each other and stare at the ceiling while the other one is speaking. You know, like it's just terrible. But the line that I love best in this, it says, all public bodies exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. This is taxpayer money. These are our children.
Damn right.
This is our community. Thank you. James Bayless.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? So I guess I just wanted to kind of just address. So I understand where you guys are doing with this full evaluation for this gentleman. I think we should kind of maybe address that back in October, though. But the situation is, what do you do when you've been coming to a board talking about the superintendent and the situations you have with him, but you get no addressment from the board and you get no addressment from the superintendent? What do you do then when you are basically being ignored, but you know, the evaluations sound great, but the real show is when a certain person is on camera, he sounds great, he looks great, but low key, he ignores everything they have said. So what do you do with that when you have a superintendent that blows smoke and mirrors everywhere? How do you really get any type of justice? You know, I need deep pockets like that, gentleman. I need to help, maybe pay somebody to help my son because he's got Danny Bahara blocking us everywhere which way I go. He's the AG. So what do you do? And you got the AG in your pocket. What do you do? Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have for two up here. With that, we're going to go ahead and go to our first public commenter on 2.02, and that's
for public comment for 2.02. She said, folks, for context.
Good evening. Vicki Cardell for the record. I'm a reading teacher for grades 1 to 5 in CCSD and president of NEA Southern Nevada. First of all, I wrote this before the meeting tonight, so I'm going to try to revise it as I read it a little bit. I firmly believe that every employee in CCSD should get a fair evaluation process. I'm a little confused about this process. The presentation helped clear up some of the questions that I had. But I think it's vitally important that you can't look at retention apart from recruitment. They really go hand in hand. I'm going to tell you the honest truth. The model we're using with educators in CCSD today, this year, is not sustainable. We will not retain teachers with this model. It's too much. Teachers are evaluated on a multiple measure tool called the NEPF. Very detailed, and it's very rigorous. And if you're going to expect us to all do our best, some things have to get taken off our plate. And we do need more time, 100%. But I can tell you that their teachers are working so hard. And there's a lot of successes in every building. I'm thrilled to be teaching just reading, and it's amazing. And having just a little bit taken off my plate mentally makes such a huge difference to the amount of stress and anxiety and everything. So, and asking you really to look at what's on teachers' plate and try to give us more time. We should be talking about how many educators left before they hit 30 years, how many were hired, how many remain after resignations and retirements, and how many do we still need for this year? How many students in CCSD are without a licensed educator right now? Those are all important things. We owe the children in CCSD, the families in the community, to do our best with this process. We count on you all to do right by CCSD and by these kids. These families trust you to do what's right for their children. So I'm asking you to please make sure that we do a thorough process. We all have to go through it. Every single administrator, every teacher, every employee. So I'm just asking that we do the same for the superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Camille Bywater.
Camila Bywater, president of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators, co-chair for education for the National Action Network, Vice President Tracy Lewis, and also Tracy is the president of Wake Up. A beautiful example of an evaluation process cannot be 3 pages. That was by far one of the worst presentations I have seen in my life in regards to showing the public how we have made gains in this district. And with the level of increased pay that the cabinet members have received, that is the presentation. There was no showing of how did we get to the results. You can tell us anything and we're supposed to believe it, but what was the process to getting to these results? If we increase expulsions, what steps we're taking to get there? Yep. And in regards to proficiency, when I looked at the Nevada Accountability Portal with some of my advisors, we noticed that there was a large group of students who didn't even test. So was that taken into accountability when we were determining the final results? Absolutely unacceptable that this district has gotten millions of dollars and we get 3 pages of how we have improved in this district. That is absolutely unacceptable.
Damn right.
And if you think that is beautiful, let's try again. Unacceptable to do a special meeting, have people come out here at 5 p.m. or whatever time the meeting started and sit here and tell us that's a beautiful job. When I was a teacher, I had to bring more to the table than that. If I wanted to get a good evaluation as a teacher in the Clark County School District, I had to show how did I engage with parents, not show that I engaged with 100, but what did I do to engage with them? I had to actually show how I increased proficiency. So if we're asking teachers to do that, to get a 4 on their evaluation, we have to do a much better job here with the superintendent.
Yep.
Unacceptable. We have way too much money. The cabinet then got way too much of an increase to present that to the public. To be ashamed of yourself. There's no way that we can improve this district with that type of allowable presentation. No way. I am highly upset. That's all I gotta say. Unacceptable, and the community should not accept that. You should not. Teachers have to come to their meeting with more information and more evidence than that. And this is a beautiful job. Congratulations, because I'm hot today. There's no way. 3 pages.
Well said.
Anna Binder for the record again, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent, you're up. What Camilla was just referencing is apparently the database says that only 54% of students took that test. So if we're, I'm not really great at math, but if barely half of our kids took that test, how did we have any growth? So anyways, also, I'm sure you'll all be elated to know that Data Insight Partners put out like over a 20-thread tweet with all of the very accurate data that was not given to the community today. And I know people like to call them names in the community, but that is data. And when you bring forth the correct data, you can't manipulate it. I know you guys are going to get into the narrative, and I just really wanted to point out, because piggybacking off Camilla again, all of the success in this is done by staff. It says region, it says unit, it says, like, all of the credit is being given back to our really great employees. So I like that it wasn't like written selfishly, right? Because we are using employees. But there's just really something going on that I've been biting my tongue about. And I don't think I can bite my tongue about it anymore because it really irritated me in the previous presentation about rumors from the community. So I'm going to share a rumor with you right now. And then you can call me later verified if you like. In the last 30 days, 2 of our special education children have been sexually exploited on campus. 2, videotaped, put to Instagram, circulated amongst students.
Wow.
One of these students is intellectually disabled. Do you think those kids have been suspended?
Oh my God.
Do you?
Nope, I haven't.
District's calling them bystanders.
Madam Sabina, if you would like to look at my photo, since I knew you were going to do this, I have 2.2 on there.
No, you have 3.01, 4.01.
You want to try photo for paper? Photo for paper?
Well, Mr. Bayless, if you would like, I could modify this here.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. Bayless.
So since we're talking about superintendent school, I guess everybody else, just what I know. Basic high school, my son's school. Since he's been there since last year, he got jumped. Mr. Jar knew about it and didn't do nothing about it. He actually told law enforcement to stand down and don't do nothing about it. I was told by one of my buddies. So if you have a superintendent and the director of compliance pretty much allowing kids to be hurt in school, why are they here? We could go without them and have the same outcome. The situation is when in October, my very son was up here addressing this gentleman and the fact that he should not be here. I still have the video of the sexual assault that happened when he first got here that no one even addressed, even to this day. January 10th was never addressed to this day. And I can address to you why maybe teachers are leaving. Basic high school. How about the SPED program? Right now the classes are doubled up because Bustamante cleared out half of the class because of what happened to my kid. Half of the school got cleared out because anybody that knew Ian vanished. How about the fact that Danny Bahara okayed the fact that the SPED students are now doubled up? Ralph, Ian's English teacher, he vanished. They haven't even filled that place. They have no qualified SPED students or SPED teachers pretty much on that campus, except for Mr. Braceras, which is in English. He's the only one with credentials in masters. The IEP, the principal, which was the self-contained. He has no credentials, schooling, or education to be dealing with special needs children. His last job prior to here was working for the government for the power company. I believe that's part of that economic alliance, isn't it? So the factor is when you have teachers that aren't qualified to be handling special needs children, we should be maybe looking for that. When our teachers are crying out for help and you guys kind of pass money amongst each other, that's kind of maybe why your teachers are leaving. When a kid at McDonald's that just got out of high school is making more than your teachers, that could be a good reason why they're leaving. Yep. When a brand new teacher gets as much as somebody that's been here for 20 years, that could be a good reason why they're leaving. Factor is you guys don't appreciate the people that are here to keep you in your jobs. Without these kids, without those teachers, you have nowhere to go. Then what do? Those are your constituents. Those are your people. You are supposed to look out for you. You're supposed to look out for them.
Supposed to represent them.
You guys have a good day.
I think those the grandma and son and grandson in front of us were watching live, because if you notice the kid kept turning his head, smiling, turning his head and looking down at his grandma's phone. I think they were watching it as we were streaming, because he went to me at one point. I think he was trying to see how long the time delay was, but I was wondering what was going on there. But yeah, I picked up on that just now.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless. We are now moving on to public comment on items not listed as action items.
This is 4.01, I believe.
Yesenia Gonzalez. Oh, and I did not open this. If you have, I forgot, I failed to mention that if you want to speak during, excuse me, during non-agenda items, should please use your card. Okay, so make sure you do that. Yep, you have 4.01 here. Trustee. Ms. Gonzalez. 3 minutes. Okay. Members of the board, Dr. Jara, Reverendo Cepeda. So I kind of want to give you guys an update on a concern I brought to you guys in regards to Mojave High School, which is Trustee Morales, is your school. I found out that I guess these letters for the clubs for performing arts, these students were supposed to get them last year. So imagine those students that graduated, they didn't get those letters. So one question I may have is, how can we go about these students receiving those letters, because they did their years, they were involved. It's important to be recognized. Yep. And also that I found out that, and I know I keep bringing up my son, but I'm very proud for him starting this support group called Sanctuary, because I just found out it's a CCSD sponsored club now. And a lot of his teachers love that group. So right now they're in the they made the request now to have their own letter for the school. The design, I believe there's a deadline of October. I can't remember what Ms. Julie Smith said, but they are all very excited. So I want to thank, Regional Superintendent, I believe it's Rana, forgive me if I said it wrong. And then another thing, it's in a Spanish CCSD Padres group. There's a concern in regards to JD Smith, student safety with them crossing. And I understand that when it comes to like middle schools, there's not really much that can be done. But granted, you do have other schools around in the area. So as I'm noticing now, Dr. Jara has a lot of power here. And so I think that the appropriate thing would do is probably have a little more CCSD PD presence there, maybe keeping an eye on the area, because what I was reading in Spanish, what was being said is these parents are afraid because these obviously people are driving reckless. They are scared that their kids are going to be hit. And I know, because I see it at Cram Middle School, that is Trustee Katie Williams, that's your school, I've seen it. I've heard of kids being hit at Cram, and it's not an exaggeration. So I think that maybe at least when the school is out, maybe have a little bit more of that presence there, so it tells people, hey, we need to slow down. I know that there was before in the past, you guys teamed up with Metro, North Las Vegas, maybe just make these parents feel a little more comfort knowing that their kids are at least somewhat being seen from a distance, or just something, because God forbid if one of these kids get hit or something else happens, a parent brought the concern and nothing was done. And I mean, these parents, some of them have language barriers, they can't express it to you guys here, but I'm just expressing it based on being able to speak both languages. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bailey.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the board. So I guess pretty much this is our public comment where I get to have a little bit of fun with you, ladies and gentlemen. So we've been addressing this situation since October. August 25th, when I addressed you guys and brought a packet to you, and they withdrew him that same night, 4 hours later. You guys sent child services to my house for academic neglect. They agreed with the correspondence with Viserys and doing the work and those emails and phone numbers. Yeah, that wasn't an unverified absence. It was your school ignoring me. So the child services thing that you guys said, yeah, that dropped. So basically, if your principal is lying on school reports about my son being assaulted, if you read this detailed behavior file, because I have a copy of it, even though you guys didn't want to give it to me, but if you read, there's 4 different stories about what happened Jan 10. Even though I have the exact story and where it happened and everything that happened. Again, like I addressed with the police, they are not going to help because they were told not to. And Danny Bahara pretty much addressed it. We already know who he gets his orders from. So again, if basic is supposed to be your guys' crown jewel because nobody speaks on it, maybe because there's 500 SPED students on there and half of those parents are under gag orders, it's probably why you don't hear nothing about that school.
You think?
Those 500 SPED students are doubled up because, you know, you ran half of your staff off because of what happened to Ian. Mr. Becerris is in the hospital right now because of a congestive heart failure that Mr. Bustamante created. But yet, I see you address where we're caring about that. What about that school? I understand you guys keep it on low key because, you know, that's where the robotics is and where they send all the rich parents. But the truth actually does set most people free. And I enjoyed those numbers that you guys got for reading. My kid's been in the 2nd grade reading level since he's in 11th grade now. So I'm just curious where you get those numbers. Was it from that Phantom Weedle report that you guys have? You know, the one from distance learning that I'm still trying to figure out where the hell it came from? Because no one did testing. No one did testing last year. So in those numbers you guys did, my kid obviously wasn't in that numbers. So how did you get those numbers if students that are missing? It's not accurate numbers if there's not everybody tallied. So I actually would probably say that those numbers are quite ludicrous. It's probably next to that police report sitting that, you know, the school district said it didn't exist. It's probably sitting in that box with everything else that Jara says he does, but he don't do. You know, like he cares about the kids, no child left behind. Yeah, but he keeps forgetting about mine. He gets my emails. I know because I get a receipt saying you saw them. So I know you're seeing my emails. How about I call me, and we can address this. I don't have to keep repeating myself.
Okay. Thank you. And a binder.
I definitely want that video.
Oh, we got the whole thing. We got the
And a
whole
binder for the record, Madam President. Back when I used to work, we'd have these meetings with our insurance carriers and counsel the insurance companies. And I can't recollect how many of these that we would conduct where we took large businesses that companies would insure and they assess a risk rating. I don't think in any document I've ever read, I've ever seen what our risk rating is for Clark County school districts to be insured. But I think I said it back in the spring when we were talking about discipline. I was kind of asking out loud, is it cheaper to pay the insurance deductible and ignore the community or fix the underlying issues? So with what I just said earlier, and if these are, again, only the few things that like the public knows about, I would love to be a fly on the wall to some emails in this room because from what I know of these 2 incidents and what's getting tried to be getting swept under the rug, I can't imagine what we don't hear about, and I think I want to vomit right now. But at some point, I guess I'll put in a request for that. I want to know what our risk rating is because I would never insure us in this country if I knew half of what I know in the 3 years that I have been paying attention and listening to our parents and our students and you guys and our teachers and everybody. So it's dangerous because what happens when a carrier drops you? What would happen to Clark County School District if we could not get anyone to insure us? How many jury verdicts have we had in the last year alone that are detrimental if we did not have insurance coverage?
117.
Thank you. And going forward, when I say like things like this are happening in the community and you think you can just keep sweeping it under the rug, you can't
can't. You cannot hide it. So let's spend money and get people properly trained to deal with our SPED children. It is not hard.
I love you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, would you like to explain the Danny Bahara connection for our viewers briefly? We haven't had a chance to cover, but we're going to do a follow-up article next week, and if you want to come on the show, we'd love to have you explain that connection. But if you're not able to, we'd love to hear a little bit more on that before we wrap up the show tonight. Hello? Did he fall asleep? Hope not. Sorry, that was a bad joke. He happened in one of our last episodes. Buddy, are you there? Hello. It's getting pretty late. You probably crashed for the night. So maybe we'll wrap it up. What do you guys think of all that? What we just covered?
It's absolutely crazy.
I know, but that's what's going on. But like, what is your guys' assessment on that article that we did and everything else that from the last year that we did cover? There's a lot more connections that we're going to make on the follow-up article, but for now, like, this is a good start. I'd love to hear from each one of you. What do you guys think? Go ahead, Dottie, and then go to Jen, and then Jessica, and then everybody else.
I think it's absolutely crazy, and people really just need to hold on to their kids and not allow anybody near them. Shit. I mean, the schools are screwed, the court system's screwed. The education system is definitely screwed, besides their boards and all their racketeering, the education's all screwed with because it's all been done, to keep us slave, to be workers and not think for ourselves. It's to keep us, compliant. The way they had the whole school system set up, they don't teach anything of value. And then you got them doing this, stealing money, when they already don't get a decent education, they're giving them a worse education because of their greed.
Yeah, it's completely unconscionable, and it's ridiculous, and they're just getting away with it. And in fact, the only people that are calling them out are the public and the alternative media, or like I like to call it, the new media. Like nobody else in the mainstream is even covering the other angles that we're looking into on this. They're just completely ignoring it. Channel 8, a couple others too.
The only other one aspect we really haven't covered is anybody in the church.
Right, definitely.
We've gotten the schools now. We've done the courts.
Yep.
Somebody's got a church story. Somebody's got some truth to be spoken.
So on the whole natural, church angle, we're going to be, to wrap the show after we hear from everybody about this last segment we did. We're going to be reading what was the name of it, Jen? What was it called?
It's called it's from the National Center for Constitutional Studies regarding the 28 Principles of Liberty.
Okay.
And it's the biblical basis for the principles in the 5,000-year leap.
So, regardless pertaining to natural law, then?
Well, sure. Okay, so the next paragraph, it says, several years ago, a young student, Carrie Hayes, completed our one-year semester course on the...
I'm just asking, is it related to common law, to natural law, which is connected to common law? Like, that's what I was asking you, because we're gonna do those at the end of the show, but I want to hear from everybody
Yes.
what we just covered first.
Yes, it's about natural law
Okay,
and God's
cool.
law.
All right,
Okay.
awesome. Cool. So we're gonna tie that in at the very end of the show to wrap it up for you guys. But for now, let's hear from the rest of everybody on the team about what's going on with this. So from you, Jen, go ahead. As far as what we just covered on the CCSD issue, what do you think about that?
Well, what I did was one observation that stood out to me so clear was the looks and their demeanor, like a teenager getting a lecture by their parent, like, oh, fuck, I got caught again.
You mean the board members?
Yes, like their looks were just, their demeanor, like I was just looking at them. And
yeah, because they know we're watching and they know we're putting the pressure on. We've not been hiding the fact of what we're doing. They know we're watching, and they're sweating. You can tell. We tell.
If you go back there, like especially one of them, she's just like, "Oh fuck, I just got in trouble again. My mom caught me, stealing again. Shit. And I'm getting called out.
Was she on the right or she's on the left side?
She was on the right. There was two on the right. They looked like, they maybe like hung out in high school together. And then the one in the middle, she just kept like, her hair was like flipping. She's like, shit, I wish these people just shut up, and then
That's Madam Cepeda. That's Madam President Cepeda, the one that's in the center right. And then the one next, I think one of the ones next to her has green shirt on. Is that one of the ones you're talking about?
Mm.
Yeah, that's Katie
and then
Williams.
there's two on the end, and she's just like, fuck, shit, I told you, like, you were supposed to have my back, bitch. What the fuck? It was a complete.
Oh, there you are, James.
It was
Go ahead.
a complete fucking child trafficking. What do children have to do with Caesars Entertainment, an adult casino enterprise? That was what I was kind of,
that was connected to the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, which we believe is high up pulling the strings for all the funding. Go ahead, James.
They were starting a work program for the children to where they can work in the casinos and get school credit.
Oh, yeah, you remember telling us about that. That's right.
Whoa. What? Whoa.
Yeah, he was telling me about that. I remember him telling me about that. Yeah, go ahead, elaborate.
What is your question, Jen?
Yeah, I was talking to you, Jen. Elaborate.
Like what kind of school credits would it be? What would it be like?
Basically,
it would be
work
home
credits.
Work credits to work in a
college enrollments.
What? Okay, so the kind of careers that they have are
those are great expectations for the children.
Well, tell them the best part, James. You don't even get paid.
And that's slave labor.
Yep.
Slave.
Right.
Slave labor.
Slave labor.
Exactly what it is.
School gets paid.
Yeah, but it would be slave labor because the kids are minors and they're not getting paid for
Right.
it.
Exactly.
I don't know for any reason.
I have one argument to this. According to Nevada state law, and they tell you every time you bring your kid into that building, they cannot be accompanied without you.
Huh.
Wow.
So how can they go to work without you?
Right.
Well, I think the other thing that John always says is when you put your kids in, when you put your children in school, they really do become temporarily kind of like wards of the state, and the school system can really do or say whatever they wish. But one of the big issues I have with school or any place, school, church, wherever, and that is they teach you what to think, but not how to think.
Exactly.
Yep.
What you were speaking on, if you read the wording of the laws, you will see the word parent / legal guardian. When your child steps his foot on that bus, on school property or school grounds, they are the legal guardian until they are returned back to you.
Yeah, exactly. So
little loophole there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very difficult battle and a struggle, when we say.
Well, it's not when they're wrongfully accusing you, because now you can go after them for neglect, just like they do you.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was only that easy.
It is.
Right. Well, not for all of us. Not everybody's got superhuman abilities like you, buddy.
Okay. I'll go then.
Well,
I just have no fucks given.
Go ahead, Jen.
I think the technique is, it's a simple technique, but the applying it's what makes it complicated. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a simple thing. What we need.
That's what I think everybody's missing, is how to apply it, really.
Well, they don't.
I think that's what we're all figuring out as we're going through these different experiences that we're having, dude. Everybody's figuring this out, having to figure this out the hard way, but we're all collectively doing it together. Like James has got what he's figuring out on his end. Everybody else that's doing the legal front and having to represent themselves on their end, learning. So we're all bringing something to the table here. I think ultimately we're going to come up with a solution for this based on that.
90% what the problem is everybody, as soon as you get like me with the school board, when they get up in front of that board, they get intimidated, and then they get tongue tied, and then they get their wording gets fucked up. It's all about the words you use. It's not what you're saying; it's how you're saying it.
No, and that ties right into
That's
the
a big part of it. The words
exactly.
used.
Go ahead, Dottie. I'm gonna let you
Is that
tell him about
Joe guy still here?
John.
John. No, he had to jump off. He had work to
Well,
finish.
something I wanted to before he got mean and
Joni is here.
Okay, something you should do with that thing he was talking about at the very end. You should also do a motion for discovery to find out how they found their findings.
Have you guys done that yet, Joni?
Because that way you get your judge's notes on what he decided and how he decided.
Yeah, actually, I think it's discovery or disclosure is what you're asking for.
Motion for discovery.
Well, discovery is one thing, but when you ask for disclosure is a whole nother ballpark. It's everything they have in the file when you ask for disclosure.
Yeah, and see,
Okay,
we've already put all those papers in, and they just keep ignoring the papers.
Yeah, so that's part of the problem. They keep ignoring these filings that people are doing. They're just pretending like they're not getting them. That's part of the problem, that they're ignoring it, pretending like it's not even being filed. That's a huge issue right now that we're facing.
They're also ignoring, it's one thing to put your paperwork in, which is important and essential, but the other thing is, the importance of your voice. So if they shut you up in court and they throw you in jail, so you won't say anything, they know exactly what they're doing to shut you up so they can go and run over you.
Right, and that's just something people don't know, and it's something I had to learn, that discovery and disclosure are two different things.
Yeah,
hey, Daddy.
It's the disclosure where you get everything, so if they're using it for court or not, if it's in the file, you're supposed to turn it over when you ask for disclosure.
Hey, Daddy, one thing I noticed though with that guy's demonstration or thing or whatever you want to call his PowerPoint, one thing I would change on that is the judge behind the background with the AR-15. One could construe that as a threat nowadays.
No, I mean, my buddy's done some work with some intelligence work, so he's right on the money with that. They will do that against people.
They've done that with an ex.
Now you're a domestic terrorist.
Well, that's a scene from one of the court cases that went public. So
but they'll twist it. They'll twist it.
Yeah.
They'll definitely twist it to use it to their advantage. They
tried twice on me. I told him, I was like, you can't call me that. Call Homeland. Look at
Joni,
my file.
remember when they tried to twist the X around in Philip Pimp's trial?
I remember.
And who is Dottie?
Philip Pimp's trial.
Okay.
You know what I do when I'm writing emails and I'm trying to be sarcastic? I use double meaning words.
No.
Oh, one at a time, you guys. One at a time. Jessica, one word. Say what you're saying, and then you, James.
You're eating your mic.
Well, basically, what I was saying is, what you should do is, if you really want to throw them off of their case, use shit with double meaning words, so that way they think you mean one thing and you can flip it on them with another.
Yeah, that's kind of how he's approaching it in the school boards. Go ahead, Jessica. What was your comment? I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Oh yeah, I was just saying they need to put the cameras in the courtrooms, and have it air 24-hour basis like they do with the CNN I don't know whether it's CNN or who it does it, but it's the senators when they do their C-SPAN, yeah.
Yeah,
Jessica, voting.
Jessica, one of the things that's happened during COVID-19 whole issue is they actually went to having the hearings by Zoom, and they also tell you that you cannot record it. Now, we record everything.
That's bullshit. Really wonder why they're telling people they can't record it, because what are they trying to hide? What are they really trying to hide?
Well, there's a way around that. There's a way around that. When you're doing the hearing, use a screen capture software.
I've already been doing that. I've already been doing that, James. I've already been doing that for all the Zoom meetings I've been helping these
right, but I'm
people
telling them how to do it and get away with it. Listen, what you do is you use a screen capture software. That's not a recording software.
It's third-party software you need to use.
No, but if the wording it has to be screen capture software, not recording software.
Yeah. That's why you use something that captures the whole screen, like ZDSoft Screen Recorder or others.
Right, but I'm saying if you in your wording, if you say I use screen capture software, not recording software.
You're talking about
Screen
as far as
capture.
legalese
Right,
terminology
you use
goes when you
screen
make your
capture.
Gotcha.
Well,
Yeah,
they say that.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
they say. Somebody talking?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. They say that they do it for the children's protection and their privacy.
Yeah,
but
that's their excuse.
Well,
yeah,
they
they're
can't say
not
that if it's your
protecting the
child.
children. No, they're really just protecting their lives.
They
Go
can't
ahead,
tell you that.
Joni. What were you about to say?
Yeah, we go in there with our own stuff, but in the federal court, you cannot bring a phone or any listening devices or the pen because they go through the x-rays and they know when you're carrying a device. That's the federal court. But in your regular civil and domestic court, they tell you that you must turn your phone off and you cannot have anything pointed, any device, including your camera, pointed at the judge or anyone else. They'll confiscate it. They'll tell you to leave the courtroom. So, whatever you do have, you've got to put it on or put it under the table.
Hey, Chef, you notice in her list she never said glasses.
Right. Mm-hmm. There's a few things I didn't say.
Right. No, because I use a pair of glasses that have a recorder.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
They don't
He's
even
talking about a loophole.
They don't even know it's there.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. In fact, if you do have them that have been able to go through their x-ray machines, if you could send me a link to that, I'd appreciate it, because they have actually confiscated a number of my things during security checks.
I wear them on my face walking through. How's that for you?
Yeah. Okay. It depends what it has in there. For example,
they're sunglasses.
Okay.
They're regular glasses, and they have clear screen where it's blue blocker, and it has also a thing for the sun. But yeah, they look like just regular glasses.
Yeah. Is that something you got from Amazon?
Yep.
Okay, because we've tried a few different things, but I still would like if you can send me a link or something to one that that's been successful.
I've walked through CCSDs with that, and I've walked into federal courthouses with that.
Okay, see, the federal courthouse has, if they're younger,
they suck.
The younger guys know better how to look through some of that stuff. The older guys actually let certain pens go through. They don't know that it's...
I know something that you can get into the federal with.
Yeah, what's it?
Well, I have it. I have bought one. So it's the little bracelet thing I have.
Face, they can't touch you.
I've been through the federal building, into the federal courthouse with it on.
Just send me a link to it privately.
Yeah.
Get a chance.
Yes.
We don't know where this audio is going.
Right, exactly.
Oh, I don't give a shit. They can't do nothing.
Well, we're not. Yeah, well, we're not trying to give away all our secrets either.
Right, exactly. I will tell you, when I went into one of the courthouses, they took a pen of mine and took it through security, and they told me that they needed to put it through security again because you have to put everything in trays. When I got the pen back, it was dismantled.
Oh man.
They pulled out.
Here's you a funny one of my sons, one of my legal cases where they said he had a knife, but he didn't. The DA, I was talking to the DA, he borrowed my pen to sign a piece of paper. So he kept my pen. And then him and my lawyer were going to go to lunch and talk about his case. So dipshit used the pen during lunch, not realizing it activated the app on my phone, and I listened to their whole conversation.
Wow.
Nice. I'm sure you got that evidence. I'm sure.
I got it on MP3.
Awesome.
Nice.
Yo, they were trying to trade my kid like a pony.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's why I got it dismissed. I proved conflict of interest from the lawyer and I was like, yo, that's your public defender. That's who you appointed. That means you're involved.
Right. So shall we read those 28 principles, Jen? Should we start doing that? I'll share my screen if you want to read it from my end, if that would be easier.
What principles?
Sure.
Well, where it goes into natural law, we're talking about since we did it. Just listen. It's really insightful, actually.
What it is it's the following, which is mostly Carrie's work, is a indication of how the founders' principles explained the 5,000-year leap indeed have their roots in the Holy Scriptures. Principle 1. The only reliable basis for sound government and just human relations is natural law. And I don't really know how to pronounce the
It's
Bible.
Leviticus.
You want to, somebody else want to read that? Because I don't want to.
I think we can actually have the screen read it if you want, but I can do it. Leviticus 24:22. Ye shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger as for one of your own country, for I am the Lord your God.
16th of October, 19.
Deuteronomy 30:11-14. For this commandment which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee, neither it is far off. It is not in heaven, that thou shouldest say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it. Neither is it beyond the sea, and thou shouldest say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it. But the word is very nigh into thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. Psalms 19:7. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. Principle 2. A free people cannot survive under a Republican constitution unless they remain virtuous and morally strong. Leviticus 18:26-28. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that there cometh among you. For all of these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled, that the land spew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. John 8:31-32. Then said Jesus to those Jews which believed on him, if ye continue in my word, then are ye my discipline indeed, disciples, indeed, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Principle 3. The most promising method of securing a virtuous and a morally stable people is to elect virtuous leaders. Exodus 18:21. Moreover, thou shalt provide of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating somebody help me out.
Covetousness.
Thank you. And place such over them to be the rulers of thousands and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, rulers of tens. John 34:30. That the hypocrite reign not, lest the people be ensnared.
Yep.
Okay. Principle 4. Without religion, the government of a free people cannot be maintained. Genesis 4:8-12. And Cain talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? As he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground, and north thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Corinthians 5:10. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, that everyone may receive the things done in his body according to that he hath done, whether it be good or bad. Principle 5. All things were created by God, therefore upon him all mankind are equally dependent, and to him they are equally responsible. Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. Malachi 2:11. Have we not all that one Father? Hath not one God created us? Why do we deal treacherously every man against his brother by profaning the covenant of our fathers? Revelations 20:12. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. Principle 6. All men are created equal. Exodus 30:12-15. When thou takest the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto the Lord when thou numberest them, that there be no plague among them. When thou numberest them, this they shall give every one that passeth among them that are numbered half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20
gerahs, I believe.
Gerahs. A half shekel shall be the offering of the Lord. Every one that passeth among them that are numbered from 20 years old and above shall give an offering unto the Lord. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, which when they give an offering unto the Lord to make atonement for your souls.
An atonement for your souls, yeah.
Oh, atonement. Okay, I'm having a hard time with
No,
this.
you're fine. Go ahead. You're fine.
Does anybody else that can pronounce these properly want to do it, and I can read the principles?
That's fine. Yeah, I can do that for you if you like. If that would be easier for you.
It'll
Yeah,
be
I can do that.
easier.
Yeah, okay. We can do that. No problem.
Okay.
Okay. Numbers 15:15-16. One ordinance shall be both for you of the congregation and also for the stranger that sojourneth with you, an ordinance forever in your generations. As ye are, so shall the stranger be before the Lord. One law and one manner shall be before you, and for the stranger that sojourneth with you. Deuteronomy 16:19. Thou shalt not wrest judgment, thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. Romans 2:11. For there is no respect of persons with God.
Principle 7, the proper role of government is to protect equal rights, not provide equal things.
Exodus 20:15. Thou shalt not steal. Exodus 20:17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And they're talking about donkeys, folks, not asses, not people's asses.
Principle 8, men are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights.
Genesis 9:6. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed, for in the image of God made he man. Exodus 20:15. Thou shalt not steal. Leviticus 25:10. And ye shall hallow the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family.
Principle 9, to protect man's rights, God has revealed certain principles of divine law.
Exodus 21-17. Oh, this is a long one. Here, let me just, oh, crap. Highlight this real quick.
Yeah,
There we go. And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and shewing mercy. And shewing mercy. All right, and showing mercy. Sorry about that, folks. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of thy Lord thy God in vain, for thy Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that is in them, all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord of God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Okay. No, Titus 3:16-17. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works.
Principle 10, the God-given right to govern is vested in the sovereign authority of the whole people.
Exodus 24:3. And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord and all the judgments, and all the people who answered with one voice and said, all the words which the Lord hath said we do. Did Dottie want to read the other 10, or does she want to do one of the 4?
Did you want to do some, Dottie?
Dottie, are you there?
I'm here. What are we doing?
Did you want to read the principles 11-20? We just read 1-10.
I can see them. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm screen sharing, so.
The majority of the people may alter or abolish a government which has become tyrannical. Psalms 133:1. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. what is this?
It's Philippians.
Okay,
Philippians, I believe.
Philippians. Is that it?
Yeah, Philippians.
2:2-4. Fulfill ye my joy that ye be like-minded, having the same love, being of one accord, of one mind. Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem other better than themselves. Look not ever man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. Principle 12, the United States of America shall be a republic. Exodus 18:21. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating, what's this word?
Covetousness. Like coveting stuff. Yeah,
Thank you.
covetousness, like they covet other
Yeah,
people's like property,
and place
basically.
such over them to be rulers of thousands and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s and rulers of 10. Principle 13, a constitution should be constructed to permanently protect the people from the human frailties of their ruler. Exodus 23:8. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blindeth the wise and perverteth the word of the religion or righteous. My bad. Sorry.
No, you're good. Continue.
Deuteronomy 17:18-20. And it shall be when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book, out of that which is before the priest, the Levites, and it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law in these statutes, to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. 14, principle 14. Life and liberty are secure only so long as the right of property is secure. Genesis 1:28. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion.
Dominion.
Dominion. Thank you.
It's
Over
hard.
the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. Deuteronomy 27:17. Cursed be he the removeth of his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say amen. Amen.
Amen.
Psalms 8:4-8. What is man that thou art mindful of him, and the son of man that thou visitest him? For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the beast of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the seas. Why are they gonna talk like that?
I know, it's really odd.
Well, it's based. Well, I know it is, but it is. I think they're quoted. A lot of these principles are quotes from the Bible, and what it ties into is morality and having a moral compass. Really, is basically what it comes down to. When they're talking about natural law, that's ultimately what it comes down to. Like if you noticed, some of these are in the Constitution. You know, like that we've seen these before. So I want to point that out. That like the natural law is what our Constitution and our common law was founded upon, on those principles, folks. And that's what people need to understand.
Well, and the principles of liberty entitled American Government and Constitution Part 1.
Right. So let's continue. We got our principle 15 now.
Your turn.
Oh, you want me to go? All right, I will.
Uh-huh.
You got it. Principle 15. The highest level of prosperity occurs when there is a free market economy and a minimum of government regulations. Leviticus 25:10. And ye shall hallow the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. Leviticus 25:14. And if thou sell out unto thy neighbor, or buyest out of thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. Deuteronomy 25:15. But thou shalt have a perfect and just way, and a perfect and just measure shalt thou have, that thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Principle 16. The government should be separated into three branches: legislative, executive, and judicial. Isaiah 33:22. For the Lord is our judge, and the Lord is our lawgiver. The Lord is our king. He will save us. Principle 17. A system of checks and balances should be adopted to prevent the abuse of power. 2 Chronicles 26:16 through 21. There we go. But when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction, for he transgressed against the Lord his God, and went into the temple of the Lord to burn incense upon the altar of incense. And Azariah the priest went in after him, and with him fourscore priests of the Lord that were valiant men, and they withstood Uzziah the king, and said unto him, It appertaineth not unto thee, Uzziah, to burn incense unto the Lord, but to the priests, the sons of Aaron, that are consecrated to burn incense. Go out of the sanctuary, for thou hast trespassed. Neither shall it be for thine honor from the Lord God. Then Uzziah was wroth, and had a censer in his hand to burn incense. And while he was wroth with the priest, the leprosy even rose up in his forehead before the priests in the house of the Lord from beside the incense altar. And Azariah, the chief priest, and all the priests looked upon him, and behold, he was a leprous in his forehead. And they thrust him out from thence. Ye himself hasted also to go out, because the Lord had smitten him. And Uzziah the king was a leper unto the days of his death, and dwelt in several separate houses, being a leper, for he was cut off from the house of the Lord. And Jotham his son was over the king's house, judging the people of the land. Principle 18. The unalienable rights the unalienable rights of the people are most likely to be preserved if the principles of government are set forth in a written constitution. Exodus 31:18. And he gave unto Moses, when he made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God. Deuteronomy 11:12. And thou shalt write them upon the doors posts of thine house and upon thy gates. Deuteronomy 27:8. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly. Nehemiah 9:38. And because of all this, we make a sure covenant and write it, and our princes, Levites, and priests seal unto it. Principle 19. Only limited and carefully defined powers should be delegated to government, all others being retained in the people. Deuteronomy 17:15 through 20. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shall thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother, but he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, and to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. Principle 20. I'm going to read principle 20, and then Jessica, would you like to read 21 through 24? If you're there still. If not, I'll read them. It's up to you. But
I'm sorry. I was trying to get my thing unmuted.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Okay, cool, awesome. And then do you, Joni? Do you want to read the last four, the 25 to 28, Joni? After Jessica does 21 through 24. If you're there, Joni.
Wait, go start at principle 20.
Well, I'm going to do 20, and then you're going to do 21 through 24. I just want to see if Joni wanted to do the last four after you. Or you could do them if you want. Maybe it's up to you. Anyway, so let's do 20 real quick, and then I'll let you go ahead. Efficiency and dispatch require government to operate according to the will of the majority, but constitutional provisions must be made to protect the rights of the minority. Exodus 23:2. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many and many to rest judgment. Deuteronomy 27:19. Cursed be he that perverteth the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow. And all the people shall say Amen. Go ahead, Jessica.
Principle 21, strong and local self-government is the keystone to preserving human freedom. Exodus 18:22 through 23. Let them judge the people all at all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto thee, but every small matter they shall judge. So it shall be easier for thyself, and thou shalt bear the burden with thee. If thou shalt do this thing, and God command thee, so then shall be able to endure, and all its people shall also go to their place in peace. Principle 22, a free people should be governed by the law and not by the whims of man. Leviticus 4:24-22, ye shall have one manner of law as well as for the stranger, as for one of your own country, as for I am the Lord your God. Numbers 15:15-16, one ordinance shall be both for you of the congregation and also for the stranger that sojourneth with you, an ordinance forever in your generations. As ye are, so shall the stranger be before the Lord. One law and one manner shall be for you and for the stranger that sojourneth with you. Principle 23, a free society cannot survive as a republic without the broad program of general education. Exodus 18:20, and thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt show them the way wherein they must walk and the work that they must do. Deuteronomy 6:6-7, and these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by thy way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. Give instructions. Proverbs 9:9. Give instructions to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. Isaiah 28:10. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, and line upon line. Here a little and there a little.
Before we continue, I want to see if James maybe wants to read the last four. James, you want to go ahead and read the last four, or are you good? It's up to you, buddy. If not, I'll have Jessica read them. Are you there? I think he's doing other stuff. Why don't you go ahead and read them, Jessica?
Okay.
If you feel up to it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there you are. Go ahead. Did you want to read them? The last four?
I'm not. Look what I just found, dude.
Hold on. We're wrapping up the show. I was asking, did you want to read the last four principles, or do you want?
Oh, no, I'm cool on that.
Okay. I just wanted to give you the opportunity just in case. All right. Go ahead, Jessica.
A people will not survive unless they stay strong. Deuteronomy 25-8. And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, what man is there that hath built a new house and that hath not decided? Let him go and return to his house, and let he die in that battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is he that hath planted a vineyard and hath not yet eaten of it? Let him also go and return unto his house, and let he die in the battle, and another man eat of it. And what man is there that hath brothered a wife and hath not taken her? Let him go and, betrothed.
Yeah.
That was wrong. And not taken her. Let him go and return. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read off of a little bitty phone screen.
No, you're fine. No, I totally understand. I mean, I kind of zoomed in. I can probably zoom in a little more for you.
Let him go and return. Oh, you got it. Thank you. Okay. Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and let another man take her. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and that they shall say, what man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return to his house, lest his brethren's heart, make sure that's right this time, faint as well as his heart. Luke 14:31-32. Or what king going to make war against another king sitteth not down first and consulteth whether
Yeah, that's
he
right.
able to with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000, or else what other is yet a great way off he sendeth is an ambassage and desireth conditions of peace. Principle 25. Peace, commerce, and honesty, friendship with all nations. Commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliance with none. Exodus 23:32. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. 2 Corinthians 6:14. Be ye not equally yoked together with unbelievers, for what fellowship hath righteousness with unrighteousness, and what communion hath light with darkness? Principle 26. The core unit which determines the strength of any society is the family. Therefore, the government should foster and protect its integrity. Genesis 2:24. Therefore a man shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. Exodus 20:12. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Proverbs 20:20. Whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness. Matthew 5:27-28. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that so whoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. Ephesians 6:1-4. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and thy mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on the earth. And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up to nurture and
Admonition
of the Lord.
Excuse me real quick before you start the next line. Steph, remember that last passage she wrote? Remember that's exactly how I believe about remember how we're talking about looking at other females? We were talking at your house about that.
Who?
You.
What were we talking about again?
Matthew 5:27.
Okay.
Remember how I was talking to you how I don't look at other women and it's wrong?
Oh yeah. No, I remember you telling me. Yeah, we were having that conversation. Yeah, I remember that.
That's exactly the point right there.
Right. Exactly. No, yeah, you make a valid point there. You're absolutely right.
Just like
do you want to go ahead and read Principle 27, and then maybe if Joni, if you want to read the last one, you guys want to do that, or
no, I'm
okay. Well, you were chiming in, so I was just thought maybe you changed your mind.
I just noticed that. So I just pointed out.
Are you there? Do you want to read one of them?
No, you need to click on what I gave you, fool.
I'm going to, dude. I'm after the show. And I can probably tomorrow because I'm going to be getting some sleep here in a minute. I got to get up tomorrow early. It's my day off, but I'll look at it tomorrow when I have time, or maybe before I go to bed. I will, Brady. I will. Trust me. Let's finish this up though first. Go ahead, Joni.
You're looking into the medical system.
Oh, I know. We'll talk about it after the show, bro. Let's hold it after the show. We'll cover it later.
Principle 27, the burden of debt is as destructive to freedom as subjugation by conquest. Proverbs 22:7, the rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. Romans 13:8, owe no man anything but to love one another, for he that loveth another hath fulfilled the law. Principle 28, the United States has a manifest destiny to be an example and a blessing to the entire human race. Psalms 33:8-12. Let all the earth fear the Lord. Let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast. The Lord bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught. He maketh the devices of the people of none effect. The counsel of the Lord standeth forever, the thoughts of his heart to all generations. Blessed is the nations whose God is the Lord, and the people whom he hath chosen for his own inheritance. Acts 17:26-27, and hath made of one blood all nations of men for to dwell on all the face of the earth, and hath determined the times before appointed, and the bounds of their habitation, that they should seek the Lord, if haply they might feel after him, and find him, though he be not far from every one of us. After reviewing the 28 principles of liberty in terms of the Holy Scriptures, we are brought to proclaim with the psalmist of Psalms 19:7-11, the law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the law are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold, yea, than much fine gold. Sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is great reward.
Wow.
That was
Thank you.
beautiful. So those are the 28 principles, folks, that our Constitution and our common law is founded upon. So that's some of the quotes from here just alone, our people will recognize them right away from our own founding documents. So thank you everybody for reading. I think it's relevant that we talk about the origins of how our country, what the principles and laws our country was founded on. Which just started with natural law, which is what we based off a common law and the constitutional law.
And I do think that reading them out loud, like we did, it brought a lot of emotion and a lot of trueness, because I could hear the passion in her voice. I mean, I could hear it when she was reading it. I could feel it deep within her, and it was just enlightening just to hear it out loud rather than a computer. Read it like we would normally do. So, thank you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you, Jen. It's one thing to have a computer read it, but it's a whole nother, because you have the inflections of the emotion of the person who's reading it, and that makes it so much more real for a lot of viewers. I know too.
And if you notice, like some of them, there was one of them that was like the 10 Commandments, but it seemed like it all just covered each other. They all just complemented each other, each and every one of those principles.
Well, I'm glad they made reference to it being a republic, because today so many people call us a democracy.
Yeah, we're not. It's a republic. Right. We're a constitutional republic. People don't understand the difference. After in the 1800s, when they took over, when the Federal Reserve happened in 1871, when that whole shit went down, it went from being a constitutional republic, so they started calling it a democracy. Yeah. And that was when things started to change. And people nowadays, they don't really make the connection. But think about this. I'm going to point this out. What's the two parties we have in this country? Republican, Democrat. What are they calling it now? Democracy. What were they calling? What was it originally? Constitutional republic. Republican, democracy, Democrat. I want to make that connection, because this wordplay that these fuckers like to throw it in our face that way. People don't really pick up on stuff like that. For example, another good example, Federal Reserve. It has never been a federal institution. It's a privatized banking cartel.
Right.
And the IRS is a Puerto Rican freaking trust, and they was never properly ratified. But most people don't know that either.
Banksters.
Exactly.
Legalized, it's called legalized loan sharking.
Yeah, gangsters.
Exactly.
Mob men.
Cicero says, or
They just this time they just tried to take over the freaking world this time, and then look, that's where we're at.
Listen here, Sal. Freeze them.
That's why the truth will
Sal, listen here. Freeze them.
That's why the truth will set you free, and my people perish for lack of knowledge. What they don't know is
It's funny that you should say that, because that's what James said on that one CCSD board meeting segment where he was doing his public comment. He said that, if you recalled. So that ties right in. I love how we put this all together. There's so much important ground to cover. I'm glad we covered it as long as we did on all the different angles, because they're all connected, folks. And I think that's important we recognize that.
Is there a link to the 5,000-year leap in here?
Yeah,
we'll put it in there after the description. Yes, of course.
I could post it, and then I have more information about that.
I'll put it in the link as well in the
awesome
descriptions.
It is, and you can thank Angela for it. And Cicero says,
Right.
Next show, maybe I'll have my T-shirt that says Cicero says.
Oh, great! That's awesome.
That is who led us to this this information here.
Yeah.
And not so many words, but we'll get into that another day.
That's another show.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But yeah, that is. I just figured when I was looking for something, I wanted to find something that we all could apply to the now, and then somebody like.
Dottie, how long was our 6-hour show? Was
about the Bible?
Sorry, we're at 6:09. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think we set a record.
Oh goodness.
But I mean,
I'm sorry.
I just, but what everybody was saying about the laws and about about the laws of the Creator, I just felt like it was very important to end it in this, because this is like perfect what we should go by.
I absolutely agree.
And
hey, I said amen to every one of them.
And this is what the Bible is a tool, is like a map. It's not something to control us and persecute us over.
Right. And people need to remember, certain, you can look at it in a number of different ways, but what they're talking about in these principles, they're explaining like the principles of this, and how why that's why we had, that's why when you found a society, you have to base it on morality and and constitutional kind of law, because like that goes back to the natural law and the 28 principles, but it's all ties into that, folks. And that's and what we're seeing in our society now is an absence of morality.
And I am not afraid of no ghosts.
I'm afraid of no ghosts. I'm afraid of no ghosts.
What are you gonna call Ghostbusters?
Lovisa.
Paranormal theme.
News Plus Fringe Division.
Part of the sacred Lovisa. Don't forget, also News World for us.
Right.
And also, where's Delilah?
Well, I think we had a great show, you guys. Hey, Jotty, do you remember how long that last show was? We did. Was it 6 hours, or was it like 6 hours and 30 minutes and change? I can't remember.
I don't remember, but it was obnoxious.
Yeah, we just said another. We just had one of our longest shows ever, which was some great.
I think they're messing with the time, man.
I don't know, man. Maybe not. But we had a great show. I'm proud of the show. This is gonna go down in one of the good ones. Yeah.
Thanks to everybody that came on tonight with your stories. I appreciate it. That there's a lot of information in this show. So
yeah, definitely, it's packed with information.
I'd like to leave my last comment as saying one of the things JC always says is no matter what anyone is going through, everything's going to end up in the courts. And so it's very important that we monitor, show up, that the courts would continue to stay lawful, and to monitor them, and to write letters, and to be involved, because, it's really true that the basic of everything that we need, whatever kind of grievance we have, is to be settled in, especially if you can't do it man to man, woman to man, whatever, it is going to be in our courts. And that's why John is so passionate about putting out a lot of his teaching videos about common law, because the courts have gone towards administrative law, as well as removing from the courts the audios and the videos since COVID-19. So
Beautifully
Oh.
said. Thank you.
Definitely.
Yes, very well said.
We appreciate the invite, and it was wonderful to meet you all, and some of you to meet you again. So
Definitely. Thank you, Joni. Thank you guys for
You guys
jumping on.
come
We
back and
appreciate
keep
everything
us
you guys do.
informed.
Yeah, definitely.
sure will. Yes. A new video should be coming out tomorrow. I've got to get back to John. I'm feeding him the information that he needs. So
All right. Thank you, Joni.
research. All right. Good
Definitely.
night, everybody. God
Good
bless.
night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for watching. God bless.
And that's
I'm gonna put on our
Thursday
outro.
on YouTube, guys.
Oh yeah, it's in the description, you guys, if you want to check it out.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
got a lot of
Jonathan's
great
YouTube
videos.
channel.
He covered my story extensively, so he made quite a few videos and covered it well.
I like it. I like his technique on how it's simplified, you know, where people can, it's not.
I've learned
like,
a lot from Jonathan. I've learned a lot
Yeah.
from him.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, finish with that. I was lighting it up, so there we go.
Play it.
Play it.
We'll do. All right. Good night, everybody.
I've always wanted to share my story instead of keeping it all bottled in. I just want to be heard, like my side of the story is important to me. A lot of mothers and fathers, as they have been fighting the system, the government for a while, I was targeted because of my my past and my mother. And because when I was 3 years old, I was taken into the foster care system from my mom. My advice to all parents who are going through family court cases is to study the family court rules and family court laws, as well as criminal justice law.
Yeah, what about that school? I understand you guys keep it on low key because, you know, that's where the robotics is and where they send all the rich parents. But the truth actually does set most people free.